You're listening to the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast. Now here's your hosts, Kevin, Derek, and Alex.
Coming here! How? Welcome on into the Draft Day special of the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast. We have got special guests galore tonight, and my co-host will be coming along with us here as well. So we'll be joined by Kevin and Alex here shortly as well. Right now, though, we've got Jeremy from FTN Fantasy and Coach Steve over there on the Fantasy Coaches Podcast. Gentlemen, how are you two doing tonight?
I'm doing swell. It's draft day. It's basically Christmas all over again. So I'm excited. I'm ready. Get ready to get some landing spots and kind of key down some of these positional players for fantasy, and excited to see what some teams do football wise as well. It's always fun.
Yeah, it's a great day. It's a great day to find out finally all these people these players we've been talking about, hyping them up based off their talent, and we're really going to find out where they land tonight. It's going to be a fantastic first night. Lots of trades, I bet.
Yeah, this is one of those that it certainly seems like the most crazy draft that I can remember, right? Like the last few, it definitely felt where it kind of went very scripted, very by the book type of deal. This one here seems like we could see some chaos unfold tonight. Lots of things kind of breaking out. This is one of those that the Ravens certainly earlier today wrapped up their long-term quarterback prospects there. No intrigue left at the QB position in Baltimore there, which, this is just one of those that we got what we kind of all were expecting there. And this is one of those that the one thing I was not expecting that happened today was how many people were talking about how poor a movie of Draft Day was. And I was a little shocked on that one. That was one of those that I get that that's not how things actually unfold, and I get that. But what did you really want? A entire movie of a bunch of millionaires and billionaires having a very professional office meeting discussion there? Like that's an awful way to fill 90 minutes.
Yeah, I thought it was a perfect movie for what it was.
Exactly.
It gave you a little bit of a look in behind, what the war rooms and stuff like that look like. They're not going to be able to give you probably true on historical data. The teams don't want you knowing everything. So I think it was fun. I think it was entertaining. I went into it not expecting it to be an Oscar winning film. So I liked it. I thought it was good for what it was, but I'm sure it's not everybody's cup of tea.
Coach Steve, we're asking the hard and riveting questions right here. What was your take on Draft Day?
It's a fun movie to watch, obviously, every year. I watched it yesterday. It's a good old fun. It's kind of funny how nuts they get about draft picks. As we know, I feel like in the NFL today, someone trading 3 first-round picks isn't as crazy. It's crazy, but it's not like shocking to the world. It's like, all right, yeah, you're going to trade up to get a quarterback or whatever position you want. But in the movie, it's just like, oh my God, I gave 3 future first-round picks. That's my life right there. But we've seen that NFL teams can obviously do that. But it's funny to see that. But it's a good movie. It's not the greatest movie ever, but it's a solidly fun movie.
Yeah, it's one of those that I've always got to watch it every year that about this time, just to kind of get hyped, right? It's one of those that certainly gets you hyped and ready to go. And like you said, it's a good movie for what it was, right? If you went in expecting, great cinematic adventure, that's not the movie for you. But for just an overall, just sit down and watch it. Not a bad flick.
Yeah, I always like those movies. Less mental capacity to have to watch the movie. I can just sit down. I can grab, my drink of choice, put it on, and enjoy 90 minutes of fun, as opposed to when I watch other movies where I'm trying to dissect the movie as it's going on, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? So
right.
I like it.
Have to kind of constantly
it allows my mind to rest,
Exactly.
We all know in this industry, and anybody who plays fantasy football, it's 24/7 about trades, players,
Absolutely.
So be able to let it calm down for 90 minutes is a blessing, in my opinion.
And the Kevin is here. Kevin, how we doing?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing good. So we were just talking about Draft Day, and it was all over Twitter, especially how much people dislike that movie, and I'm very much on the opposite side of the fence there, where it's not a bad flick. Not a
Kevin-
bad.
Kevin
Not a-
Costner's a genius.
Exactly.
Nah, it was all right. I mean, I think it's hard to make a good sports movie in a lot of cases because you already know said outcome of the movie. Like there's no real unknown. Like what is it? This Air, right? Did you see the Jordan movie or the Nike movie about Jordan? Like you know what's going on. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but honestly, the documentary and calling it a documentary was better for Jordan than that movie could ever be. Like same thing with Miracle. Great movie. To an extent, they win though. Like there's no suspense. Like I don't know.
Fair
I
enough.
struggle with them a little bit.
Fair enough.
It's fair.
So one of the things too that we were going to go through and kind of get some people's takes on it before things actually kick off here, and that's some of the the props out there, right? Some of us enjoy visiting the books, through the electronic versions these days, but still. So if you've got an idea or a call that you want to make on this one, let's do it. But one of the first ones we have, right? Like this is a quarterback class that there's a lot of folks expecting QBs to come off the board quick, fast, in a hurry very early on this one. And a lot of books out there have it where the total quarterbacks drafted in round one, they set the line at 4.5. What are you guys' thoughts on this one?
I'd take the over. I think that Hendon Hooker sneaks in at the end.
Okay.
I think the top four obviously go pretty early. I think one slides to that teen range, and then I think you see possibly someone trade into like the late 20s or the end, like 30, 31 to grab Hendon Hooker.
What call your shot there then? What teams you think are your best candidates to slide in there towards the end?
We talked about it. We did a mock draft episode, actually released it today on the FTN Dynasty podcast, and we talked about it. Seattle's a team that we think could go. We think they might skip at the beginning of the draft and kind of potentially move up from 37 and go ahead and slide somewhere into the back half of the first there and grab Hendon Hooker. Obviously, kind of a redshirt year for him coming off that ACL. Similar in style to Geno Smith, not like an identical clone or anything like that, but he has that similar mannerisms about him, can kind of move and kind of hurt you as a dual threat-ish quarterback. Probably not as much as the NFL level as he did at the collegiate level, but he can kind of do that. And then big, strong-armed kind of quarterback can kind of be ready in a year. I mean, he's already a little bit matured and kind of steps in and can kind of take over for the Seahawks next year. If they choose to go that route with Geno, potentially, if Geno doesn't have as good of a year as he had last season, they see a little bit of a decline. They could easily slide to Hooker, cost them a lot less than spending that top 5 pick on, say, Anthony Richardson or somebody like that.
Okay.
No, I like that. And was it 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, we were prepping our kind of mock draft 3.0s, and the first version I had up, I had Tennessee trading back up with Philadelphia there at 30 for very much the same reason.
I like that.
And I wasn't sure about it, and really up until like this weekend, I think I was pretty set that no, there's just going to be 4. Like Hooker's just not warranted a first-round pick in my eyes. Like I watch damn near every single SEC football game there is just because of being a Georgia fan. I just always watch that. I personally think he's a system guy. We'll find out, right? When he gets in, and we're going to see how his progressions work, right? Is he just that one read quarterback being in that offense with Tennessee where it was, play action, throw the ball down the field, you have Hyatt or you have Tillman, and those are your kind of 2 options, or you're running the ball well because teams are backing off against the pass, and whether he can read an NFL defense, that'll come with time. I guess we'll see, but I've wanted it to be 4. I thought it was going to be 4, and I finally kind of turned my leaf and you know what? It's going to be 5 because you need that 5th year on Hendon Hooker for that redshirt year. right? Like you want him to be able to heal properly, get with your medical staff, get with your training staff, learn your offense, have a year for a team that there is zero expectation whatsoever. And then when we go into the 2024 season, now we're talking about a possible quarterback battle at camp and kind of go through that. And so I have officially talked myself into that fifth quarterback because I feel like with Hooker specifically, I don't have him graded at first round, but all the little things to me make sense of why he should be if a team's really interested in him, because you need that fifth year to redshirt him year one.
It can't be any worse than a Paxton Lynch first round type of pick.
That's revisionist history, though, right? Like it's easy to say that.
No, I get you.
Trust me, we could go through like a whole Bills like from 1999 to about 2015. Every first round pick basically didn't hit. So
EJ Manuel.
Go through all those.
Again, another guy. He was great at Florida State, right? Like I mean. EJ Manuel did a lot of really good things at Florida State, and he just could not get his head wrapped around the professional game. That's why.
And I'm worried about Hooker the same way.
We got a trade.
I think. Oh, we already got a trade?
Oh, yeah.
I got to keep Twitter up.
Cardinals trade the 66th pick for the 94th and the 2024 fifth round pick.
See, I really thought when you were like the Cardinals trade, I'm like, oh my, way to build the suspense
thanks,
there,
Steve.
Coach Steve.
Appreciate that.
The Cardinals traded, just not the pick we wanted. So,
there's a lot
I was
of
getting excited.
There's a lot of
tampering with the Eagles going on, forcing them to make some swaps.
Well, there's also a lot of intrigue and a lot of speculation that D-Hop might not be a Cardinal after the end of tonight as well. So,
definitely not.
You sitting there saying the Cardinals trade, it'd say, oh my. What do we got? What's cooking here?
Yeah, I was getting excited. We did on that mock draft. We did trades and stuff, and I traded with the Cardinals with the Titans to come up and grab a quarterback. So I was like, wait, could I be a fortune teller?
There you go.
And Steve's like, no, it's like pick 60 something. Oh my gosh, I see how this is gonna go.
Steve, what do you got? Over under 4.5 QBs taken round one tonight.
Oh, I mean, it's got to be. I really do believe a team will jump in right at the end of that draft tonight and get Hendon Hooker. I mean, it makes sense. There are definitely teams that have him higher on most people's boards than other people do. And if he's sitting there at the end of the draft, why would you not go up and at least get that fifth-year option on a player that you might think is a franchise quarterback? I mean, I think the Lions are a possibility. I think if Houston doesn't decide to take a quarterback early, maybe they decide to come up and say, hey, we'll go grab him at the end of the draft here.
We already know we're going to be bad this year. So
I think the Saints could trade out of the first round and then trade back into the first round and get a player like that. That's a possibility, I think.
Oh, please tell me that 29th pick gets traded yet again. Like that's a hot potato pick nobody wants to seem to hold on to.
Probably not.
So I went on Twitter, and according to Schefter, the reason this trade took place was to settle a tampering dispute.
Yes.
For Jonathan Gannon. So the Eagles got the 66th pick this year and traded away a fifth rounder in the 94. Yeah, a fifth rounder in 24 and the 94th this year to the Cardinals to settle a tampering dispute. I find it weird that there's levels of tampering. Like if you're tampering, aren't you just tampering regardless? Like the Dolphins lost a first-round pick for tampering, and then this settles a tampering dispute between the Cardinals and Eagles. Like
seems like the Eagles made out. To be honest,
it's just like every suspension that goes on.
They would have been made out, yeah.
Right.
You know, like the gambling stuff, the new ones with Jameson Williams and the Lions, like some players got more than others. I didn't really see exactly why, but it's like, why isn't it all the same? You know, obviously Ridley's was more because, I mean, he was gambling on the NFL. So that makes a difference.
On his team.
Yeah, that's a little bit more drastic, but it's kind of like, you know, just all the different suspensions and stuff that gets handed out. It's kind of like, I wish or feel like it should be a little bit more uniform than what they tend to hand out. So who knows? Maybe it wasn't bad enough tampering. They only called him once.
Yeah, they only bought him drinks. They didn't take him out for dinner.
Yeah, Yeah, they didn't buy him the steak. They got him like the 2 for $20 meal. That warrants a third rounder. Had they got him the steak and his second rounder, so it goes.
Yeah, but I would agree. The Eagles did make out. I mean, to Coach Steve's point, I do agree that you're able to move up, and hey, you get a top end of the third round pick right there, and something you weren't expecting. That's an extra little present for a team that's going to be drafting at the back end of the draft all this year.
Right. Right, and it's not like they didn't have draft capital anyway heading in there. Now their draft capital just gets better.
Is that 10 picks for or 9?
Yeah. I'd have to look it up.
I'm looking.
Of the Eagles?
Yeah.
I don't think they gave up a pick in this draft too, so I don't think they changed.
Oh, that's right. It balanced out. You're correct.
Yeah.
But still improved it nonetheless.
Right, exactly.
All righty. So we're all kind of, and I'm right there with you guys. I'm thinking 4.5. I'm thinking the over on that one, right? Like I do think that you're going to see a team like a Seattle potentially moving either back from pick 20 or moving up from the second round into it. The Vikings potentially trying to go out and get their guy to go out and get the Hendon Hooker, right? Like you've got a team that has that bridge quarterback already in place, or an aging quarterback that, quite frankly, they may not want to try and sign what that contract's going to look like going forward. But leads us to a next one there. Total defensive players drafted round 1. The line was set 14.5. What are we thinking here?
I think it could go higher, honestly. I mean, we've talked a lot about how there's a lot of people saying that there's not going to be a lot of wide receivers going this first round of this draft here. Very few compared to a lot of the previous years we've seen. And outside of the quarterbacks and maybe a tight end or two, it pretty much could be a very defensive heavy draft this year. There's a lot of great defensive players, especially in that top half, that range of 5 to 12. There's a lot of defensive players that people might want to end up taking. So I could see it being over 14.
I'm going to actually lean the other way, Steve. No disrespect. I think that the offensive line grouping isn't super deep, but is quality at the top half. And I think we see that's where they're going to make up. Yeah, we won't see a ton of wide receivers, but I think you're going to see 4 to 5 quarterbacks. So there's already 5 of 32 picks. Say you get 4 linemen, you're at 9. You add, 2 running backs. It's 11. 3 wide receivers. I'm going to say under. It's going to be close. Be real close.
I'm gonna go
under.
I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to go the over on that one. I think that we easily see that 15, 16 players taken there. I like the point that you made about the offensive line, right? Like I very well could see that we see, even up to 7 offensive linemen taken in this one, right? Like, you've got the kind of those big 4. I think Anton Harrison's a guy that can sneak up in their, late 20s. You may see a couple of guards taken in Osiris Torrance, and Steve Avila very well could sneak up into the first round there as well. The wide receivers, it's not necessarily a super deep class, but teams that might have been looking at the wide receiver, I think that, they also are probably looking cornerback there as well. And that's a position that, just like the wide receiver, has started to see more of a premium role in this league. The cornerbacks are very quickly becoming that's you got to defend all those wide receivers. And so it takes that, similar talent on the opposite side of the ball to do that. And so you're seeing more of a premium on those cornerbacks as well.
Yeah, I think the defensive backs for me is what pushes the over.
Yeah.
Right. You have your pass rushers. We kind of know that there's going to be 4 quality pass rushers taken in the first round at least, on top of probably a reach or 2, which always seems to happen. But it's the defensive backs. I could think you might see 6 here in this first round, and be okay with that number by the time you get through, Brian Branch and Witherspoon and Gonzalez and these guys. So
right.
I think it's over. And I think I'll have to look up the statistic, but I think, is it the last 4 years in a row there's been more defensive players taken in the first round than offensive players?
I know last year that was certainly the case.
Interesting.
Yeah, I need to find that, because I thought I read that somewhere, and now that I'm speaking.
I'd be interested to see what that is and how close they are, and see what it compares to. I feel like if it's a bad quarterback class, I lean defense,
right.
But usually when that's a stronger quarterback class, I feel like that's kind of when the offense probably maybe would like win that prop, I would say. But yeah, but that was a good point too, Derek. I really like that call with the cornerbacks. A lot of those teams in the 20s that we're talking could go wide receiver, equally have need at the cornerback position. So depending what those teams decide to do, you could easily see that flip that prop very close. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be pretty split.
Yeah, it's one of those that they set it at 14.5 for a reason, because it's going to probably come down to 14 or 15 on that one. Like I could easily see that, and that's an interesting deal there too when you're talking cornerbacks, because this is a class that you could very easily see your kind of groupings and pockets of cornerbacks come off the board, right? Like you've got your kind of your two standouts out there for most folks. We're in Christian Gonzalez, in Devin Witherspoon. Both of those guys I could see going inside the top 10. And then you've got kind of that second pocket with guys like Joey Porter, Julius Brents is kind of in that same deal. Deontay Banks in that same type of deal for me. Kind of in the teens, I could see 3-4 teams in there all looking cornerbacks, and then you've got kind of those guys mid-20s as well with 3-4 teams there looking with a need at cornerback there as well. And you could probably see I'm going to say probably somewhere between 6 and 8 cornerbacks taken in this first round. Would not surprise me on that one.
I agree.
We watching SNL right now?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like,
Modern Family.
Muted though, so I don't know what's going on.
What are we watching here now?
I don't know what they're saying. I just see people. I got my screen's muted, so I don't know. I just see. I'm gonna be a real good lip reader by the end of this.
It must be fans who are like famous people who are like obviously Chiefs fans because they're in Kansas City. So,
right? How do that's one of those two? They. The NFL looked at this and said, how do we figure out a way to get past the boos quickly into cheering when we bring out Roger Goodell?
Right.
Let's make sure he doesn't get booed.
Here's a way. Patrick Mahomes with the Lombardi trophy. That'll get you in Kansas
I know that guy.
Right. And then Kelsey's right behind him.
Yeah, that will definitely change that crowd real quick.
Yeah, no kidding.
How do you guys feel about the draft hats, by the way? I'm a hat guy, so I figured I'd ask.
Anymore I wear one hat. It's a good old boy's hat.
Yeah, so. I'm just curious.
I'm always a fan of them.
Sometimes I don't love them. Like this year, I think they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're not bad. Not shabby at all. So, with Kevin, his hats, you pretty much got to put a Georgia logo on it, and it's good in his book. So.
Yeah, mine are all Bills hats, so it doesn't matter.
I got a couple Broncos hats.
7 of them.
That's true. So, you brought up an interesting one here where you said 2 running backs taken, and there's a prop out there for that one. So let's hit that one up there real quick. Total RBs taken round 1.5 is the line.
I'm going over. I think 2 get taken. I think Bijan's pretty locked in, and I think Gibbs sneaks in at the back half. Okay. If not Charbonnet, depending on the team. But I'm really kind of locked in that I think Gibbs ends up in one of those tail end teams, whether it's Cincinnati, Philly, or Kansas City. I think he ends up at one of those 3 teams.
Not Buffalo?
My personal opinion. No, I think the Bills I think they like James Cook. The problem with the Bills is I think everybody thinks that James Cook is not in their favor, but like the Bills have always done that. No matter who it is, their rookie players they bring in never play. Like it's just like their philosophy. Like they don't really play them in any type of large roles. And I think bringing in Damian Harris tells you everything. I think they do draft a running back, but it's going to probably be like day 3. I think they go. I don't think they're going to spend, especially spending a second on James Cook. They're not going to go running back. I think it just stays with. I mean, if Bijan falls to him at like 27, maybe. I think that would change their mind. But no, I think they stay away from a running back and they ride James Cook out. That's my opinion.
All right. I'm going to change topics real quick. Do we really think Sleeper is 12 minutes ahead of the NFL draft?
No. Are you talking about them calling the Bryce Young call already?
Yeah.
So there was
well, I might have to. Like, last year I know it was like 3 minutes ahead, and we
Right.
got ourselves in trouble a little bit because we got antsy about middle of the first round, just started calling off picks in the middle of discussions. It got crazy, but yeah, it's 3 minutes old. There's 9 minutes left on the clock based off of my cell phone feed. So
Right. Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Shams threw it out there on Twitter and announced that Bryce Young was the pick there, and he did that about 7-8 minutes ago. So I think that's probably it. And they're a lot of what Sleeper does is or at least what it seems like they do is they have those alerts set where it's somebody noteworthy, reputable journalist tweets something and it pulls it into that thing, because most of the time the sources look very, very similar.
True.
Twitter's all over, or on it too. People are like, maybe don't tip picks and push.
They're talking about Bryce Young right now. No, Kuiper is.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
I mean, it's gonna be Bryce Young likely.
It has to be,
but I feel like at first I thought it was gonna end up being Stroud, but like with what's happened leading up to it, it just seems like it's Bryce Young's pretty locked to be this pick. So,
and Dove Kleinman came out and said that that account won't be tipping picks tonight like they've done in the past several years there. So that's usually that was usually the account that was ahead of everybody by a long shot.
So while we wait for this first pick, if there's what's your guys' feel good story of the first round? Like a player who just goes to the perfect situation and just makes everybody kind of nod their head and go, yeah, that makes sense, and that's a great pick for the team.
Probably Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Packers. I think it makes so much sense for them to get a guy who can go underneath and work the middle of the field for a guy like Jordan Love. It would be such a feel-good story for the Packers fans to be like, oh my God, we actually drafted a first-round wide receiver. Oh, wow.
I don't know if that would be the feel-good. That would definitely be the most irony of the entire draft.
I just hope somebody's got a camera on Aaron Rodgers when they, should they do that.
I don't know if Rodgers will care too much at this point. He's got Garrett Wilson he's throwing to now. What's he care? He's got a top 20 pick.
Right. That's very true. Kevin, I think I know which one you're going to go with, so I'm going to pivot off of that one. But the one that I would really like to see is Dalton Kincaid to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like that's the one that just scheme-wise, production-wise, like I think that's a very, very, very good fit for him. And that's kind of the where that call would make me happy if that's the one that where it comes to play.
I'll go tight end too. I'll say Mayer to Dallas.
That's another one that he just has that kind of Jason Witten feel, doesn't he?
Yeah, he just feels like a Dallas tight end to me.
Exactly.
Just feels like it. I think that would be a nice fit for him. Can assist in that blocking game, as well as give them basically what they've always asked out of tight ends in their passing game, if not a little bit more athletic than Dalton Schultz. Very muchly closer to Jason Witten, and kind of give them that interior pass catching threat, opposed to going, say, like one of the speedier slot receivers in this draft class.
Right on.
They're going to take 15 minutes, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they're going to.
I think the NFL does it. Like,
too.
Did you see the picture of the war room in Carolina? They were all sitting there. They weren't doing anything. Like,
no,
I think the NFL makes them take the whole 15 minutes in the first pick.
They've got TV obligations, I believe.
Yeah.
We have to last long enough.
Right. So, Derek, I think you're right. I was trying to talk myself into Bijan to the Cowboys as the feel-good story, replacing Zeke, kind of that next era, blah, blah. It's not. It's Joey Porter to the Steelers.
That's the one I actually thought you were going with.
Yeah, it's Joey Porter Jr. to the Steelers and reliving in his father's footsteps. The Steelers need help there in the defensive end or the defensive secondary. Porter is going to be able to kind of step in right away, probably play on the offside here to begin with, but kind of the hometown kid living in his father's footsteps, carry on that legacy within a historic franchise like the Steelers. Like, I just think that for me, that's kind of the feel good story that I'd like to see come out of the draft.
And they would almost get a steal there as well, having it, should Porter fall to him there at 17 type of pick, and he very well might be there, but probably one of the best press coverage corners that you're going to see in this draft. Like the guy can get up there and really, really jam a receiver coming off the line and does an exceptional job at it.
I think the way it happens is when you get your offensive line run.
Yeah.
Right. If you get that good offensive line run between, probably pick 10 and 14, I think that does enough to force everybody down the board a little bit. Where Porter could still get to the Steelers. But yeah, it'll be a little tough, but I see a way. I'm going to talk it into existence.
I like it. So they're now saying that the Panthers pick's officially in. It's it's already been leaked out there more than once that it's Bryce Young here. So thoughts for Bryce Young and the Panthers moving forward. What do we like on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's the prime spot for a quarterback. They talked about it here on the draft. They were kind of alluding to it. The coaching staff's full of great quarterback coaches, not just Frank Wright. Bryce Young's kind of one of those that's probably the most NFL ready, I'd say, as far as like complete game goes. Very good processor of the game. Very good at pocket manipulation. I would say he's probably not going to be a huge dual threat guy at the NFL level, but enough to hurt a defense when they get caught in man coverage and get their backs turned. And I think the biggest issue has always been height and weight. And I think that he has kind of been able to manipulate the pocket and find throwing lanes his entire career at Alabama, playing in the SEC with bigger type of defensive linemen and offensive linemen. So I'm not overly worried that he's not going to be able to do that at the NFL level. I really do. I know it's an easy comp, but I really think he's going to be very Russell Wilson-esque. Just kind of being able to use his feet, manipulate, and kind of open up some throwing lanes with his eyes and his body to help aid in getting the ball over the middle of the field as well as deep. So if it is Bryce Young, I like it.
Officially made.
Yeah, as long as it's not 2020 or 2022 Russell Wilson. That's
yeah, we don't want that. Early Russell Wilson. Sorry, I'll clarify.
There you go. I was just saying if Carolina gets last year's Russell Wilson, yikes. But yeah, it's also interesting too when you think about that from the standpoint that that's a team very much needing to rebuild there as well, and not necessarily a ton of offensive weapons there for Bryce Young. The line isn't necessarily great, so it'll be interesting to see how this journey really comes for him.
Yeah. I think if his arm strength can improve slightly, he has the initial processing speed to be, I think, more like Drew Brees in a sense than Russell Wilson because of his lack of maneuverability. If that kind of fits in, like he's just not going to move the way Russ did. He's not built that way. I am very much afraid of him taking a big shot and, seemingly snap in half, right? Like his frame really worries me. Like he looks frail, and that doesn't mean that he is, right? Like it doesn't mean that he's going to be a peach and sit out all these games, but the optics of it, he looks like a junior high basketball player, not an NFL quarterback. And to me, I'm a little worried about that. Now with Carolina, like Jeremy mentioned, tons of great coaching staff, right? Like you have all these people to help mentor, develop, and kind of get you off on the right set. Having a strong running game, much like they did last year with no quarterback play whatsoever, will help him in that game. I think they still need a receiver, in my opinion. Like I like Marshall. I don't have any issues with Adam Thielen trying to, revitalize his career and being a good veteran presence to speak to the young quarterback. but I don't see where you have a dynamic playmaker outside to really help bail you out of bad situations. And eventually you need someone who can step up and create separation. And I'm not convinced that the Panthers truly have anybody like that outside who can, when you need a 3rd and 6, that they can get, 8 yards on a stick route and make that cut. And they're, 3 foot open, which is wide open in the NFL. But so that way Bryce Young can throw it in there and get that first down. I just don't see it.
Yeah, no, I think it's the right pick for the Panthers to do, not to go over the top and go nuts. Young is I think a safe, reliable, accurate type of quarterback where as long as you give him the right type of production that he needs, and hopefully next year give him some weapons, he should be no doubt successful at the next level. At this point, I mean, you're going to get a guy for the Panthers who I think can help make a difference for this organization that desperately needs it. And he's going to be a solid option in fantasy. He's not going to be someone who's overly mobile. So get that out of your head early on. He can, but he's not part of his game. And he should probably be a top 3 pick in rookie drafts moving forward right now. So maybe we'll see what happens in the next hour or so.
Yeah. The Texans seemingly couldn't wait to get that pick in fast enough. There's places already announcing that the pick is in. Some places are saying who it is, but it'll be interesting to see if this was all smoke screen that we saw coming through here over the last couple of weeks here when it's with the Texans talking about what they were going to do with this. Were they going defensive edge rusher? Were they a team in need of quarterback? Were they going to draft quarterback here? Were they trading it? Looks like the pick's in, so it'll be interesting to see how this one comes to play as well.
Surprise, not a trade.
Yeah, and do you find there's so many teams that want to trade down, right? That are in kind of that top 6 that you wonder if they couldn't find the right partner or compensation wise and everything else to justify trading down and
yeah, I think they really like
builds.
Yeah, they like the defensive side of the ball. They like one of the quarterbacks, like you said, Kevin. They probably would have wanted a lot because even if they don't like the quarterbacks, like Will Anderson is a dynamic athlete if that's who they choose here, opposed to a quarterback. Like he's still dynamic, and they're still going to want a lot for that pick because like they like him, and they're not guaranteed to get him unless they only fall back, 2 or 3 slots. So,
right,
I think that's right. Probably because they probably couldn't get somebody. So,
and you look at it too, the 2 most desperate teams for quarterback, which would make sense to go up there and number 2 and make the trade for, are in division, right? Like you can't necessarily see them. Well, they if they aren't necessarily high on the guy to the point where they're willing to fall back on, you don't want to trade a quarterback in division to either Tennessee or Indianapolis, who both appear to be quarterback hungry.
I really want to know what this pick is because this is going to change a lot in the draft.
I know. I'm sitting here, I'm like constantly refreshing Twitter, waiting to see.
Oh, I've got it. Oh wait,
yeah, I've got it as well. I'm waiting.
I want to see the actual pick. I don't trust anything until I see it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, but
yeah.
Here we go.
They got the pan flyover coming in here, so yeah, it'll be interesting. Hush silence falls over the crowd.
D'Amico
all the smoke screens.
Looks good all dressed up though. Like he looks
there
like
it is. There it is.
There's the smoke screen.
Yeah.
All right, now they just got to take JSN at 12, and all my hopes and dreams will come true.
Yeah, that was a pick that I kept having in my in all of my mocks, was that JSN was their pick at 12. And we see that happen so often now, where teams go out, they draft the quarterback, and then they find. They find a way to get their favorite college target to bring in and play with them because it's the chemistry is already there and they seemingly make some magic happen on the field. But CJ Stroud, the pick here at number 2 for the Texans, leaving the smoke screens were definitely very smoky over the last few weeks here.
The Texans just made the Cardinals a lot of draft capital right there. I bet you the Cardinals trade this pick.
No,
Because now teams that need a quarterback are starting to get a little antsy. I think if they were believing that smoke screen, they thought that they'd have no quarterbacks gone until at least Indianapolis at 4. So now 2 are gone. You're down to 2. There's going to be some phone calls made.
Right. Although if they go like defensive line, like, had been kind of, the thought in a lot of people's minds with this pick, and you still got CJ Stroud sitting there at 3, you got Anthony Richardson still on the board, and you've got Will Levis on the board. The Cardinals, the asking price that they could have had for that pick would have been insane.
Oh yeah.
So the Texans not doing the Cardinals too many favors there.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe. We'll see.
It's all right. I like this pick for Houston. I
CJ
think
Stroud was my QB1, so
I would agree. He was mine
now
as well up until our last mock, where I finally flipped it because there were just all the signs pointing towards Bryce Young. But if I were doing it, I would have taken Stroud one overall.
Me too.
I think he has, at least what I look for, more in a quarterback. Right now, the thing with him is he going to use the legs like he did in flashes at Ohio State, right? Like, he's not a runner, but he can be more mobile than what he showed at Ohio State. In large part, he didn't have to, right? Like, he had a great set of weapons around him. He had arguably the best offensive line in the Big Ten. Like, he didn't really have to run for his life against anybody. So I think where his true success is going to come in, especially immediately for the Texans, is how much is he willing to move that pocket around and even go out and get those 5, 6, 7 yards when, your play breaks down a little bit, or is he going to make professional decisions, right, wrong, or indifferent, and just throw it away, live to fight another day? Like, what's this coaching staff going to build him towards for them to be successful sooner rather than later?
I feel you. Derek, I got to bounce, so it was a pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Jeremy,
I'm
you're
glad
always.
I got to see CJ Stroud for the Texans. Makes me happy.
I like it. Jeremy, you're always welcome. Thank you very much for coming on, Jeremy, over there at the FTN Network. Anything that you want to shout out before you go?
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's, I don't know if you guys have one, so I'm sorry if you do, but if nobody's busy tomorrow night, we'll have the day 2 show as well over on FTN's YouTube channel. Tune into that. I'll be on there for 4 great hours. You can stare at this lovely mug and check out all our written work over at ftnfantasy.com. All right. Thank you again for having me.
Thanks, Jeremy.
You have a great one.
See you guys.
See you, Jeremy.
Have a good one. So, yeah, FTN's got some good stuff over there, and I know Jeremy was also running a contest over there on his Twitter as well for some FTN giveaway as well. So, anybody out there listening may want to check that one out. I know they've got some pretty good stuff going on there. So, CJ Stroud, number 2, Bryce Young, number 1. Cardinals on the clock here, and the Cardinals look like they're going to take this thing down here a little bit. I guarantee they're working phones right now trying to figure out what they're going to do. But right now, we know the landing spots for these guys. And with the only 2 landing spots here, does it change your rankings of either of these guys as far as a dynasty fantasy football prospect go?
No. I mean, I would have taken him 1 overall, but it's almost tomato, right? Both teams still have some building to go. It's just a matter of who you think might get there a little bit faster. I think I might justify that.
We got a trade
to the Texans.
Texans.
The Texans trade back
up. Here comes Will Anderson.
Oh my!
Sorry, no wide receiver to the Texans.
Well, who? Yeah, I mean, jeez.
Why not take 2 quarterbacks?
That could be something else.
Why not just take a second QB?
Whose feed are you following?
Adam Scheffler.
Yeah, Shefty just put that on there that that trade was happening, and then then Dove Kleiman also has the trade on there as well. And Rappaport also looks like he's reported that trade as well. So while it hasn't shown up on the broadcast yet, there's
just did.
There we go. Yep.
Interesting.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
Yeah, I don't know who else that they make that move to go to get.
Yeah, 100%. Colts must be sitting pretty right now, knowing they don't got to trade up to get a quarterback.
Right.
You a
But
Levis guy or are you a
What?
Anderson guy?
Oh, Will Levis is my QB1 in the class.
Well, that makes it an easy.
What's up?
Hutch,
What's up,
welcome
Hutch?
in.
Watch.
What's up? Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm a little bit late.
No worries.
I've been trying to find out. They trade pick. The Cardinals traded the pick
Yes, they did.
Sure did.
to the Texans.
To the Texans, and it's already been leaked on who they're taking there.
Top defensive player.
Yep. Like that's they don't even need to leak that one for us
The
to have.
Texans went 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. Hutch, you know what? This is one of those that it seems seemingly every time that you come on for the live draft deal, there's
Something
some
crazy
big
happens.
trade happens.
AJ Brown on the last one, and then
Yes.
now this, man. Oh my God, that's absolutely insane.
The only thing that bums me out is the fact that we won't. Well, I can't say that we won't, but we likely won't see the JSN
Cardinals.
at number 11.
Cardinals made out
12.
big.
At 12. Yeah, I had Jason mocked to 12 for C.J. Stroud.
Wow.
I had Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud in my first 2 picks. I had it.
There, I
and now
got the
it's
breakdown
12.
if you want it.
I see it as well. So the Cardinals get number 12, number 33, a
Who's the-
first in 2024 and a third in 2024. The Texans get the 105 and this pick right now at 3.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wait, the
Yes.
105? What?
Yeah, they get the 105
105
this year.
105.
Oh, 105. Okay, they said
105,
like 105,
yeah.
like 1.05.
No, not in the first round.
No.
That'd be a three-way trade.
105th pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
that's
is
kind of crazy
wild.
because that's a mid first, a early second, and then another first and a third. Like that is that's a
What a
big
play.
trade there.
Ballsy. Love it.
And
What?
we've also got Alex rocking and rolling. The pick is official. Will Anderson Jr. is that. So the Texans, we're talking draft day, the movie draft day. Seemingly, we got some magic happening with the trades and the Texans trying to sprinkle a little bit of dust on that pick and make some things happen here.
Oh my goodness, that is absolutely insane.
I love it. Good for Houston.
Right?
Good for Houston. I love it.
That's what they call making a splash right there. So I'm pretty sure just about every mock draft in the world you can throw it out now.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
The players are right,
Hold on,
though.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
players are in the right
Players
order
are
from what
right.
a lot of people had them.
Yeah.
That's true. Just not the landing
the team
spot.
changed. Yeah, the
I had
landing
we
spot
had-
changed.
I had Richmond at 3 of the Titans. I did not have this. Oh my goodness.
So we had Will Anderson going. He was one of the first 2 off the board, right? I think a few of us. I had Tyree Wilson, and then I had Will Anderson. I thought the Cardinals would take Tyree Wilson, and then Will Anderson. So it was 1A, 1B. We knew that the 2 quarterbacks were going to go, right? Like all of these pundits were like, "Oh, they're leaning towards defense." Look, you need a quarterback in order to win in this league. We knew the Texans were going to go quarterback. That was clearly a smokescreen for everybody else, and probably a smokescreen to put some pressure on Carolina. So we get the 2 quarterbacks to go first. We get a defensive guy. Now, granted, this trade is pretty remarkable to see Houston come up and get 2 and 3. Like that's pretty darn crazy. And
has that like ever happened? Like someone 2 top 3 picks?
I don't know.
I don't remember that.
I can't think of
Never.
anything that's been
who was
like
it?
that.
Someone had 1 and 3.
I know Miami that one year. Miami the 2 a year. They had what 1 and 5.
No.
They did. They had something like that. Yeah, they had 5.
Maybe
and
that's what
something
I'm thinking of.
I know Miami had 2
You had-
top 5s.
Yeah, last year you had the Texans? No, it was the Jets had a couple of top 10 picks. The
Right.
Giants also had a couple of top 10 picks last year.
That was the year the Jets, like everyone thought the Jets crushed that draft. I mean, they did. They had a lot of good players.
Yeah, they really, did some amazing things there. But yeah, no, this really is
I like it.
very interesting. I'm a big fan of it move.
I am. Yeah,
I'm
this is insane.
Best defensive. I don't know if the best pass rusher in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
I still contend that Jalen Carter is the best defensive player overall in this draft, but best pass rusher in this draft, and they got their guy. I mean, what more can you ask for if your team's been sitting in the cellar, right, and you've been trying to dig your way out, and you finally have the capital, you have a new regime for your coaching staff. What a better way to send a message to your fan base that says, hey, we are here to play. Like, we are done sitting around and finishing third, fourth place in the division, and we are ready to make a run in an AFC South that's not necessarily dominated by anybody yet, right? Like, Jacksonville looked better, but over the course of the last 10 years, Jacksonville's had a lot of highs and a lot of lows that equal them. They're not necessarily a mainstay at the top of that division. The Colts have felt like for a couple of years now that they've been a quarterback away and just continue to regress. And then the Texans, who managed to find themselves in the playoffs with a roster that looks older and worse every single year.
Yeah.
I can tell you this. I was at the Texans game. It was Deshaun's return to Houston. And first off, the stadium was not anywhere close to full, right? And that was when you had a reason to be there as a Texans fan, to either boo the guy that quit on you, if that's how you want to look at it, or to watch your team try to beat the guy that quit on you, if that's how you want to look at it. And that wasn't even enough to get that stadium full. So they need to do something, right? They needed to make a splash. They needed to return to getting butts and seats. And how do you do it? Well, you go out and say, hey, we're making a commitment here. We've got pick number 2. We've got our quarterback of the future, we believe. And we've got pick number 3, which is a one of the top 2 in some people's minds, top 1 defensive player in this draft. So if nothing else, like, you know, we always talk about when teams hire coaches, like, oh, did he win the press conference? And like, winning the press conference is, you know, is that crucial? And like, we've seen time and time again that winning the press conference doesn't really do you squat, because Nick Sirianni definitely did not win the press conference when he got hired, and he took him to a Super Bowl 2 years later. So I think I think that the Texans are doing something to prove to their fan base, like, hey, we're going to have a product here. We've brought in D'Amico. We now have a quarterback. We're serious about about trading up to get a defensive player. Like, we weren't going to wait until later in the round to go get a defensive player. We wanted this guy now. Oh. So it does show a commitment to
Colts pick is in. What do you think?
Anthony Richardson.
There's no doubt.
It is. Is it Richardson? It's either Richardson or Levis.
So Schefter was just talking about how Shane Steichen worked with Jalen Hurts.
Please give me Levis.
It's Richardson.
It's Anthony Richardson.
Well, but at the same token, right? Steichen also worked with Herbert as well.
That's fair.
And to be fair there too, right? Will Levis kind of fit that mold as a dual threat type of guy. With the closest comp being to one of your favorite players out there, Alex, and Carson Wentz.
Can we talk
Richardson?
Okay, so this, aside from the X's and O's of all this, how fantastic has it been to see the emotion on these guys' faces as they get their name called, right?
Right.
That little hat cam that they have where they put the hat
crying, man. Anthony Richardson's literally crying on the camera.
He is. And CJ Stroud was crying, and we knew, like, these guys knew they were going to be first-round draft picks, but look at how much it means to them. Like, it's
insane.
From a human standpoint, this is really cool.
Yeah, it Absolutely. Is. It's awesome.
So this is one of those that it's an interesting type of deal here as well, especially for a fantasy, prospect and the dynasty, where, if you're talking super flex, you're now talking where landing spots of these guys. Mm-hmm. So now knowing the landing spots of Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, and CJ Stroud, right? Does that change anything for you as far as where you're drafting these guys from a dynasty perspective? Or the order in which you're drafting them?
I mean, my order always was Young, Stroud, Richardson, and that's how it's gone. So I don't think it necessarily changes too much. No, I thought they were all going to go top 5. So I mean, doesn't really change too much. Where's Will Levis fall though now? Where do you think Will Levis goes? Because I mean, he's gonna.
I think Seattle trades back.
Do you think Seattle trades back?
Yeah,
I
think
there's
so.
I
Or do you think they take
imagine
Jalen Carter here?
No, I don't think they take Jalen Carter on this one. I think the first team that would be willing to take the shot on Carter would be Detroit at number 6 here. But I think realistically that there's a pretty good chance that if Detroit doesn't take Carter, I think he falls to 9 or to 10. And I think that's where he would end up going, would be the Bears or the Eagles at that point.
Man, what a cheat code for the Eagles. God dang,
Right?
how did I get a number 10 pick? So I could totally be on board with seeing Seattle trade this pick. Obviously, you know,
We're already
Tennessee
5 minutes in the clock.
Tennessee could use a quarterback. They're sitting out there at 11. I'm sure they've got picks to make that work.
Right.
Yeah,
You've also got teams like Tampa Bay. You could need a quarterback here. You could have teams like the Commanders potentially.
Will Levis on the board, man.
Even Detroit, you know, like Detroit could do it as an
What
insurance
if
play.
Seattle
to Jared
takes Will
Goff.
Levis?
I mean, they could, but I think the move for Seattle wouldn't necessarily to be picking a guy top 5 when you just paid Geno for that extension. Especially, I think the move for them would be to either wait there at 20, in which Hendon Hooker will likely be there for you, or you trade back up into the late first, 29, 30, somewhere in that range to try and take a guy there if they really want to go that route. But I don't know that you take a top 5 quarterback when you just signed Geno to having the year that he has. Just the capital that you're tying up in one position at that point.
Lamar's getting $55 million a year. You think they're worried about Geno Smith's cap hit?
Yeah,
fair.
No. Oh God, you're not
fair.
Where's the Seattle clock at for you guys? Because for me, it's at 3:30.
minutes.
There's still
I'm at 3:10.
All right, yeah, I'm at 3:30 right now. There's still no movement.
I think Carroll's happy going defensive player here. And
I agree.
Building his
I
trenches.
think he's
Seattle's
happy with
moving
it.
here.
I think he's pleased with. Look, the offense wasn't necessarily the problem in Seattle last year, right?
No, not at all.
Like you have to be able to stop San Francisco twice a year, the Rams twice a year, which they weren't themselves last year. I think we can all agree like that was a bad year for the Rams, and rightfully so. It was the Super Bowl hangover. They sold out for a Super Bowl. It worked out for them.
Right.
And you have to stop. Who's the 14 there? Why am I blanking?
You got to stop Kyler and the Cardinals when Kyler's healthy.
Like defense is a.
You guys see the interview? Have you guys seen the interview with Richardson's mom and brother? Oh man, they're so emotional. It's unbelievable.
So at that point, right? Like let's stay in that same vein where Kevin was just talking. Going defensive player here, right? Do they go Carter? I don't think that they would go Carter. I think they would go Tyree Wilson at this pick. But
yeah, I would think that you would want somebody to get after the quarterback instead of run blocker, right?
And that depends. It depends on the draft board, right? Because in the mocks, right, and we saw this as we were all going through our own mocks, Seattle's pick at 20 became difficult when they took a pass rusher
right
at 5. But if they take Carter, it became a lot easier because now you're looking for Miles Murphy or Lucas Van Ness or one of those guys who drops into that 20 range. And now they have their guy who's that edge rusher to go along. Like potentially Seattle could revamp their entire defensive line, in basically the first round by getting your nose tackle and your defensive end and or edge rusher. And boom, now you have
5th-year options on both of them.
Yeah, right. And now you have the power to kind of slow down opposing quarterbacks as Geno works that offense and kind of continues to revitalize himself right after he was kind of left for dead.
Has Seattle picks been knocked in for you guys yet or no?
No, but they are going to make that pick.
All right, because
I
we're at
think-
what? I'm at 1 minute.
Yeah, I think they are. The pick is in now. The pick is in, but
But it
I
is?
think
Okay, they're
I
putting
think they might have been shopping that for 9 minutes and 30
Oh,
seconds.
100%.
For sure,
Oh,
for sure.
100%. Oh, yeah.
Alex has the
I think it's
fastest
Carter.
speed.
Jalen
There
Carter.
it seems.
I do have. Do I?
Yeah,
Which is hilarious because I'm streaming it. So
I think
Out on
Yeah,
YouTube
I'm
TV.
streaming on Hulu.
I don't know what it is yet, but
ABC.
I'm thinking it's Tyree Wilson here, and then they pick up a Kalijah Cansey. They're at 20.
Ooh.
It would be my call.
I had Jalen Carter mocked to Seattle originally.
Quite frankly, I want Tyree Wilson here because at that point, my
I
mock
think it would be-
3.0 will have gone 4 out of the top 5 players. As far as when they came off the board there, the only miss that I have so far is the Will Levis, Anthony Richardson one. I had Will Levis going to the Colts, not Anthony Richardson. But
so if
I did as
Tyree
well.
goes here, I'm 5 for 5 on players in the top 5. Not in that order because I had Tyree in front of Will Anderson Jr. But I got the 5 right guys. If it's Tyree,
Oh God.
I also said CJ was going to go to Carolina, but
Yeah, if it's Carter, I'll have 4 or 5 as well because I had Will Levis at 4. I had Will Levis going 4, so I'll have 4 out of 5 players, but not in order.
well, I'll have the 4 out of
Yeah.
5 in the order that they went. But this will be very interesting here, right? Like, I think the pick very much is Seattle addressing their their defensive line here, whether it's edge or defensive tackle, either in Wilson or Carter.
all right.
Oh,
Since
okay. I saw the pick. Oh my.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was
Uh-oh.
wrong.
Okay, I have
Uh-oh.
not seen the pick yet, so hold on.
No, I haven't seen it either.
If I have,
No, I haven't
where'd you
seen it
see
either.
it at, Derek? On Twitter?
I saw it on the twits.
Okay,
Yep.
No,
I
don't
I
know.
haven't been looking at Twitter
I'll
as
watch
much.
it live.
I'm trying. I avoid Twitter. I like the
It
drama
was-
and the fun.
Will
It was one of
Levis.
those I happened to be like clicking through my browsers and ended
It's
up doing that.
gotta
And
be
it
Will
Oh,
popped
should
right
I
up.
look at my phone?
It's
Don't
Will
say it.
Levis.
Don't say it. Don't
I
say
don't
it.
know. I don't know. That's my bet. I'm just
It's
saying.
it's not Will Levis. That's I'll tell you
Oh,
that
it's
right
not.
now.
Okay.
They did not go
All right.
quarterback.
Here we go,
The pick is in.
dude.
Roger
they go
Goodell
Bijan?
approaching
They
the
go Bijan?
podium.
They got.
Oh, he just announced it on my screen.
Whoa.
We did.
Whoa. Look at old Pete.
Right?
Let's see it.
That
see.
okay, not crazy. This is a top 10 pick.
Right. Like we had him going in just a couple of picks.
Yeah,
I had
10.
him mocked about 2 picks later
Is it?
to Las Vegas is where I had him
Yep,
going.
I had him going to Vegas too.
We got
Wow.
Nick Young joining the show tonight here as well. Nick, welcome in.
Let's
Ooh.
go, Nick. It's been some fun, huh?
Derek, I'm gonna take off. I gotta get on to another thing in a few. So
Well, we appreciate you
Dang.
stopping by, Coach Steve over there, part of the
Witherspoon, huh?
Yeah.
yeah,
Part of
absolutely,
the
boys.
fantasy coaches.
Wow.
Give us any shout outs you want to give us before you go.
Yeah, guys, if you guys are up super late tonight, I will be doing a 2-round mock draft, rookie mock draft, as soon as the first round is over on the Fantasy Coaches YouTube channel. So check us out. Thanks, you boys, for having me on. Happy draft day.
Steve, hit me up with a DM. I'll probably be hitting that up on the sleeper for you.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Thanks,
Later,
Steve.
guys.
Appreciate it,
Steve.
buddy.
All righty. So we got Coach Steve leaving us from the fantasy coaches, Nick Young joining us. So the quintet rolls on here. So
For a little bit. I got somebody eyeing me here.
But
She wants a walk. Oh, and I said the word.
uh-oh.
Yeah, once you
Gotta be
say
careful
it,
here.
done. Once you say
Just
it,
saying, it's
over.
game over, man.
I
Game
know,
over.
I
Yeah.
know. So I'll be here through Las Vegas's pick, and then I'll have to bail for a little bit.
All right. So we've got Seattle going corner here, right? Like, which is
Yeah,
an
it's
interesting pick because it wasn't necessarily an immediate need for them. And this is a pick that, quite frankly, based on where they finished last year, they got this pick in the trade for Russell Wilson with the Russell Wilson deal with Denver. So they had the top 5 pick. They go cornerback here, which is an interesting move considering they need help on the defensive line in both an edge rusher and a defensive tackle spot. Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, both still on the board. So an interesting move here. Thoughts?
Oh my goodness.
So do you think they try to
Highlight.
make this kid a safety?
No.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
either,
no, I
right?
wouldn't-
But
no, I
like
would
they
not.
needed
He's too long to be a
safety help.
safety.
They needed
Nah, yeah, he's
safety
the
help.
corner. Lockdown.
But yeah, so maybe you just look. They know a thing or two about lockdown corners up there in Seattle. Look,
yeah.
if
Oh
if
my
anybody
goodness.
knows anything
Sorry.
about
highlights, he's insane.
yeah. If
Destroying
anybody
people.
knows anything about a solid defense, I will defer to Pete Carroll because the man has constructed one or two of those. So this must have been he must have just blown them away. With again, realistically, this is not a stretch pick by any imagination, but
No, not at all. I mean, we all in our last mock draft, right, from the good old boys, we had him being a top 10 pick consensus wise, and
Yeah.
we were all looking at him being even a top 8 pick, not even a top 10 pick, top 8 pick. Alex, I think you and I had him picked at 7. Kevin had him picked at 8. Like, you know, we had him coming off the board early on here, just not to Seattle. Like that was a little bit of a curveball there.
Oh,
what do you got?
I saw a big trade.
Oh, you did.
Geez, Hutch.
Oh my! The Cardinals do trade. Or I'm sorry, the Lions trade the 6th pick.
My
The
goodness.
Cardinals are coming back in.
The clock has stopped for Detroit. So yes, this makes sense. So the Cardinals come back in. So what? So the Cardinals must have said, "Look, we were playing with fire by letting Tyree Wilson go. He probably won't fall too much further." So
Jiminy Chris.
Damn.
So much draft capital
hey,
wow.
tossed around right now.
Yes.
what did I say
So
though?
much
What did I
trade.
on our Tuesday show? What did I
Chaos,
say?
man.
The only thing that will be certain on Thursday on draft night
Is chaos.
is chaos,
Yeah.
and that is what we are getting right now. We are getting chaos, and that's all I was rooting for. Look,
I was telling all
my
our
team's not
guys-
picking. My team's not picking in the first round. So
This is like a
chaos. Let it
dynasty
be
league with the
chaos.
way picks are being thrown around right now.
Darn
Right,
straight.
which is interesting here because this is actually a very interesting deal because the Lions, they need help on the defensive line. You've got Jalen Carter available. You also still need, cornerback. You need guard help, offensive line help. There's several things that you could have done. The Lions had one of the worst rush defenses in the league last year. Jalen Carter transforms that kind of overnight on that one for you. You pair him up with James Houston, who you found as a draft, a young player with a lot of upside and really kind of surprised some folks, as well as the fact that Aiden Hutchinson really didn't disappoint with their number 2 pick last year overall. So very interesting that they're moving back on this one.
So do we know details on this trade yet? Have we seen anything?
I
I'm
am
assuming that they're going to get the 12, right? That was what was probably traded. The 12 was probably given to Arizona.
I've got it for you. And
Okay.
so
what is it?
here's all right. Here's the details from what I can see. Unconfirmed, but it looks like with the 6th pick, they traded that to get the 12th pick and the 34th pick. So the Lions now have the 12th pick, 18th pick, 34 pick right now. Like they've got
Oh my goodness.
They've got a lot of capital here,
Wow.
and I don't think it wouldn't surprise me if the Lions are going to sit with that.
How much are we willing to say that the Lions make all 3 of those picks? I don't know that they make all 3 of those picks.
I would very much think that they trade out of that 18 pick. There'll be some teams I think wanting to come up and get that. Also very surprised here with
I want to see the Giants trade up. Giants trade up to 18 and draft a receiver.
I hope this is not confirmed.
So we haven't been throwing out
Yeah,
some
don't
until
throw them out.
No, I'm not.
If you see it, that's
trust
good.
them.
That's fine. But
Right.
try not to.
Don't tell us.
Yeah,
No, I'm not.
but the Cardinals pick is in.
right. And Coach Craig, who we'll have on later tonight, saying, "What up, fellas? Not much, Coach Craig. You know how we doing it. We just
Will Levis.
talking the foosball." So, yeah, this
Please
is
tell me it's Will Levis, man.
It will not be.
All the
There's no
controversy
way. They just signed
behind
Kyler to like a.
I
$30 million
know, but like that'd be so funny.
30-year
Though.
contract.
With all the controversy with Kyler right now, if they were to like trade him away and draft Will.
Well, the Cardinals have a track record
Oh,
of doing that, drafting, quarterback
High-
top
yeah.
10 and then turning around and
turning around and doing it the next year.
yeah. Although there was a regime change and everything else that took place right around then, but
All right. There's Roger. What do we got? I love that.
Oh, I'm way
school
behind
Cardinals logo in the window there. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm behind too.
Yeah, I'm like at 8:30 with the clock right now. The pick isn't even in.
Oh boy.
Pick
I've
is
got the
just
pick.
now in.
I've got the pick
selection.
too. And,
I've got
there
the
it is.
uh,
Pick is
selection.
in.
I'm
Pick is in.
surprised by this one.
All right, hold on.
Let's see it.
Oh,
I'm waiting. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Roger, no.
Okay.
Like, I don't mind the pick. I'm just a little surprised by the fact that the Cardinals,
Traded
addressing
up to do that.
right, especially since tackle wasn't necessarily a huge
Ooh.
need for them with what they've gotten help
Oh, wow.
along the defensive line there, and both edge rusher and D tackle. Both
Oh, my
Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter still on the board here, and this is going to be interesting to see where these two guys fall to at this point.
Don't we think that this gentleman would have been around at 12?
At
I
8,
thought so.
offensive
Yeah.
tackle would have been around at 12 for sure.
Yes.
He would have
They
been at
must-
12.
they saw something
Yeah.
that they clearly liked
Mhm.
in Paris Johnson over everybody else. So
Right.
they clearly
I'm just
thought
saying
he
this is
was
a classic Cardinals move.
But yeah, I think that right there, kind of at that 9-10 type of spot is where I would have started expecting offensive linemen to start going in this particular draft. But Cardinals trade back to 12, then fall back to 12, trade back up to 6 to take Paris Johnson
Wow.
Jr. Very interesting, right? Like there was a good chance that they probably could have gotten a really good pick. A really good offensive lineman here, but I think Kevin hit it right on the head when he said that they must have really seen something that they liked in this guy to go up there and get it. Coach Craig also chiming in there saying that the Cardinals have been rumored to love Paris Johnson. So very interesting selection there.
Very interesting. This draft is wild so far. This is absolutely wild.
Got to find a
All
way to
Trades
get
and
a
all the
healthy
craziness.
That's true. You need to protect the investment that you just made last year, right?
Oh yeah.
Now, here's the question: Paris Johnson's thoughts on video games. Does
sure he
Kyler
loves them.
have a video game player? Somebody else
Uh-huh.
to join in on the Fortnite or whatever the hell Kyler plays.
It was
Those
COD,
jerseys
I
are
believe.
So gross.
It's,
Man.
Call of
I hate
Duty.
Those jerseys.
The big hats.
I hate those jerseys.
All right, so that moves us to the Raiders. Raiders on the clock, right? They've
Will
got
Levis.
they've got need. I think the
Oh,
Raiders would
no.
have gone that route had like CJ Stroud still been out there, but
Hmm.
I don't see them going this route.
I don't
To
see
that
them
one.
going quarterback either. Because what did they sign Jimmy to? A 3-year deal, right?
Yeah.
It was a 3-year
something
deal.
like
It was a 3-year deal.
Look, you go 3 years and then you.
I
see
do
what
remember it being
happens.
pretty front loaded though. Their
Christian
Yeah, I mean-
contract.
Gonzalez. That's my guess.
Yeah, I like that.
For my
I think
Moxie
they go
fan,
big.
so I'm sticking with it.
Yeah.
I like
What?
it.
Well, I had Witherspoon here at 7-2.
I think I had Skoronski here.
So,
Let's see. Who did I have?
but yeah, I really thought that the Raiders were going to
Yeah,
take cornerback on the defensive side all along here, and so I had Devin Witherspoon mocked here.
All over the
Wouldn't
board.
surprise me if they went with the Christian Gonzalez here.
Yeah.
I had him mocked to the Lions, so I got them going Gonzalez here too.
Okay, Coach Craig liking the Christian Gonzalez on that one too in the chat.
Here's the only issue that we have with this is that it's the Raiders, and you just have no.
The
Like,
Raiders.
that is the ultimate wild
Exactly.
card, right? Like they could shoot. Bijan Robinson could probably go, right? Like
Okay,
I mean,
let's be real. If Al Davis was still around, DJ Turner's the pick here.
right.
Like-
But here's the thing, though. Apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Mark Davis is just as impulsive as Al Davis. I just think that this is the ultimate wild card because A, they do need so many different things, but B, like there are so many solid players still available, and who's to say that they don't go crazy here and and Polar Raiders. Like the Raiders and the Cowboys, right? Those are the two teams that you have to be.
Yep.
That you, like all bets are off, right? All bets are off. You just don't know because the owners are impulsive and maybe not always making what is the smart play, but making the play that they think will sell the most tickets. Look at Paris Johnson, man of the people, already down in the crowd. He's got the Cardinals big hat.
Yep.
There it is.
Yep.
You gotta love it.
I do gotta say what they're doing with the hats, like when they give it to them, like showing
as I
the
was
mirror,
saying,
it's
yes.
dope.
Brilliant, right? Because you get to see
You guys
that
haven't
raw
gotten to pick
emotion.
the Raiders, right?
No,
It's still on the clock because I'm at 3 minutes and we're still on the clock.
Yeah, and
So
I
it
got
is still
2
on the
minutes and
clock.
50 seconds.
All
I
right.
take it you're on YouTube TV too, Hutch.
No, I'm on Hulu actually. It's on ABC.
All of which not sponsored. If you want to be though,
Yeah, no.
hit us up in the DMs. We're
Okay.
we're open.
I have the pick in. I'm
All right.
about 20 seconds in front of you, Hutch, and
Mhm.
about 10 seconds in front of Derek.
All right.
Come on.
I won't say anything, and I'm not looking at socials.
Which is weird because some of the social ones they don't have it yet. But
Oh, there it is. Pick is in.
Yep.
I think this one will be interesting to see.
It's got to be Gonzalez here, right?
Like that would be
Yeah,
the,
I would think
that would be the way that we
Gonzalez.
would think, but yeah, again, right? Like
You
it's
think
the
they go
Raiders. I could see them going Carter. They do need help along the defensive line
Need
to
help.
help out Max there, but
I hope they do something silly because they're in the Broncos division. So do something silly, like
yeah,
Yeah.
draft a center.
yeah, give me a
Oh
kicker
my
or something here.
Kicker. Good lord.
Yeah,
Do something silly.
They are the team that drafted Janikowski.
It's very true. That did work out for them. Like
It
for what
did.
it's worth, that worked out for him.
It's very true.
Have they put in a call to Jamarcus Russell lately?
The cautionary tale. The cautionary tale for fantasy owners everywhere. Just because they went high does not mean sell the farm to get them.
Right.
Exactly.
Josh Rosen, Jamarcus Russell.
Jeez.
If fantasy was fantasy was around in 1999, wasn't what it is now, but Tim Couch, really any Cleveland quarterback.
Right.
What a great trade for the Lions. I swear.
Yeah. It was good.
The more I look at that, the more I really like it. What a great
Yeah,
trade
that's
for Detroit.
great.
Like, good on them.
Well,
It's a
especially-
great trade, and it doesn't impact them because the Cardinals went and took an O lineman, right? Like
Yeah, it doesn't matter to them.
it doesn't really have anything on what the Lions wanted to do anyways.
No, and especially with what's going to be there at 12, right? Like I'm fully expecting a lot of that kind of top tier linemen to start kind of drying out by about that 12 with maybe one or two good names out there. You've got some of these teams that are in the late teens that very well could come up to try and trade more capital to get one of these top tier offensive linemen here, and we could very well see Detroit fall back yet again. But that 12 spot for them gives them a lot of really, really fun stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting pick.
Oh,
It makes sense.
It does.
I'm
the Broncos.
I'm getting the announcement right now.
The Broncos fan for me is very upset about this pick.
Oh.
Okay, I don't mind
What
it.
is it?
I mean, it could be worse.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Okay, everybody's seen it now.
Yep.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Derek.
So it's Tyree Wilson, right? It's on the broadcast for the defensive end out of Texas Tech to the Raiders, right? He's big, he's long.
His sunglasses are also big.
Yes, very true. Those are some impressive sunglasses. I'm not gonna lie.
So big.
It was one of those that if he wasn't dealing with that foot injury, we very well could have seen him be a top 5 pick. I think that foot injury, may have made him fall just a little bit here, but the Raiders certainly going out there and addressing the defensive line here. They need help all along that defense, so not a bad move for them.
All right, fellas. I got to bail for a little bit. I shall return.
All righty. We'll see you.
Okay.
See you on the flippies.
All right. Hold down the fort.
Okay.
I'll try not to rehash everything.
All righty.
I was
All
hoping the Raiders would have traded back to keep Alex here because you didn't say.
I did not say
Exactly.
after the Raiders.
I said after the Raiders pick, not the 7th pick. That is correct.
That's very
trade
true.
out of the first round.
Okay. I gotta go, but I'll be right back.
All right.
All right. Bye. Have fun walking your dog.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's not a euphemism either.
Yeah,
It's
you're not
actually what's
married
gonna
yet.
happen.
You're not married yet.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
All right. So,
So-
Falcons on the clock. What do we think we see from Atlanta? Do we think Bijan?
I think Atlanta goes Christian Gonzalez.
I think Christian
I think
They
Gonzalez.
almost have to
They
with
could do
him
it.
dropping.
Yeah, like he is really dropping right now.
But Christian Gonzalez, this is right where I had him going, was number 8 to Atlanta to begin with.
I had Gonzalez at
On
10.
Hawks.
I had Gonzalez
So-
at 10.
But I think Atlanta is looking. Kevin's been kind of beating the pounding the table, saying that Desmond Ridder I think is their guy, and I think that that's probably the case, that they're going to stick that route there. Right? I've seen
I think they
all
will
the.
try, yeah.
I've seen a lot of people trying to place Bijan Robinson to this pick here, which doesn't make sense to me with what that they need. I really do.
Oh, it
think
doesn't
that
make
they're
sense for
going
their
to
team,
go.
but it's the Falcons.
I think that they're going to go cornerback and really try and pair somebody up against or with AJ Terrell and kind of shut down the passing game a little bit down there.
I mean, they spent so
Makes
much
sense.
money on defense and free agency. Why not keep building off of what they've been doing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a smart pick.
On
Oh,
the
pick
defensive
is
side of
in.
the ball.
What's that?
Atlanta brought a ton of people in on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh yeah, they
so-
brought so many players in. All right, pick is in.
Hmm.
Oh man.
Wow. Okay.
You know what I love what Sleeper's doing? Have you guys noticed what Sleeper's doing? Because when I get the notification on Sleeper, like when it pops up on my notifications, it says with the 7th pick, the Raiders select, and it's like ... It doesn't tell you.
Mhm.
So you have to
I'm glad
open the
they did
notification.
that.
It's so great because you have to open it to see what it actually is.
Right.
It's fantastic.
Because
And
like
not
the
like
first one, obviously it said Bryce Young. Now they're getting smart with it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So it'll be
Did you spoil it?
it'll be
My
interesting to
roommate just
see.
did.
So
Yeah. That is they did it. They did it. That's
Such a garbage pick.
I'm still on
That's
commercial.
so bad. That's 3 straight key offensive players in the top 10 for them in the last 3 years. London, Pitts, and
This does absolutely nothing for the Falcons. Nothing.
it does.
And
It's
Bijan's
such a
talent,
bad pick.
right? So there we go.
I mean, Bijan would be great. I mean, Tyler Algier is dead. He's done for. He's dead.
And I just drafted him.
What?
I drafted him in a startup a couple weeks back.
Yeah, no, he's he's dead. That's done for. Like,
Golly.
it's the guy. Bijan's the guy. That's it.
well, the Falcons are going to Falcon. So
Yep.
It's so many other needs.
I know it's so dumb.
I mean, they need help at cornerback still. They need help at linebacker. They need help at safety, defensive line, D tackle, edge, offensive guard. Like they had a bunch of needs everywhere but this. And quite frankly, you just tied up a top 10 pick with RB.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
How many weeks into the season do you think it'll take for them to start calling for the coach's head?
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, right? Like Arthur Smith is the guy they brought in, and as a guy that has established his offensive coordinator back when he was an offensive coordinator through the run game and through a ground and pound type of deal. So, I guess maybe they're hoping that by bringing in Bijan Robinson here, they can try and capture Tennessee's run with Derrick Henry. I don't necessarily understand it, but there's a reason.
How
I'm
much
sitting
playoff success did Tennessee have with Derrick Henry doing that?
Yeah, they lost to Kansas City, and Kansas City went on and won a Super Bowl. So
I mean,
they've yet to make it as a conference champion. So,
I just don't like that. They would have been good. They would have been better going off with like a Skronsky, right? A guy who could slide in, play guard, start day one, is a really smart football player. You protect your young quarterback as he continues to get acclimated to the NFL. Like I would have liked that pick for them so much more. But I mean, for the dynasty realm, I mean, this solidifies Bijan at 101, right? The worst possible pick would have been him going to Philadelphia.
Yep.
Right. And where a lot of people had him mocked out to. Would have been the worst possible thing for him because he wouldn't have reached his full potential splitting the carries between three running backs. If you're going to run the tires off of him in a 5-year contract, I mean, this is a great place to do it and a great opportunity to do it because there's really not a whole lot of opposition that's going to be in your way. And now Algier's going to be, relegated to, 15% of the work as opposed to 35% of the work that he was seeing last year.
Who's that announcing it? The pick.
Goodell with, I'm not sure who those are.
Oh yeah, Goodell's announcing, but who are those other two people?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Hutch, that kid looks like he's your age.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. He looks like he could be my age, yeah.
He's a young kid. I mean, I always think it's weird when they do this crap during the first round. Like, I get it when you want to do it late day 2 or day 3 and you have all these guest speakers and crap, but
looks like they're part of the Boys and Girls Club of Kansas City.
Okay, well, then I better retract what I was saying. I understand why they're doing it.
Hey, look,
by the way, it looks
the announcement.
Oh, he's announcing it.
By the way, I also just saw a rumor that the Bears are trading out of number 9.
Ooh.
The Eagles moved up. Interesting.
One spot there.
Ooh.
Well, I'm trading up for
Did
somebody.
they move up one, or did they move from their spot?
Oh, come on. It's got to be Christian Gonzalez.
They
From
moved
what
from their
from what I saw, it looks like they're moving from 10 to 9. And
Bijan Ross, that's such a bad pick, man. Bijan's so fantastic. Such a bad pick. I don't like this.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
So, but it's interesting, right? Like we haven't seen running backs come off the board this early in several drafts, right? Like the last time we saw a top 10 running back was Saquon Barkley back in the day. And it's been 5 years since we've seen that happen. So very interesting move here. So yeah, we'll see it. And they just announced on the teleprompter here that the Bears and the Eagles trade has happened here. It'll be very interesting to see what the compensation looks like for them moving back one spot. I'm sure that they acquired an additional pick here. So if anybody sees the details of that trade, let's make sure we hit that up.
Yeah. What?
I'm waiting for somebody more confirmed to release the compensation. I see one page put it, but unless somebody more knows,
It's got to be Gonzalez, right?
No, I think the Eagles
or Peter Skronsky.
No, I think the Eagles are going to go with the guy that they wanted to go with all along, and a guy that, if Carter had fallen to them at 10, I think that was absolutely the way that they were going to go.
This is going to be filthy. If you put Carter and
Jordan Davis and
Davis back together.
Well, this was one that
filthy.
This was one that you and I had been mocking Nolan.
Oh man,
Smith
what number is Bijan going to wear now? Because he can't wear 5. Drake London has 5. Sorry,
I don't think he cares about that.
No,
that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, he's going to get drunk and celebrate being a very rich man.
So, and Kevin, have you seen any of the compensation there from them going up to 1 pick?
No, I haven't, but I've been really struggling finding any useful information on Twitter. Like, I feel like my feeds are severely lagging.
My feed right now is just Akash complaining about the Falcons and how they suck.
So
that's my entire Twitter feed right now. Oh wait, hold up. I think Adam Schefter just tweeted something. Here we go. Let's see.
Bijan, London, and
And a
Pitts.
fourth round pick next year.
Okay. I mean,
That's all they added.
That's not bad to move back one spot. And if you move back one spot, right, like you're the Eagles, you have a really good, or you're the Bears, you have a really good idea who they're going with. And that wasn't your guy, apparently. So you get a fallback and get another pick next year. So I like the move for both organizations, right? The Eagles coming up to get their guy, the Bears adding a little bit more draft capital here. So,
Man.
At that point, though,
we know this is defense. I mean, whether it's Carter or Nolan Smith or Gonzalez, right? We know it's defense, and for all intents and purposes, it's one of those three guys.
Right, and I don't see the Eagles going anyways. I think they make the move to come up and get Carter. Because if you're the Bears with what you need out there, if you're the Bears, how do you not go on the defensive line right there, the defensive tackle, and get the guy that most people were
watching? What do you want to DJ Moore with weapons?
Well, and that makes sense for them, right? Like the Bears have a not great offensive line. Skoronski comes in as an immediate starter for him day one. They can rock and roll that. You've got the story of him being the Northwestern guy, so he's an in-state prospect, right? The hometown kid.
What if you wanted to surround JSN with more weapons? Don't add. I mean, Fields with more weapons and add JSN.
You could do that too. I don't mind that pick either.
I think the Bears could do that.
I don't know that they're doing that because they just got
DJ Moore. And you just brought in Chase Claypool last year in trade. And
you still have Mooney.
And you still have Mooney. I mean, and you still got Cole Kmet.
Yeah, you have a decent skill position room, at least top heavy.
Right. And you've got a lot of help needed on the offensive line, right? They need tackle help. They need center help. Skoronski is a guy that can go inside, outside, can play all five positions realistically on that.
T-Rex arms, man. He ain't playing outside in the NFL.
He ain't playing left tackle. He could probably still play a little right tackle, but he's a versatile piece, I guess is all I'm saying, that you can move across the line in a pinch.
Yeah, he could swing over if someone got injured.
Right, exactly.
He slates over as a true guard for the NFL, in my opinion.
Fair enough. And then, the Bears, I really thought that they would go with Paris Johnson, or they would go with Jalen Carter if he was there for him. But still wouldn't surprise me.
I'm telling you, that would be sick. I am not an Eagles fan necessarily, but man, I love my Bulldogs, and putting those two back together would be something nasty.
Awesome. Okay, Kevin, here's a crazy thought. Alex mocked it on Tuesday, but what if Nolan Smith actually slides in this one? People worried about the pectoral tear, right? We saw it happen with Kobe Dean last year.
Have you guys seen the Eagles pick yet?
Yes.
I
was waiting for him to fully announce it on the TV there, but we saw this happen last year with Nakobe Dean, where we thought for sure he was a top 15, top 20 pick. He slides into the third round because of kind of the injury in the off season and the shoulder injury, that kind of stuff. What if we see Nolan Smith slide all the way down there to 30? The Eagles snatch him up, put him in there as well, and oh my goodness,
yeah,
they would be unstoppable at that point.
Yeah, I don't know how you compete with that. Yes. So Jalen Carter is the official pick for the Eagles here at number 9. Philadelphia coming up and getting their guy here. Hutch, you're the Eagles fan. How you liking that?
The offseason problems. I mean, the off the field problems are obviously a huge. Oh my God, Jason Kelce just chugged a beer at the draft. That's awesome. But Jalen Carter, he's arguably the best defensive player in this draft. Talent wise, you gotta fix the off the field concerns, but I like this at 9. I think at 9 this is a solid value. I like it. But
I think right now, right, you've got enough presence in that Eagles locker room that, right, you've got a bunch of older guys that can, set that the consummate pros there as well. That I think that, you'll see, any of those issues you're worried about. I wouldn't be that concerned about it. Bringing him into an organization.
21-year-old kid who got scared because someone lost their life in an incident that he wasn't directly but indirectly involved in, knowing that his future was flashing before his eyes. I understand the optics of it, but when you're 21 and you have everything ahead of you and something crazy like that happens that you could never foresee, you're going to try and shade the truth to make it look like you weren't as culpable as you possibly could have been. I'm glad that no charges were, felony charges were officially brought. It was a stupid mistake. I am terribly sorry for the people, the two that did not make it through that accident. But that's one thing in 4 years at Georgia. Other than that, he was nothing but a locker room leader and a team leader and an all-in guy. Like, I get it's a big red flag right before the draft, but if you look at the history of works, it's not a concern at all. And I think we all could sit here and nitpick one thing we did in our lives that if someone really wanted to focus in on it, we'd look like giant turds in society.
Right.
And unfortunately, his situation happened through the mainstream media because he is a collegiate national champion and now a first-round pick in the NFL draft.
Right. And was, had the spotlight also on him from the standpoint. A lot of people had him as the number one overall pick coming into this thing up until the Bears traded that out, all of that kind of stuff there as well.
So now we got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis back together, right?
Yeah.
And you've got Nakobe Dean on the same team there as well. But I think that you've got the organization in Philadelphia is a great landing spot for
Georgia players. They love him. They said it last year. Now, we thought it was going to be Nolan because Carter would already be gone, but we talked about that on the show for weeks. I kept bringing it up. They love the way that these Georgia players come in and just get it right away. They are extremely ready for the NFL. Kirby Smart trained them that way, especially with that historic defense in 21, and then the carryover class that wanted to do it their way in 22, like crazy good on the defensive side of the ball, and they're absolutely day one ready right now.
Yeah.
I say this as a South Carolina alum and fan. Georgia's defense, nothing but pure respect for them and their way to just come into the NFL and straight ball.
Oh, yeah.
And that play, South Carolina's filthy to play at too. Like, y'all are crazy ruckus at that stadium. But no, it just, these guys were special, right? We will look back 10 years from now and realize probably even more so collegiately how special that unit was looking at revisionist history. But these first round draft picks over last year and what's going to be this year, straight fire coming out of that defense.
Yep.
Man, I might have to bandwagon the Eagles now. Like,
all
my guys are on this team. It's like, jeez.
Come and
join. And the draft's not over, Kevin. We could see a few more end up that way. So, and it's showing that the Bears pick is in.
Bears pick has been in for a while.
Yeah, it has, and
it's very quick.
They'll get to it, right? They probably have some commercial breaks, things like that, as far as the broadcast goes. But the interesting thing is I think it's very fair to say that the Bears did not go quarterback here, because why would you trade back like that? All of that. So Will Levis officially falls out of the top 10. Would be what I'm going to throw my shot on.
Yep. So, question, right? We talked about the off the field
the Bears
issue.
pick is in. I've seen it.
We talked about Carter's off the field issue.
Okay.
Now, is that the only reason the Bears? I shouldn't say the only reason. Is that a driving reason that the Bears traded out of this pick after so many of us had him mocked at 101 to the Bears before they'd made the trade with Carolina? They still could have had the guy that we all thought the Bears were going to take at 10.
Yeah.
And instead, or at 9, excuse me, and then jump back, knowing what the Eagles were going after.
I'm going to say no, just from the standpoint that I think the Bears are looking at this thing going, man, our offensive line is awful. We've got a quarterback that, while mobile and makes plays with his legs, we've got to, invest in his future there and manage to keep him upright. So I think their plan was to go offensive line with this pick at 9 all along, and they could fall back and make that thing happen. And I think they were fully expecting to have Paris Johnson Jr. there for them at number 9. He goes a little bit earlier. And so one of those that if Philadelphia think you can feel very confident that they weren't going to go offensive line there. So, if you fall back with them, one, you play that game, you get another, pick out of it to get the guy that you were going to take at 9 anyway. It's kind of how I see it on how they probably went about that.
You guys see the pick yet? You already announced it.
Darnell Wright.
Yeah, Darnell Wright.
I like it.
I'm okay with it. It's a tackle. I mean, it's a true tackle.
They need it.
Out of Tennessee. Tennessee's offense was undervalued in how well they ran the football, right? Most people thought of them as a high-profile passing offense, but really they did run first and try and set up that play action to open up those lanes. And Wright was a huge part of that, keeping everybody kind of in check and upright as he was going there on the right-hand side. So I think he's a great move to slide in the right tackle for the Bears. Most likely day one. There's really not going to be any opposition in Chicago for him, and he's going to be able to try and, keep that orange on, just in a different city.
So now we're sitting at 10. What do we think here? I mean 11.
I mean, Levis has dropped. Could they go after
Levis has dropped. They could.
They have so many
needs. I feel like
quarterback's a big one, but they have so many needs down there. Like
they do, but the pick is in.
That was quick.
That was very quick. They made a quick selection there. Man.
Ooh.
Got no clue what it's gonna be.
If this is it, I like it.
Agreed. Okay, hang on, Kevin. Who are you seeing yours from? Because I got a feeling it's the same as me.
Oh, I peeked at Sleeper.
Yeah, Sleeper is giving it away. All right, I think after the selection, I do have to go. I think I do have another stream I have to be on.
10-4.
I'm on 5 tonight.
Attaboy, making the rounds.
Yeah, someone called me a podcast whore at some point.
That's okay.
You gotta have a nickname at some point, bud. You can't just be the child of fantasy.
And it's draft
Exactly.
night. It's draft night. What better time to bounce around and be able to make the rounds and say, hey,
all right. I saw the Titans pick. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense.
Oh.
So Detroit at 12. I'm just waiting for somebody to take Will Levis.
I want them to take Gonzalez at 12. If he fell to them now, they have to.
Oh my gosh, Gonzalez is falling so hard. They need to take it. They need a corner too. They really do need a corner.
After that Okuda trade, they need to.
Oh, they have to. They should have taken one at 6. It would have been great if they could have taken him at 6. But this is gonna. If they were to take, if they were to take him here, that'd be fantastic.
What is going on, guys?
What's up, boys?
How we doing?
Doing all right. Just admiring all the trades, right? The chaos in the first round, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
This is why Derek runs this shit, and not me. I need to get back to What's going on?
What's up, Kevin?
Nothing, man. I do really bad about this. I keep everything in full screen mode.
And all right, everybody. Unfortunately, like I do have to go. I do have to be on another show in a couple minutes.
All right, Hutch. Thanks for coming, buddy. We appreciate it.
See you, Hutch.
See y'all.
Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you guys.
That's my boy John.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, not much. Well, so all right, we're 10 picks in, getting ready for 11.
Yep.
All right. What biggest surprise so far?
You're down the row, right? We are.
I'll tell you what. I'm really excited that my co-host Steve is not on the panel right now. Wow, Will Anderson is still on the board. Oh no, Will Levis is still on the boards, and Anthony Richardson went 3-4. So that to me is like the biggest shock so far. That I'm like, okay, well, people really were bullish on Levis, and to me it was, I guess, warranted because there was rumbling, but it looks like he's gonna slide a little. So it's interesting, but that's the biggest surprise so far.
Yep. Hey guys, I gotta hop on to another show. Thanks again for having me tonight.
Right on.
Nick Young, it was a pleasure, man.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Nick. A lot of fun having you.
Thanks.
Back at
Alrighty.
5. Here we go. We keep this 5-man rotation going pretty good.
Exactly.
We could be a starting lineup right here.
Man, that's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Power 5. Let's go.
We might even be able to beat the Bucks. Who knows?
They'd get a lead on us, but we'd come back and win it. That's for sure.
Who's the Jimmy Buckets in the group? That's what I got to know.
Guilty. You're
Okay.
There you go. I'm not going to claim that, man. My
You
joke's
didn't
not
even
that good.
you didn't even wait. You just
I do have. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know where he was going with it. I was just about to say guilty no matter what, but. I've got to ask the question, guys. Have we ever seen Jamie Foxx and Jimmy Butler in the same room? My answer is no. My answer is no.
No,
I don't think I have. Maybe late night television once, but that's a stretch.
It's like, oh, Jamie Foxx is suffering from something right now. We won't see him, and then Jimmy Butler's going off in the playoffs. It's like it's a new guy. It's like it's a new guy. Weird.
Yeah, Butler has been absolutely insane for the Heat. Like,
I mean, I personally had, going back to the question, I personally had Will Levis falling. So I
did too.
I
got so much trouble for it like a week ago because I had him ranked like 5th or 6th, and I was blasphemy.
I was just live, and Kenny was on the show. We were on Bijan watch, right? The Bijan mustard was in full effect here, and we were kind of shocked that he went to the Falcons a little bit because Algier was kind of coming around, and Kenny was more shocked than I was. I'm actually okay with it, but a lot of young talent in Atlanta, so that was kind of shocking. I'm just glad the Eagles didn't get him.
I just feel like there's so many other needs in Atlanta that taking the guy just to take the big name, I don't think that it's smart from an organizational standpoint when you still have Algier coming off a pretty good year and you know that you're still not going to win a ton of games drafting from that spot. So why wouldn't you fill some of the holes on that defense or maybe get a bit of a better O-line or something? But it felt like a pick that didn't need to be made at that point when you could probably wait around and still get a pretty good running back.
Yep, I completely agree with that. I said here on this right before you guys joined that I would have much preferred to see Atlanta go with Skoronski and get some help at guard, protect their young quarterback. They brought in a ton of defensive talent to help that side of the ball through free agency. Let's see how that shakes out. And it just didn't work out. And speaking, here we go. Speaking of Peter Skoronski, he's the pick to go to the Tennessee Titans. So,
that's a good pick.
I like this. They need a lot of help there on that line. You're trying to regain the magic that you had 2 years ago now after you had Taylor Lewan and company kind of mass exodus the Tennessee Titans O-line room. So here's arguably cornerstone. Even though he's going to play guard, but still a very strong player who can switch outside in a pinch. And a road grader to help out and clear the way for Derrick Henry.
Right. I was actually very happy with this pick because I called this one on our last mock was Skoronski right here at number 11 to Tennessee. It makes all the sense in the world, and with them not bringing Taylor Lewan back, absolutely makes sense that they're investing in the offensive line here again.
He was number 1 for offensive lineman on my big board. I know that changes with different people, but he was for me. And I kept on saying over and over, I don't know how he keeps falling after I saw 2 tackles get taken off. I know the best left tackle is gone, but that to me was shocking. I'm just going to make a little Levis watch, right? There's Washington. Here comes Levis, right?
No, I'm telling you, Washington is in love with Sam Howell.
They're in love. That quarterback was atrocious.
So this was the discussion that I had actually with Ernest earlier. I think that the thought process here is how, and if you were not sold on him, then why did you bring in Brissett to back him up? So you at least, at the very least, you let him roll for a year. And to be honest, you might even see Jacoby start a couple games this year.
Yeah.
Because he just figures out a way to get on the field.
Yeah, he does.
Somehow.
He's good at it.
Figures out a way to get out
find
there.
the job.
But understand it.
But they'll do that this year, and then you'll find out by the end of this year whether or not he's a guy. And then if he's not, you're probably not winning very many games. Then you come back to the draft next year, and then you think about the quarterback position then. But fill out the roster a little bit at their pick. I don't think that it should be Levis.
Did y'all see the number 12 pick?
I haven't looked
Yeah.
at it yet, but I saw that
Not
popped
yet.
up on my.
Oh
Deal.
my.
Oh my!
Oh
That's
my.
that's a
Like-
crazy reaction. Now I'm trying to watch.
Wow, that
So-
is interesting.
So I'm on a no social spoiler for round one. So I'm not sure what it is yet. That reaction makes me very worried.
Jamar
please don't be-
Gibbs. Jamar Gibbs.
Oh my!
like,
So
That
okay,
is crazy.
So crazy talk. I thought Bijan might be the surprise pick by Detroit. So
Dude.
I thought they go Bijan, and everybody was like, "You're nuts," and I was like, "No, think about it. They want to trade Swift, and Mont is an insurance policy. So where's their running back?"
Right,
and
right.
there it is. They were all in on Gibbs. Now this was on nobody's board for us, so this is a surprise all the way around.
Jimmy Christmas. So coming up to the draft, right? Especially the last, call it 7 to 10 days, right? You started hearing more about Jahmyr Gibbs and him creeping up into the first round, but I don't recall anyone talking about him being in the top 15. Like they were thinking, like somewhere between 25 and 31 is where he'd slide and sneak up into the first round. This is a statement play by the Lions. Like holy
Right.
smokes.
Well, and the thing that I don't get is, right, like, you already had a stable of running backs there, right? DeAndre Swift has the pass catching skill set there. That Jamar Gibbs, a little bit of an undersized back. You have Monty there to be your pounder in the middle there. So you're really kind of trying to bring in a 3-headed monster. I guess that's
Swift
something.
fell out of favor though because he couldn't stay healthy, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
it
my
just
thought
kept getting
process.
nicked.
I mean, when he's out there, he's great, but best ability is availability, and he just doesn't seem to have it. So,
Yeah, it's just interesting to me. You got the Lions are on an absolute upswing right now, and you have 12 and 18, and you kind of burn one, in my opinion, on what would be a luxury pick is maybe your second or third running back. It's like, I get it. Like you don't love Swift, you want availability, but it's like you need to think of the whole franchise. Like there's so many holes that you could fill with 12 and 18. You could pick up a solid pass catching running back in the second round. It'd be totally fine. Get Zach Charbonnet if you really want someone. You'd be all right. Like you can figure the room out. It's just interesting I think the pick at 12 is really high. Like that's great. Like that seems crazy to me.
And with all the issues with running backs, like the whole thing about paying running backs after first round picks.
Right.
Detroit wasn't losing football games last year because of the running back position. They were losing them because they were getting hung 38 points on their defense.
Right.
So
they couldn't stop a nosebleed. It was insane. It was like, it's just an interesting pick. Like I get it. But it's just like you need so many other things, Detroit. You were doing everything right. You did it. You hit on a couple free agents. You hit on Jared Goff, that trade. Like you finally things are coming around, and you burn this pick 12 on a running back, which to me could stink. Like this could really. It's just crazy. I get why in the first round you'd want to take a running back. It's funny. I talked to somebody about this on a podcast the other day. Is the luxury of having that 5th-year option, you kind of get the entire career of a running back if you really want on a rookie contract. And then you let them walk after their 5th year, and it's like, okay, I've used up a majority of your good years. So I understand why you would do something with Bijan, for example, Saquon, like these blue chip running backs. But is Jahmyr Gibbs that blue chip prospect? To me, it's like, I don't think so. So
like immediate comp, do you think Aaron Jones?
Maybe high-end Aaron Jones.
Like is that Is that like
high-end Aaron Jones? It's funny. I always, when I was watching him, I mean, there's more to it, but go back and watch James White when James White was electric. Like it's very similar, So I get it. He has a great role and a good player and certainly an electric piece, but to take him at 12 is high. It just feels high. When
their draft room, pointed out by my producer Londo, my best friend producer Londo, who's his birthday today. He was like, their draft room is like ecstatic. They're like jumping around, like they just won the Super Bowl in there. So they that's their guy. That's their Vontae Mack, right?
They must have a plan. So they must have a plan, and Gibbs is certainly in it, which is interesting. And you know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but you got to kind of trust Detroit right now because the past year and a half has been pretty good. Like they're turning it around. So,
right. So I gotta go ahead.
I was just gonna say, who's taking Jahmyr Gibbs between pick 12 and pick 18?
That's what I mean. Like you could have got him.
You're right.
Like unless there's Detroit's been rumored that they're
New England.
falling.
New England could.
Maybe
Fair.
New England. That's the only one I was.
That's the only one I would say.
Again, comp to the James White, like you're just replacing that role.
Yeah. Well, I know they were hunting Bijan, right? They were hoping he'd fall, but
yeah.
Fair enough. I just like that's one of those that it just boggles
You're
my
right.
mind that they're going to go that route. So
Yeah, I just would have thought if I would have double tapped 12 and 18. I would have double tapped 2 defensive. I would have gone cornerback and linebacker and tried to get some defensive pressure, and then your offense is good enough. Like you're fine. Your offense wasn't the problem,
right, like Christian Gonzalez still on the board, I believe, right?
Yep.
So I don't know. Right here they go Christian Gonzalez at 12, Kalijah Cansey at 18. Boom, you have drastically changed that defense from last year.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And that's all you need. Again, like we were saying earlier, they weren't losing games, 21-17. It's like they were losing games 58-42. It was like, all right, guys, like figure it out a little bit.
Right, and it wasn't one of those that they were losing those because they weren't putting up points. It's because they were giving up too many. The Packers pick is in. And we don't have to worry about them taking wide receivers any longer. Them going with the pass rusher Lucas Van Ness.
So I was listening to someone the other day talking about the Packers, how funny it would be for them to take a wide receiver or a tight end strictly out of spite, but it just didn't make sense with what they did last year. So it does make sense for them to kind of go the DN route. And I don't know. I'm curious to see how Jordan Love's going to look this year.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. Kevin actually in our last mock called Lucas Van Ness going in this spot to Green Bay. So
calling picks left and right, boys. Jesus.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it. How we do it.
Had to grind this year. I didn't think last year's performance was very good on our mocks, so went back to the grinding stone. We've got a couple more right here.
Right. So, but yeah, very interesting pick here, right? Like this is one I think I would have thought that they would have gone Miles Murphy. That's how I had that one called. But Lucas Van Ness was another one that when we were going through these picks, like I had him really close in there as well. And this one makes a lot of sense. Them addressing an edge rusher, addressing the defensive line. They tend to like to build on that side of the ball and really try and do things to the first round. So makes all the sense in the world, this pick to them.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I mean, a quick shuttle time, so he has fast release off the line. I love the pick. Van Ness is I think going to be a baller. And again, Green Bay, they're committing to Jordan Love. They're committing to what they got. They're agreeing with Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, and saying let's focus on defense.
Right. I wouldn't have minded like a Michael Mayer pick here.
Right.
Like that one would have. Right, because he's one that you could move him in line blocking. You fill in the tight end role. Mm-hmm. So I would have liked that pick here too, but the Lucas Van Ness makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Patriots gotta go wide receiver here, right? They're all on the board. Take your pick.
JSN
Trade has happened.
Oh, it is?
Trade has happened. The Steelers have moved up, and the Patriots no longer have this pick. The Steelers are on the clock.
It's JSN. Like, it has to be, right?
It's offensive line.
Is it really?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Man, I'm no social spoiler, so I'm like, this thing's behind by a lot. I haven't even seen the trade yet, so I was like, damn.
I saw the trade. That was it. Like we made the commitment that we weren't going to call the picks before they happen on the broadcast, that kind of stuff. Just from the standpoint that you get going on that thing, and then all of a sudden you're like 4 picks ahead of the broadcast. You're like, yep. So
if you're Pittsburgh, do you need JSN? Like you have Deontay Johnson, George Pickens just had a really promising rookie season. I understand surrounding your young quarterback with weapons, but
you could go Gonzalez here too.
You could go Gonzalez. That makes a lot of sense. I really think that the pick for them is Broderick Jones. I think they trade up to come get a big, quick, fast piece that they've got to fix that offensive line.
Man, is it?
And the Bears just kind of screwed that up.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, yes, because I did not expect Wright to be going that high either.
I didn't either. I thought Wright would be going late teens probably.
I had Darnell Wright mocked to the Steelers is who I had that going with. So, but
Probably who they had.
I had Broderick Jones mocked to the Jets who have the next pick. So if that's where it was going, I would absolutely see the Steelers if they're wanting to go that route to move up and get ahead of the Jets, because I think if Broderick Jones was there, the Jets would take him.
Did Van Nissa's dad just butt pat his girlfriend after she hugged him when he got drafted? Did you guys just see that on ESPN?
I missed that.
Did that just happen?
Was that his girlfriend or his sister or mom?
Either way.
I'll tell you what, that blonde looked young enough to be Van Nissa's girlfriend. If that's his mom, his dad's doing well. But I swear I just thought that. So this is the cool stuff about podcasts, right? Like, you can't talk about this crap on syndicated television, but I swear I just saw his dad butt pat his girlfriend. Like,
Good game.
It's a good hustle.
Hey,
It's a good hustle.
Good job for all of us.
Good game.
Good
We all
payday.
win. Hey.
Take one for the team.
don't take it for what it's worth.
Hey,
For the team.
Ooh, pick is in.
Pick is in.
Well, pick is spoiled.
Oh.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
spoil.
Have we said the name?
No. We wait until everybody gets to see it.
No, I think Ernest was asking, had we said the name with all the names we were throwing out there on
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. I'm glad. I'm happy because that means one of us got it right.
Yeah, one of us got it right. It was in kind of the consensus, right?
I got a question while we wait for TVs to catch up. So, are there rights traded like in the NBA for the NFL? Like, if a team has picked a guy, can they trade the rights later in the draft, or is that not allowed?
Eli Manning.
It happened with
could,
John Elway,
in theory.
with
Yeah.
Eli Manning. Yeah.
So there's still a chance Atlanta trades to Dallas later on in this draft. Got it.
Yeah. It is rare, but it could happen.
Right.
Because in theory, they technically haven't signed with anyone yet.
Right.
So
they have not signed.
you could trade them, but they could reject signing with the team you trade them to. It's weird.
You
It
don't
just
reject
doesn't happen
Cowboys.
often.
And that's usually why they just move up to the spot that they want to take them, to
Right.
just not risk it.
Right.
Right.
Has anybody seen? Has everybody seen it come through on the broadcast?
Yes.
Mine's announcing. I'm watching the ugly mug.
Okay.
Apparently, American Noodle is terrible.
While we're waiting, and Ernest, you can chime in when it hits. I don't want to rehash anything, but what is going on?
I'm in. I got it.
Okay, everybody's got the pick.
pick.
Everybody's seen it.
Broderick Jones.
There it is.
So this is one of those that it would bum me out just because the standpoint, if he's still there, I think the Jets would have gone there, and that would have another hit on my mock draft board. But I think that's the reason that we saw the Steelers come up and get their guy was because he wasn't going to be there after this next pick.
Super bummed out that the Steelers didn't go with Joey Porter Jr. What a story! What a story that would have been. But that's okay. You never know. Hey, with the way that the draft is going, you never know that the Steelers might come back,
right, and get back
into this first round.
I don't know what's more entertaining is when I'm watching some of the highlights for people, or watching one of my producers just going "Oh my gosh!" Just some of these blogs from Broderick Jones. It's like the best to hear it. It's so hilarious. And I've never seen somebody react so well to a tackle. He's like, "Holy!" It's like the best.
So, and the Patriots get pick 17 and then also get pick 120 from what I'm seeing on the compensation. Right. So they fall back 3 picks and get an extra pick here at 120.
And if I'm not mistaken, Skoronski's still on the board for the Patriots.
No, he's off.
He is off. Oh,
he's
sorry.
Off.
Who took him? My apologies.
The Titans.
Yeah,
the Titans. Mm-hmm. That's right. That was a shock to me. I thought for sure Will Levis was going there. So Will Levis is still on the board for the Patriots, you say?
Wait. Washington, Will Levis. Here he comes.
Stop
Tampa Bay's another one we could see trade up to try and try and do that one if he falls much farther. But yeah, the Jets obviously aren't taking Will Levis here. So this is one of those. Do they try and trade out of this pick, try and get some of that draft capital they just gave up for Aaron Rodgers back by falling back here?
Or
you've got some
do they
teams
go quarterback?
That's true. They very well could.
Everybody seems to draft a quarterback when Aaron Rodgers is a quarterback.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean,
They get the
trade away
option.
Zach Wilson for whatever he's worth and take a quarterback here.
That's true. Hey, the real question is how many
Jets have
traded the pick? Is that what's coming up next, or they have the pick?
I haven't seen any of that yet, but
I still have them with the pick.
Okay,
my question was going to be is how long before we see the Jets trade for Jordan Love? How many years does that
2033.
Next year.
I like Kevin's call 2033. That seems about right.
Hey, so we are now essentially halfway through this first round. And I don't know about you guys, but I thought by now at least one wide receiver would have come off the board.
100%.
We have not seen a wide receiver come off the board yet. So this is interesting, right? Like we thought that some of these teams that needed help in the receiver. I think this speaks to a bigger trend in the NFL where there's kind of an embarrassment of riches of talented wide receivers right now in the league that you don't necessarily need to go spend a first round pick on a wideout in a position that you can get a decent guy in the second or third round, right? Like, and now we're starting to see
as good though. Like you
That's
don't
fair.
have a true alpha in this class, like a Jamar Chase, a Justin Jefferson type. Like these guys are more. These are
player type deals.
These are Z's and Y's, right? You don't have a true X. Like Tillman is probably closest thing in this draft class to a true X.
Right.
Even JSN is his body structure and his route running concepts has not led to me thinking this is the guy. He can be a playmaker. He can facilitate being a great pace and a good offense, but you can't plug him in, say, go win one-on-one, 65% of the time so we can toss you the ball, for 12 or 13 targets and we're going to be successful. That's not anybody in this draft class.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you've got some guys like Zay Flowers and Quentin Johnston who are probably going to make cases with speed and skill eventually, right? That could end up being big time players, but right now they're not like breakout. Hey, we're the reason our teams were fantastic candidates.
Right.
Yeah.
But because we haven't seen a receiver go in the top 15, I think the panic at running back was when Bijan went. Then teams go, "Oh no, like he's gone. Like I got to go and get my guy."
Yeah.
But when not a single wide receiver's gone off the board, then it's like, oh, okay, so I can just sit back and wait. Because in past drafts, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of teams have kind of moved up to go and get that wide receiver, and it just doesn't seem like teams are thinking that they have to, at least at this juncture.
I don't know if you guys, sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you guys were watching the ESPN broadcast, but Nolan Smith, I think, is playing War with his mom.
Yeah, it looked like it
in the green room.
Looked like they were playing cards or
They
something.
were playing
Good
a
for them.
card game. Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
I was just saying the other kind of crazy thing too is the fact that we talked about that. You got to hope that the Lions, pick that they traded to get to number, or they're trading to get to the 12th pick, and the guy they selected with the 12th pick. You hope that one turns out better for him this year than it did last year, right? Like they made the moves to go and get Jamison Williams with the 12th pick. This is one here too. Like it's just interesting to see how some of these things are shaking out here. And the Jets are taking this thing all the way down to the clock. It looks like.
Yeah, we're getting handshakes and bro hugs in the Jets war room.
Right.
And there's a phone being passed around. So, yep, we've got the pick in. Real quick about that, we saw that shot of the Jets war room there, and the absolute excitement that everybody had. Just once, I'd like to see a war room, and it kind of like, you remember it was the COVID draft when Bill was making the picks by himself in his living room, right?
Yeah,
and the dog was in
over,
and it was just like nothing, right? Like Bill doesn't show
Yeah.
a ton of emotion anyways, but like just once I want to see a team be like, yeah, God, I guess this is the guy we've got.
Right.
And the Jets are going
We
crazy
couldn't
over the
make
16th pick here. 15th pick.
Yeah.
The best is you got to watch NHL drafts. NHL drafts when you get to
Oh,
like
love
day
it.
3, it's those war room shots are hilarious because
Well-
you're drafting some 16-year-old kid from Saskatchewan. You're like, I have no idea. Like
Right.
maybe he could be
Throw a
great.
dart here. We'll throw a dart, I guess.
Where's
Yeah,
Saskatchewan at? That place sounds sketchy as hell.
Ooh,
Oh, that's a
Oh,
lot of
it's
good,
Western
a lot of good
Canada.
hockey players coming from
A
Saskatchewan.
lot of hockey.
That's
I know.
okay.
I'm just, my co-host is from there, so I'm just making fun of him.
There you go.
this pick is interesting.
What a shot!
Okay, hold on.
Like from one of the players, Kenny? Or
The Jets-
okay.
The Jets make an interesting pick. They just traded for Aaron Rodgers. I had the Jets going Darnell Wright. That's obviously not going to be possible.
come on,
No,
who
it's
is it?
not. It's not even on that side of the ball.
Oh,
Okay, so they go defense.
Were you
Yeah.
thinking
So the-
Will Levis?
So Aaron
I was
Rodgers,
hoping secretly.
so Aaron Rodgers
Aaron Rodgers
played for 15 years.
Aaron Rodgers just sitting at home. He's like, "You motherfuckers!"
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
be honest,
Rodgers
if-
complains
if
for
Will
15 years.
Levis
Packers
gets
don't get him
drafted
any
there,
help.
5 minutes later, he's sending out a tweet that he's retiring. There's no way. He's like, I don't even care. I'm done.
He signs his guaranteed money
Yeah.
and retires.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll pay it back. I just
Oh, that's
I
so
can't
far
deal with
behind.
it.
I haven't gotten most of it yet anyway.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
oh.
Hmm.
Interesting. This is a guy I thought that I thought he was a first round guy, and I had him going in just about every mock in the first round, but not this early. That's for sure. So,
Who's the kid?
Ernest, I think you've got
He's a Make-A-Wish kid. This is awesome.
I think Ernest has got the longest delay here. So
I know what is happening.
let us
And
know
he's the
when.
one who's not cheating.
Yeah.
True.
I
he's
know.
a Make-A-Wish
That's the
kid.
best. Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh.
Oh, this is
Ernest kind of
cool.
looks like a Make-A-Wish kid
What a
watching
thrill.
TV.
True.
Shots fired.
How much does
Boom.
Make-A-Wish pay the NFL to say, hey, put one of our kids in?
Oh, so much. Oh, they pay him so
Oh,
much.
yeah.
They gotta hurt.
I don't know, man. I don't know that they. I think
For
this is
night
good.
one, dude. Again,
I think this is good PR for them.
I think you're. I
This
think
is
you're
just
off.
one of their goodwill things that they do to make it seem like they truly care.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
We're
This
gonna
is
find out.
this is
We're gonna
easy
find out in
PR.
10 years that Goodell's been pocketing the Make-A-Wish Foundation money for decades. Yeah, no, the NFL is super integral, and they have a lot of moral
Yeah,
standards.
they would in
It's
no
got
way
some
exploit
for sure.
this
No,
to
they would
their-
never exploit any other
No.
company or brand. No, they're very high standing people. I love
And
the
Rodgers
NFL
been a
and Goodell.
stand-up guy
What?
since he took over, and I don't know why anyone would ever.
Oh,
think
that's a
otherwise.
terrible pick. I'm caught up now. That's horrible.
3 minutes later.
We're all worried about the next pick, and that was terrible.
Oh, are we not
I'm
talking
looking
about
at
this Iowa
Washington's
State
roster
guy?
at this point.
So
It's Will Levis, guys. That's the next pick.
well, it is a Will, but it's not Will Levis. It's Will McDonald IV going to the Jets here. This is one I actually had him mocked going to Kansas City at pick 31. Like I thought that would have been. I thought he gets into the first round, but it would have been back end. I didn't see him going anywhere near the middle.
Oh, you don't think Kansas City goes wide receiver first round?
Yeah,
I think it depends on who falls there, but I didn't.
Shoot, at this rate, there's going to be their pick of the litter at that point. So.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Jalen Hyatt.
Jalen Hyatt, yeah.
Wait, is that the pick? Or
No,
is that
no,
that-
that's the
that-
pie in the sky for Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. It looks like the way the wide receivers are falling, they could have the number 2 or 3 guy off the board. I mean, it's
Right.
You know what
It's
worries
crazy.
me about the receivers falling, Kenny and John? You know what worries me the
What's
most?
up? What?
What worries me is that Jerry Jones is going to go walk over to the front office and be like, have you guys seen that Flowers and
Yeah.
Jay
They're like,
Sanders on the board?
No, Jerry, we're really sold on this guy. No, but we're taking
Yeah.
Flowers.
Yeah, no. Flowers the guy.
Sir, have you seen our roster?
Not even
Like,
you need a wideout.
have you paid attention lately? Yeah.
That's
it's
all right.
interesting. It's interesting. And Kevin was talking about it. There aren't any true X's. It's a lot of like specific needs and roles, and does it fit your scheme and system?
Right.
But it's interesting that we haven't seen one go yet, like at least one, I mean, there's JSN, I think Jordan Addison, I think, there's enough talent that you could justify it.
Washington didn't waste any time.
No, they couldn't wait to get up there and make their pick. But
that pick up.
There's a few things out there though that could make some sense along those lines, right? Like you think back to a few years ago, right? Like we didn't see Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb come off the board until like pick 15. And that was a class that we were highly all in on the wide receiver class. Justin Jefferson was in that class as well. Justin Jefferson, thinking back to
we could have had Justin Jefferson. We got
Jerry Jeudy, yes.
That war room video when Justin Jefferson fell to the Vikings was the best. They couldn't believe that they got him.
But that was the thing, right? Like, and we're saying a lot of the same things. Like, there was a lot of things that were said about Justin Jefferson coming to the league that, he's a slot guy. Minnesota taking him. Well, who in the world's going to play on the outside? Because both him and Thielen are slot guys. Like, and he proved us wrong.
There ain't no 6'4" slot guys.
Well, I'm hoping that there's that one of these guys can play on the outside.
Did I mock this pick?
Okay, so before we go here. Before we get into Washington's pick, because we haven't seen a wide receiver come off the board yet, do we see a tight end come off the board before we see a wide receiver come off the board?
Maybe. Maybe.
No.
I think the first wide receiver I'm seeing come off the board is Dalton Kincaid, number 24 to Jacksonville. That's where I'm seeing the first one pop.
I mean,
tight end
to Seattle wouldn't be crazy either at 20.
No, it wouldn't.
A tight end to Seattle would be.
God, how pissed would you be
the litter? You get your best one.
Damn it.
Yeah. So I mean, you probably won't.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past Detroit to draft a tight end.
Yeah, I think that's where
maybe.
Like seriously, they've done it historically, and they did dump Hawkinson last year. So
yeah.
I mean, I hope you don't see one here with New England. You might see it with. You won't see it with the Bucks. And then maybe with Seattle, and then probably not with Chargers and then Baltimore.
Oh, I could see the Chargers going tight end.
You think?
So,
oh yeah.
Yeah,
Gerald Everett isn't as young as we all think he is.
Yeah,
like, he spent a lot of years in Seattle.
That's a good point. Yeah,
playing second fiddle.
He's on it, not his first stop.
He's not even on his second stop at this point.
So you think that a wide receiver will come off the board before a tight end does, though?
I mean, I hope it's right here with New England again. Like you traded
Washington first.
Oh,
definitely
sorry,
not Washington.
Yeah, Washington's not going wide receiver.
But definitely not Washington. Yeah,
no.
And if I had to guess, I'd say Washington's going to go cornerback. I had Joey Porter Jr. going here, but. Cornerback, not quarterback there.
Yeah, it should be
defensive.
I mean, you would think defensive side of the ball.
Right. Like that's where I think they're going as cornerback here. So we'll see. But
so
yeah,
this
New
is where
England's
I had Miles Murphy going because of all the issues with Chase Young not picking up his 5th-year option.
Right.
And I get it's a little different skill set, right? They're not the same guy, but this is where I had Murphy going. So again, defensive side of the ball, and we'll see where the pick comes in once it lands. But is Washington as close as they think they are? Right? I mean, they showed flashes.
2 years ago, that defense was stellar,
right?
And then last year, they just fell off a dang cliff.
Well, their front line was not anywhere near what it had been a couple of years before.
They couldn't pressure they couldn't really pressure the quarterback. Like they could with Chase Young, but not consistently. So their defense was a false defense, in my opinion. And your offense, again, if you can't put up 27 points in the NFL, like you're just not going to win a lot of games. It's just it stinks. So
I mean,
that's
you could
what-
have an elite defense like the Broncos, and if you can't, when you
Oh,
can't even put up 18 or 19 points.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the Broncos are a great example. Broncos are a great example. They're a great example of that.
They weren't a great example of a lot of
Just
things.
keep bringing that in.
Quarterback.
Jimmy. A couple more times, dude. I didn't hear how bad the Broncos were. Thanks.
Jeez. That was the only thing they were a great example of last year.
What just happened to Christian Gonzalez? Anybody else asking that question?
Did you actually get the Ernest? Is your feed
got the
caught up
pick.
here?
Yeah, Emmanuel Forbes just came on the screen, and I'm surprised. Wait, Kenny's gone. Did I miss that?
Kenny just yeeted
He sent
himself.
a message saying bounce.
He messaged us. Yeah, he did.
It's like his feed is way too long, guys.
So is Christian Gonzalez slipping
30
because
minutes.
he plays in a conference that doesn't play defense?
Right.
it might be, but I
Like-
liked him. I liked him in the pack. I
And
thought he was
only played in a conference that doesn't play defense because he went
Well-
from Colorado to Oregon.
By the way, the Patriots didn't waste any time.
Yeah, they did not.
And I don't know. I'm just curious. Is that part of the knock? Yes, he looked good, but when you look good and you're going up against nothing in comparison to what people watch your film on, I don't know. Is that part of the reason he's slipping a bit?
It could be. That could.
But I thought
mean,
he's long. He's long. He's rangy. He does a good job of getting his hips turned and catching up downfield. I don't think Gonzalez is a bad option. I don't know. Oh, damn it. I just closed my feed.
Okay.
So yeah, the Commanders kind of. I thought they were going to go cornerback here. I didn't think that it would be Emmanuel Forbes, but just an interesting thing on how some of these things shake out and play out, and you see some of these things. This is some of this has to do with. I do too. I didn't think that he would be going before a Christian Gonzalez.
I had him
some
going
of
to
these other
Baltimore
picks.
because
So.
he's that long, lanky cornerback that they kind of like to implement there in that Harbaugh defense. But here we go, Patriots.
There he
picks
is. There he is.
Hey, my feed's caught up with you guys for some
Their
reason.
ears are burning. The ears were burning, and there he goes.
Belichick's got to feel good about this, right?
Yeah.
How can you not?
We traded back and we got.
Yeah, Christian
He's all
Gonzalez.
right.
Oh wait, no, I just found out, so I guess I am still a little behind.
So little.
Oh, that's awesome.
How could you not be thrilled about this?
No, this is
This
great.
guy was, I think, arguably. I mean, in our minds, he was one of the top two defensive backs, right? We were kind of back and forth between Witherspoon and Gonzalez.
This is what I'm talking about. The film they're showing is him against Colorado.
Right.
Show the film of what he did against Georgia week 1.
Here he is against Washington. Again against Colorado.
Right.
I mean, you got to showcase what you could showcase, but yeah,
It's
I get
true.
it. Oh, even better.
So yeah, it'll be interesting here. The Lions with their second pick here in the first round. Where do they do? Where do they go? They went
It's gotta
Jamar.
feel good for him.
They went Jamar Gibbs with the 12th overall here. So what do they do here with pick
Tight end.
18?
Tight end.
You think
Make
so?
everybody just no. I don't know, but
I mean,
I didn't think that they were going to go Gibbs.
right?
I would love
Maybe-
to see Meyer and Kincaid just
They're
fall
probably
to the down.
bummed out that
Choose which one.
Gonzalez just went. They're super bummed out.
And maybe this is one where they sit there, they either trade this pick back, which I could see them doing, or they look at this and go, well, we've got a guy that we can take with not top 10 QB money here and take a Will Levis and get your guy for the end of the Jared Goff era.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's not a crazy idea. I mean, Tampa could think about Will Levis too.
Yeah.
Next after this.
For sure
makes
in
a
play.
ton of
That is
sense.
for sure in play.
I have him going to Minnesota.
You actually did. You had the fall going all the
nasty.
way there.
Yeah.
That's
So we'll see if he falls that far, but that's where I had him going, was down to Minnesota.
Yeah, because it probably won't be Seattle, won't be Chargers, won't be Baltimore. Yeah, it could be.
And who knows? Hey, maybe
Could be.
Seattle does take him. They've got a guy in house already that has experienced that drastic fall in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think they probably I think maybe, the Anthony Richardson going right before him at 4. They might have thought of Richardson at 5, but yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. I don't know. I think they're happy with Geno Smith. I think they are too. Fine with Geno. I think they're totally fine with Geno. I think we can win enough with Geno.
Right, and I think that Geno won't lose. That's like Geno's not going to lose us a game. He's not going to be dumb and make simple, silly mistakes. That if we can put a decent defense out there, we feel like we've got a shot.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, they gave him the weapons. Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. They will continually get disrespected for some stupid reason.
And you've got solid running back.
Yeah, I mean, what's his name? Why can't I think of it?
Walker.
Ken Walker. Thank you. I almost said Kenneth Gainwell. I'm like, that's not right.
That's where I was going to.
Not right. No, Kenneth Walker is. Yeah, I mean, it's so. What they need is Jimmy Garoppolo, something to just distribute the ball and not make stupid mistakes. And that's exactly what they have with Geno Smith. Like, he's great. He's good enough. He's fine.
I don't like to use the term game manager, but realistically, you just need someone to not shoot yourself in the foot, and Geno provides that.
Right. Can you distribute the ball to our playmakers? That's all we need. Can you get the ball to the guys who make plays?
Hey, Alex.
What's up?
Do the Jets steal one on the road and climb within a game of Las Vegas, or are the Knights going to close it out tonight?
Knights probably close it out. Playing in Vegas is tough. That's tough. That's a tough environment. I'm more curious. I haven't seen. I've been too locked in on the draft here. Do we know? Oh, the Lightning did win.
Tampa Bay won and the Devils won.
Oh man,
yeah.
The Devils were down 2-0.
And the Avalanche look like
straight.
Dog poo.
Devils are a good team.
Yes,
go
they
for
are
it.
a good team.
Go for it, Alex. Hey, I'll take it.
If we're gonna talk some NHL here while I'm in commercial break and waiting for the Lions, who have made the pick. They did not trade it, Derek. They did make the pick. Neither team, neither Seattle nor Colorado can compete with the likes of Dallas or Minnesota, whoever comes out of that series, or likely Vegas, right? They cannot compete with that. So here's what's going to happen. This Colorado-Seattle series goes 7 games. The winner is going to come out and lose in 5 in the next round. Like, that's just what it is. Seattle doesn't have the mentality to put teams away, right? The Avs have been garbage this series, and Seattle's let them hang around in every game. And so Seattle doesn't have the mentality, the mentality or ability to really put teams away. And Colorado doesn't have the talent right now to withstand any sort of withstand any sort of forecheck, which is Seattle's bread and butter. And they're just not winning puck battles. We've got, the problem for the Avalanche, they have, as I said this on our show on Tuesday, we have 5 talented players, 5 skill guys for our top 6, and 6 AHL players in our bottom 6 up front. Kale comes back in game 6. I think the Avs are inspired enough and can withstand the pressure. They've already seen how to do it. They did it finally. Got out of a first period without giving up a goal or 2.
What the fuck?
You must have seen the pick.
I'm not impressed.
I was a little surprised myself.
I have not seen it yet.
I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not impressed.
But anyways, so the Avs and Seattle, whoever comes out of that is done in the second round. Anyways, it doesn't.
It does matter though. I'm vested.
But well,
I want to repeat. Darn it!
I don't even care about the repeat. I just want a
the Eastern
performance that you can be
Conference.
proud about. Like, they just look bad.
Yeah, they do, and
it's crazy how different the conferences play, right? Like, that's a big notice that I didn't catch last year during the NHL playoffs. Is the East is much more methodical, right? Like, the East they're a little bit slower. take advantage of their opportunities, but they don't force those opportunities to come. And the West seems to be more highlight reel, right?
Yeah,
Seattle might be the exception, but you get in with the Kings and
you've got McDavid and Draisaitl and
Edmonton,
Evander Kane up in Edmonton.
They're more flashy.
Yeah.
Right.
The only exception to that is Dallas. Dallas is not flashy. Dallas is a heavy team.
They're just
Minnesota plays the same way, which is why that series. I think if Dallas wasn't playing Minnesota, I think both of those teams get out in 5 games. But those two teams match up and play the same type of game. Anyways, back to the NFL. The Lions pick is in.
Who's a bigger disappointment in their drafts? Do you think Bo Cunningham or Will Levis?
Is Vontae Mack no matter what?
It is, right? I think it is.
Hey,
Speaking of Vontae Mack, that's kind of the direction that the Lions decided to go with the linebacker here.
What a day for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Yeah.
That
also, by the way,
funny.
right, and we glanced over it, but interesting side note, the Iowa State Cyclones broke a streak that had been going back to like 1973 with Will McDonald being drafted in the first round tonight.
They hadn't had a first-round pick in that long, huh?
Yeah, it had been a long, long time.
That's crazy.
That's funny. They're showing
They don't play defense,
him playing against FCS South Dakota State. Granted, national champion South Dakota State, but still.
So
they're not the true national champion.
They are the true national champion, actually, because they played in a tournament.
Although, how many teams, if we redid last year, would have taken, Brock Purdy at this point in the
right
in the first round?
It is always a fun experiment to go back and look at old drafts and be like, where did him screw up? It is fun.
What the analysts say when the picks are made, like
yes,
some of the funniest stuff. Like some of the bad takes are just like perfect.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
yes, free.
Like I love going back to like even like the 2012, like old, like go back to old draft, and you're like, holy crap! Like you missed out on this guy. Like this is a Hall of Fame, offensive tackle that you could have had, and it's hilarious. But
right, there's more guys in the Hall of Fame that went undrafted than guys that taken with the number 1 overall pick.
Interesting. That's a fun fact.
That's a fun fact, but it's a skewed fact because there's more people that have been not drafted than have been the number 1.
Yeah. I mean, there's always, but you would think the hit rate for the 101 versus the hit rate on the undrafted player would be much higher, right? Like you would assume it's, maybe.
I would also argue that the guy going 101 is walking into a terrible situation. That's the reason why they're picking 101.
But regardless,
I mean, Trevor Lawrence is a good example of that. Trevor Lawrence is a perfect example of that.
But regardless, at the same time, too, if you went undrafted, you went through 250 guys that the team said we'd rather have these 250 guys before you.
I'd like to know
cases and you're drafted as depth. You're seen as expendable all the way through training camp. Like you're brought in to try and see what you can prove during training camp. Like, or you're a practice squad guy. Like that's where the team sees you, type of thing. You fight your way onto a squad and you fight your way into the Hall of Fame. Like that's just a remarkable.
That is remarkable. I would like to know the amount. I guess the percentage of players drafted on day 3, which is now what.
Rounds 4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6,
fourth. Yeah.
The amount of guys that don't make an opening day roster that are 4, 5, 6, 7 picks,
Insane.
And realistically, and that's kind of the deal. You get an undrafted guy that's got something to prove that's going to go in there and give his all, and chip on his shoulder type situation versus a guy who, they've decided we like you enough to draft your rights.
And it is interesting because this conversation comes up in hockey a lot, and we were just talking about it comes up in hockey a lot where your name is just known to the coach. Like a GM might pick you here and you're just known to the coaches as like, oh, this is my 3rd round pick. So you're expected to be good. And when you're undrafted, it's harder to like make a name for yourself. There's so many guys that come in and out of camp. It's like, Bill Belichick's not paying. I mean, Bill Belichick's a bad example, but some coaches aren't paying attention to position 48 to 52. Like, it's,
and I can tell you, there's still tape on the helmet with the name.
Yeah, it's hard. It's like really hard to like make a name for yourself. So I get why there's a big difference. There must be a difference between like being picked in the 4th round and being undrafted. Even it feels insignificant, but I'm sure there's a difference. I'm
Interesting
sure.
pick here for Tampa Bay. Interesting.
I like
pick.
it. I really like this pick for them. Like it's one of those that it was a need for them. You get the second best guy at the position there. And there's a big tier break, in my opinion, between there was a big tier break between Jalen Carter and Kalijah Kancey, and then there's another big tier break between Kalijah Kancey and your 3rd tier defensive tackle here in this.
Yeah, it might be a full round. Like we might see another one off the board until the 3rd round.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Brian Bressie make his way at the very end of the 1st here, but
I don't know what all the positions.
I could see that to the Eagles,
right? To the Eagles, to the Saints, to Kansas City. Like I could see
Eagles won't go Bressie. They just took Jalen Carter.
It's true. I think Alex, you could have thrown something nasty silly at us in that mock 3.0. We were talking about that when the Eagles selected Jalen Carter, and how crazy would that be if they added yet another Georgia guy with that 30th pick?
Well, yes. Who did I have them originally going? Nolan Smith? Yeah.
Yeah, that pick 30.
Look, Kevin, he's still on the board. Surprising, right?
I don't know. Does he get by Seattle?
I'm gonna kick you in the nuts when I see you here.
This is a surprise, right? Like
Little shout out to Steve, one of my co-hosts. I can't wait to see him and Will Levis just dropping like a stone, and he had him ranked number 1. And
he said as much when he was on earlier.
NFL scouts, but I can't wait to see him rib him a ton.
Like it's Mitchell Trubisky again, guys. Like I don't know how many times I have to say it. Like that's who we're looking at. That's
a great point.
That's the scare. That's the scare because the comp is so easy. Like
I think the comp is an easier one with Carson Wentz, but
it's even better. But I think the storyline with Mitchell Trubisky is like he'll be flashy. He'll have like a big game or two, and that's it. Like the guy's going to struggle.
I'll throw a fun name at you that I thought of when I was watching him. Ryan Mallett. Like I was like, this is he'll make a highlight throw. It's amazing. It'll blow your mind. But I mean,
same kind of team too, right? Like a mid-level SEC team, right? Like
it was interesting. I was watching it and I just went and again, as a New England guy, I just kept thinking like, oh man, that's a weird. I'm feeling a lot of Ryan Mallett vibes where it's like, yeah, you make great throws, but can you operate an offense? It's like, I
feel like if the Murray experiment doesn't work out in Arizona, we might see Will Levis starting there in their rebuild phase. Like he might just be the starter there when he trickles over in year 2 or 3, and like it's just. Will Levis is here. Like this is that guy that fell in the 1st round a couple of years ago. Like he's just kind of weathering that storm.
I mean, if you have that 1st round capital, you get a lot of opportunity in the NFL. You just do. It's crazy.
We think Seattle tries to shop this pick.
No.
Hope it's not Will Levis.
What would you get for it, right? Like,
well, if Dallas really
wants
to
back, I was going to say move back to pick 26 and then pick up a 3rd. I would do it.
Like if Dallas wants to solidify that Kincaid pick, who needs tight end between now and the 26?
Jacksonville
Chargers.
Do they with Ingram?
Chargers.
He's on a franchise tag.
Oh,
Chargers. Giants just got what's his name, so they're good.
Darren Waller.
Vikings possibly.
The Vikings just traded for Hawkinson last year. They're set there.
They extended him, so they're fine there.
It was 2 teams, right? 2 teams. Dallas really feels like any of those 2 teams are going to grab Kincaid or Meyer. I don't see why they don't make that move.
Really, the only threat would be, maybe Chargers with the next pick.
I personally.
I don't see the Chargers needing to go tight end there. Not with some of the other Like they need
Right.
help on the defensive line, right? Which that gets a little bit tougher here with Cansey just coming off the board. Some of your edge rushers didn't drop as far here, but
We
also
all
need
had
help.
Osiris Torrance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
On the
We
show.
did.
For this
Like, we
Seattle
all
pick here.
agreed on
We
this
did.
one by dumb happenstance.
I just saw Schefter talking. Did they trade? They didn't trade this pick, did they? Nope.
No.
Clock's still ticking.
Yep.
JSN.
So, I mean-
How about that? That would be
Yeah.
splashy. That'd
Yep.
be fun for Seattle.
JSN to
Oh.
Seattle would be great. I mean, they complement Lockett and Metcalf perfectly.
Absolutely.
That would be an unbelievable trio. That'd be an unbelievable trio. I mean, you might as well. This is a luxury. This is a luxury pick. for
None of
Seattle.
Absolutely.
the, have you just
There's
heard
a luxury
that none of the teams left have Will Levis had a visit to in the
Right.
first round. He didn't visit any of those teams or talk to them.
Ooh, yikes.
Yikes, that's bad.
That's gross. Yeah. So he's definitely not going. I mean, the only spot is maybe
Minnesota.
Vikings, Giants. Yeah, Minnesota and Giants, maybe.
But the
Everyone
Giants
else is
just
probably
signed.
good.
The Giants
the
just
Giants
signed Daniel
just-
Jones to a 4-year, $160 million deal. So
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you still bring someone in to compete, and you never know.
Fair
I just
enough.
think that you gotta consider. I
Giants
don't
are
know.
going wide receiver,
I don't know.
aren't they? Like the Giants have to go wide receiver here.
Yeah, it's got to
Right.
be the first
Yeah,
team to
probably.
take
I'm just
wide
trying
receiver
to think
or-
of anyone that would take a quarterback. I'm like, maybe Giants. It's like the only, but it's like it's certainly not going to be Jacksonville. Certainly
The
not gonna be
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Will Levis to the Cowboys.
That would be insanity.
Stop that blasphemous.
Oh
That
my
would be
goodness.
insane.
Stop
Levis to
that
the
blasphemous.
That would be insane.
That makes
Blasphemy.
total sense. That makes total sense.
That would be wild.
The reason that it makes sense is because it doesn't make sense, and that's why.
Jerry Jones is allegedly taking a bunch of Percocets and probably making the picks himself.
So
It's the vodka mixed with the Percocets.
That's
I'm
what it
worried
is.
about.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, the old man special.
Right.
The Saints trade up and get Will Levis. I'm calling it now. He's still there.
Yeah,
Over.
The Saints may not need to trade up.
They might just chill at 29 and get him.
That's true.
Over Carr, huh? They don't like Carr enough to let him ride it out.
I
mean,
think
you
you let
still-
Carr cook for 2 years, and then
Right. You give someone again. It's like you give someone to push them. Like there's the chance that maybe again. So now Derek Carr looks at Will Levis and goes, "I gotta compete and try and grow." And then maybe Will Levis beats him out. You never know, but you take that chance. I think it's not out of the realm of possibility. Derek Carr is in no way, shape, or form the answer. It's like I could see him losing a job within a year or two.
all right. Let's see what
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Seattle wants to do here.
What's up, guys?
All right,
Dave.
picks in for Seattle. What's up, Dave?
How's everybody doing tonight?
What's up, Dave?
Good.
Doing all right.
I am good. I am good, you guys.
We'll let
I am
you
good.
in on
Hang
the
out,
fun
watch.
game we've been playing.
My Steelers moved up, took Broderick Jones. I'm stoked.
That's a
stoked.
great pick. That was a good,
Oh, yeah.
good move up. Good pick.
I
Yep.
am a little bit disappointed, and I'm also not ruling out the possibility that this still happens. I'm a little bit disappointed of not going with the Homer pick of Joey Porter Jr.
All of us.
Right.
I mean,
You are all
it
of
would
us,
be
Dave.
so
You
beautiful.
are all
It
of
would
us.
be so beautiful. However,
the 30 for 30 would have been amazing. It would have been
gotta-
amazing.
right.
I got to think there's still a chance of this at pick 32, you guys.
Well,
It's
there's only
possible.
31.
I mean, I don't know how far he's sliding. No, pick 32 is tomorrow night. It's
That's
First pick
fair.
round,
That's fair.
round 2, and that's where Pittsburgh sits. So,
Yep.
if he
That's
doesn't
a
get
great
picked
pick.
tonight, I
So-
would almost guarantee that's who's going to be
So,
picked.
Dave, we've been talking that it's a little weird. We're now 19 picks in. Seattle's making their 20th right now, making the 20th right now. A wide receiver has not come off the board. Will a tight end come off the board before a wide receiver does?
Oh,
No.
the pick is in.
Nope.
Oh,
I mean, you just cursed yourself, right, when you
Did
said
I?
that, 'cause
Of
there goes
course.
JSN to Seattle.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
go.
Great pick.
Dude, what a pick by Seattle. That's
That
how
is
you
solid
spend.
pick for
That's
Seattle,
how you
yeah.
spend a luxury pick. You take the number one prospect at a position. That's a great pick.
So the ESPN draft tracker is ahead of the ESPN feed on the same app.
Yes.
Hilarious.
I'm watching this on
Hilarious.
actual ABC.
And it's also well ahead of the telecast.
I'm one of those cord cutters that they talk about who
I'm
got
right
rid
there
of my
with you.
DirecTV.
Pretty much, I think everybody here is.
That's all right.
I think
And,
we are. Yeah.
But
There's
I
no
have
shame
the
in
local channels, just over the air. I'm watching
Right.
this on ABC tonight. So
it. Good for you.
perfect.
Support your local stations.
I
I
like
mean,
this
come on.
pick.
KIVI here in Boise, you got to support.
Right. I like this. JSN, what a awesome trio Seattle's going to roll out.
Oh my goodness.
And the weapons
How
to
fun.
solidify your confidence in Geno.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Like that is a great pick. I like that a lot.
Honestly, that is such a smart pick by Seattle. When you have a pick to burn and you have a luxury pick and you see the talent at wide receiver just fall in your lap at 20, who pairs up with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf so well, he will eat up the middle and intermediate part of that field, and you let Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf just beat people on the outside. And Kenneth Walker. Oh, and by the way, you want to cover everybody. We got Kenneth Walker who's going to rip off a 40-yarder in your mouth. So it's like their offense is going to be so fun to watch.
Offense is getting
Okay.
gnarly, right?
It is going to be fun to watch. But does this hurt JSN's fantasy draft stock because he's going to a team that has
Yes.
Nah, I don't know. Lockett's 31. He has 3 years left on his current deal. I don't think anyone expects Lockett to play until he's 34, 35 years old with Seattle. So I do think that it might stunt it at the beginning.
But I mean,
so in redrafts,
this is a lot worse than him walking into like a role
I think
in
it's
Tennessee.
a hit to redraft, but actually probably a boost to dynasty.
Maybe
in my
so.
opinion.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that's a very, very fair take there.
Check
because
this out.
because initially you're going to think, oh, he's playing third fiddle, right? He's a guy that you're probably not going to draft, might keep an eye on. You'll probably have somebody take him just because first round pick stuff, right? But in dynasty, I think you're right. I think this is a stash and wait play that might pay off, some point later in year one. Immediately, I'm not so sure, but
isn't he better than Tyler Lockett at this point in both of their respective careers? Isn't he a better player?
They're close.
They're going to be
I
close.
think Tyler Lockett is a disrespected wide receiver. They're close, but Tyler Lockett's really good. But
he's really good, but he's also old. He's on the
for
twilight
sure.
of his
JSN
career,
JSN by week 8 could overtake him for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I mean, we typically see wide receivers hit kind of the proverbial cliff at age 31, age 32, right? Like that's typically where we see them lose fantasy relevance in droves, especially guys that had been elite start losing that at that. Tyler Lockett turns 31 before October of this year. So this very well could be kind of his last, big season we see
the
from
swan song of Tyler Lockett.
Exactly. and it's one of those too, when you talk about rookies, with the exception of Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, almost every other rookie takes, half the season to get adjusted to the game, adjusted, that kind of deal. And so realistically, when you're, even these guys with high draft capital, things like that, you're playing for the back half of the season anyway on their rookie year for redraft. Right? Like look at really any of the guys out there. Typically the first 4 weeks, first 8 weeks were very tough for you to try and put on, right? Like they just put this graphic up there. Garrett Wilson had large chunks where he was unusable for your fantasy roster last year, and he was the offensive rookie of the year. Chris Olave had a lot of disappearing spots as well, had a lot of great games, but a lot of disappearing spots as well. So you're typically drafting those guys anyway in redraft for back half of the season on their rookie year. And that's where you're looking for them to try and emerge.
Yeah,
so
I agree. I agree.
I mean,
I think redraft is where you're gonna feel it the most, being in Seattle. But dynasty, I'm still super comfortable as my wide receiver 1. Like it's great.
I mean, regardless of where JSN went, where for redraft purposes, were you really going to take him earlier than like the 5th round? That's probably about where the landing spot was going to be, was the 5th, 6th round. So, and that's
I'm trying to know where Olave. Where did Olave go last year? It'd probably be
in our home league. Olave was in the 10th round of a super draft.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. So you're talking. Yeah. That's where I'm taking JSN. That's where I'm taking my shot. Wherever Olave went last year, that's where I'm taking my shot on JSN this year.
Something that might impact this. I've got a thought for you guys when you're ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. I didn't need to step on anybody's toes, but there were talks earlier on, leading up in this draft process. I don't know, I'm talking's hard. But there were thoughts that Seattle would eventually move up back into the first round to take Hendon Hooker, because they have 2 second rounders. They have a 3rd rounder here. They have assets to move. What if they move up back into the first round and take Will Levis? With him
I don't think
sliding.
They need to.
I mean, maybe they don't need to, but what are your thoughts on that? What's
there we
just
go.
reaction on that?
We're starting to see it now, boys.
Quentin Johnson to the Chargers.
Oh wow!
I like
Quentin Johnson to the Chargers.
this.
I like this too.
Kind of Mike Williams 2.0.
I kind of like
honestly more Keenan Allen in my opinion. Right?
Fair enough.
Like he doesn't have the blazing speed that Williams has, but that 6'4" frame being able to play outside. Obviously, Allen's been nicked up, and Williams has been nicked up. What's that?
ESPN shortened him at 6'2 3/4.
Oh, sorry. His college listed height was 6'4".
2 3/4. I think you're being funny.
Regardless of both those wide receivers in LA for the Chargers have been dinged up here the last couple seasons. Williams has had a whole career history of being dinged up.
Yeah.
And this kind of solidifies having that guy, because as much as Palmer and Jalen Guyton and company were trying to make way last year, they really struggled when Williams and Allen were both out.
Right.
I don't know who's this guy in Quentin Johnson's entourage with the raspberry suit and fedora behind him. Maybe that's his dad. Whoever that guy is has got some style.
There you go. Oh, by the way, John, you brought it up, like where you would look at drafting him. I actually went and pulled up some ADP on half point PPR. Chris Olave was like 113th overall. George Pickens was 119. Garrett Wilson was 137. So you're talking 10, 11, 12th round type of draft capital there. So
which is perfect. JSN is going to be exactly one of those guys where your starting roster is built in redraft. Your starting roster is built, and you're trying to fill out your bench with like swing for the fence type people. JSN should absolutely be in that conversation where I'm going to like swing for the fence that like maybe Tyler Lockett doesn't work out and falls off a cliff, and JSN and Metcalf take over this offense. Like I hope. So yeah, I think we're again, like wherever you're comfortable taking in redraft format, wherever you were comfortable taking Olave and Wilson, and I'm cool with JSN at that point. For sure. It sucks that he's playing in air quotes third fiddle, but who knows? By week 8, things could look totally different.
Right.
I think Quentin Johnson just landed better draft stock than JSN.
Yeah,
even though
I would agree to that.
Behind him.
In a redraft, I would agree to that.
It's Quentin Johnson is going to be for sure, and I've talked about it before in podcasts where he is going to be the swing for the fence play. Where if he hits, especially in Dynasty, where if he hits, he is in your lineup, locked and loaded, week in, week out. You're fine. Like you don't touch him. Like that's the player you're potentially drafting. But there is also a chance that it doesn't work out, and you're with Mike Williams, who is like maybe a flex play, and so it's scary. But for sure, if you're in a dynasty format and you're trying to swing for the fence, like I need my team's pretty good, but I want someone who could send me to the moon. Quentin Johnson and landing in the Chargers specifically Quentin Johnson is exactly that guy. Where it's like, yeah, it might work out where he is, freaking Julio Jones.
Johnston, you got to hit the T, coach. Hit the T. Johnston. All right. I've seen it misspelled too often.
Man,
Quentin Johnston.
We went the whole teens,
without a wide receiver,
with anybody that was
no kidding,
really
right?
fantasy
what the
relevant,
hell just
right?
happened? I love the NFL draft, you guys. This is why I love the NFL draft.
Oh, no, the whole teens,
Holy
teens.
Crap.
I'm saying,
you guys,
teens.
You guys missed. I wasn't on with you guys for the Bijan pick. My little daughter went insane.
Yeah, that is.
My daughters are the sneaky girls. They're 8-year-old twin, rising profile fantasy analysts. But
wow, that's awesome.
I like it.
Rowan's become a huge Bijan fan, and so she was real excited to see where Bijan would go tonight. She couldn't wait to see which team took Bijan, and I was like, Atlanta took him. That's probably really good for him, So she was pretty enthused about it.
That's awesome. On paper, that offense should be a lot of fun. You got Drake London. You hope Kyle Pitts takes a step forward. You now have Bijan as a legitimate threat in the backfield. Not that Tyler
They're
Algier
a very credible weapon
in
that offense. I am with you.
Yeah, and again, then you have Desmond Ridder. You hope Desmond Ridder takes some semblance of a step forward, and that offense could be fun. I mean, they could be doing what Detroit did last year, where they're going to lose games, but they're going to lose games 42-56. You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be interesting
about Desmond Ridder, to be honest with you. I mean, he's got some dual threat talent. He's good he's a mobile quarterback. He's good on the run.
He needs the game to slow down for him.
Yeah. I'm not guaranteeing this guy's going to be a success, but I think there's definitely some potential here. I think he's got potential. Yeah.
There's not a far drop off between Desmond Ridder and Marcus Mariota. Like there's not a far I think it's an improvement.
I almost think it's an improvement. So
I apologize. I didn't see this earlier. I was very busy today and I wasn't able to be on to be connected with at work, but the Lamar thing happened earlier today, I assume.
Yep.
Yes.
Just before the draft happened.
A while.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. I heard you guys say something about that. I had not seen that. I was could not be on my phone or anything, so I didn't see that. And I heard Kevin say something about the Ravens paying Lamar $50 a year or whatever it was, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to step in and say something because
big buzz before the.
Okay. Cool.
Imagine D-Hop trade that didn't happen.
Right.
Yeah, it was 260 with 185 guaranteed, which 5 years, big contract.
And I think he actually now has the highest salary cap hit of
allegedly going to
anybody.
trade up and get
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, I'm sorry. I was behind on that. My bad.
But just imagine if that doesn't happen. Just imagine if that actually deal doesn't get done at that point.
So that changes this pick dramatically, right?
Right. Like at this point, we're thinking the Ravens are salivating over the fact that they just had Will Levis.
That Will Levis has
right. Yeah.
Dudes, I'm getting this uncomfortable feeling that the Ravens are going to draft Joey Porter Jr. And
they're not.
As a Steeler fan, I'm going to hate it. I'm going to hate that.
You can rest easy. I don't think that they're going that route. I think that the fact that they had so many of these wide receivers fall into their laps at this point, they're going to go that route. And this is one that I originally thought they'd go cornerback here, but I think that with Zay Flowers still on the board, I think that might be the route they go.
Flowers over Addison, really?
A position of
no, I would not think.
No, I'm watching the broadcast with y'all. All I see is
I don't want Jordan Addison to go to the Ravens either.
Well, I don't think Jordan Addison fits into what they need, right? Like you think about where Lamar's was successful was
it's Zay Flowers.
Okay.
Flowers in Baltimore.
But
there it is.
You need a speedy guy to try and play because where they were successful was Hollywood Brown being able to get over the top and you quit seeing Lamar airmail their wide recievers by 5 yards every.
But wait now, because they've got.
Are you guys looking at your TVs though? Because I got to give Zay Flowers some credit for his drip right now.
It's good.
He looks good.
Well, let's talk because Kevin knows about the new OC that's in Baltimore. Kevin, you think that Zay Flowers kind of fits in with
I think
what
he
they
gives,
want to
him, he
get
gives him
going?
that deep threat, right? So you're going to have Odell, you have Rashard Bateman, and now you have Zay Flowers as kind of your three-headed wideouts. I guess your three wideouts. Obviously, Mark Andrews is still there, so Zay Flowers is going to have a purpose. He's going to play that. He's going to play that slot deep threat, right? At 5'9", that's what he's going to be used for. So, yes, much like Hollywood Brown, get up over the top. You're going to try and attract some tension off some really strong play action, some RPO with Lamar. But ultimately, Odell Beckham he's not the explosive wide receiver that he was before, right? So he's going to be playing kind of almost the role that Christian Carter played at the end of his career. When Randy Moss first came in there, where Carter was the stick guy. Okay?
Yeah.
Yep. So you have that. You have Bateman, who is going to be the one who's going across the middle more often than not. He's a little bit bigger bodied. Another guy coming back from injury. So it's going to be interesting between him and Beckham. And then Flowers is going to be the guy that they try and get the safeties to cheat up on those RPOs. And he's going to be more often than not, their deep shot guy. It wouldn't surprise me if he leads the league in yards per target this season, based off of how this offense is going to be formulated. I don't know that that's going to necessarily lead to fantasy relevance because I don't believe Lamar Jackson can hit someone down the field like that consistently. But for his shots that are called, it wouldn't surprise me if Zay Flowers led the league in air yards per target, right? Is kind of the fun metric to look at.
Right. I like the fact that they keep trying to compare Zay Flowers to Tyreek Hill. And
it's hilarious.
Tyreek's so much bigger. He's stronger.
Right. Like I think the Hollywood Brown comp is a very, very, very good comp for him.
Or Rocket Ishmael.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, Hollywood, Rocket Ishmael. He's not Tyreek. He's just not.
I always hate.
Is there anybody that's Tyreek?
I hate when people comp to outliers. Like I hate it. Like that is Tyreek Hill's an outlier. Like you can't comp to an outlier. Like that's not. I mean, that's a 1% chance that you get Tyreek Hill. Like it's not fucking common. It's so annoying. You're like, oh yeah, he's like Tyreek Hill 2.0. It's like, no, that's really hard to predict that you're going to get this freak of an athlete at that size with that speed and develop as a route runner to that level. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Tyreek Hill's 5'10", 190. Zay Flowers is 5'9" and nowhere near 190.
Right. And Tyreek Hill is the fastest person in the NFL and runs routes as crisp as anyone I've seen since Antonio Brown. So what do you want to, like, what are we talking about? What are we doing here?
It amazes me they keep trying to go back to that that he's Tyreek type of deal.
Yeah.
The size comparison, he's Hollywood Brown size. Hollywood Brown 5'9", 170, Zay Flowers 5'10", 173. Like similar speed profiles, similar route tree coming out of college. Like there's a reason that they drafted Hollywood Brown several years ago in the first round, and they found he didn't want to be part of that passing offense anymore, wanted out of town, and they found their replacement for him in Zay Flowers. Like that's I don't understand the comp other than the Hollywood Brown here. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting on my
No, you're totally fair. You're totally fair doing that.
So, but an interesting deal here, right? Like this is one of those that that was one of the things I kept kind of knocking was the fact that every time we kept seeing Lamar try and make a deep pass this last year, it was constantly overthrown by 5 yards on this. So you bring in a guy that, quite frankly, good luck trying to overthrow the speedster, and we'll see how this thing works out.
And it's funny, the one thing I did enjoy about Zay Flowers on film, and I did like, is he
looks good because these glasses he's wearing. Zay Flowers is stylish.
He adjusts to the ball really well in the air, which I think will help in these deep balls that we say, Lamar could be inaccurate on these deep balls. I think that Zay Flowers' ability to adjust on the fly is good. I liked his, body control and adjusting and speed. It was fun. He's a good player. He's a great player.
A great point that I just saw on the social media, I think, is SB Nation. They're doing their live reaction, but the quote was, "His skill feels a little redundant with Devin Duvernay still in the room."
Devin Duvernay's not in the fucking room anymore.
Well, but that's
sorry.
the
Are we
thing.
allowed to cuss
Like,
here?
So
yeah,
Duvernay's still in the room as a punt returner.
Yeah, he's
Like,
gone.
as a kick-
He's out of the room as of today. No, there's no room left.
He's a heck of a special teams guy, and just like anything else
He
with
can't
that.
tackle.
Well, you
Jim
assume
Harbaugh.
Tackle.
you assume every team carries
Your
5
special
wide
teams guy has
receivers,
to be able to
and
tackle.
so Duvernay would be
Duvernay
number
doesn't
5.
Tackle.
Right.
Duvernay would be your number 5 as your punt returner and your 5th wide receiver for sure. He'll still
Yeah, but
make
your
the team.
5th wide receiver has to be able to lay a tackle on special teams. Duvernay doesn't tackle. He's
not
not good at it.
necessarily when you carry as many defensive backs as these teams do now.
I don't know, man. If you're
It'll
gonna
be
have a
close,
guy
but
out
you're
there on
right. But you're
kickoff
right.
coverage,
We
he has
can't
to
be
able to
comparing
make
Zay
that-
Flowers to Devin Duvernay. That's a different. I don't think they're. I don't think. I understand the skill set is the same. I just don't think the top end is the same with Devin Duvernay that you could potentially have with Zay Flowers. I think it's a different top end. It's like driving a Honda versus driving a BMW. It's like, yeah, they both get you to the grocery store, but one's gonna be a hell of a lot more fun getting you there.
The Honda, right?
Yeah. The Honda kind of, yeah.
That's the
CRV.
reasonable choice.
I love a good Listen, don't get me started with a good CRV. Great ride.
Oh man, I'm gonna sound like a creep just for saying this, but I drove by a high school today and saw like the junkiest little beater car ever. And I looked over and there was a really cute girl in it. And I'm like, oh yeah, remember in high school when cute girls drove shitty cars?
Yeah, and when everyone drove shitty, I remember being like the cool kid on the block with like a 2002 Jetta, and it was like so stupid. They were like, "Ooh, nice car." I'm like, "Yeah,
that's you."
It's from my grandfather. It's a sweet ride, right?
89
like,
Honda
so
Accord.
I had
There you go. Yeah,
flip up
02
lights.
Jetta was my.
I had an 80s Toyota model they don't even make anymore. It was called the Starling.
Yeah.
And I think it
Okay.
changed to the Civic or something.
The
It was a
Vikings
big-
pick is in.
Are they
old
doing the
Toyota.
Will Levis dance?
Are they going to Will Levis? Dave, don't ruin it for us because your feed is ahead of us. So don't say
You
it.
guys, they're probably going to miss their pick, and then 2 or 3 other teams are going to pick ahead of them.
Oh,
Dave, don't
2007 again.
Don't ruin it for us.
Man, I
because
was married to
your
a
feed's
Vikings
ahead.
fan back in those days.
I'm.
She's like, "What are they doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. They just didn't make their pick, and everybody else is making their picks in front of them."
The guy I mocked here is still on the board
She was so
and
worried.
still in play. I'm hoping that I get one right here.
There's a lot of.
Oh,
good
let's hit
players.
it. Let's hit it for Derek. One time for Derek.
All right, I want.
I'm gonna hit a few tonight. Let's just keep this ball rolling.
My guy's
let's
gone.
get-
I had
let's
a
get
Manuel
Minnesota
Forbes
here.
here.
Deontay Banks. That's my guess.
Why do the
I'm
owners
changing
of
off of my
NFL
mock.
teams look so weird, you guys?
Oof.
I'd like Joey Porter Jr. here because
Ooh,
Forbes is gone.
billionaires
So
are
I'm going to go
weird
Joey
people.
Porter.
I challenge any of you guys to name one normal-looking NFL owner.
There's not.
Owner?
I can't name a normal-looking billionaire. I can't name
Right?
one. Forget
Aren't
forget
all-
any of them.
Like,
Yeah.
their appearance is eccentric, you know.
Mark Davis is normal in every sense of the word.
I don't know.
Except
He looks
how
like a
athletic
Cabbage
he is.
Patch doll. It's like unbelievable.
He has
Penner's
a
pretty
bowl
normal.
haircut and he
That's what I
drives a
was gonna say.
minivan.
Like Greg
That's
Penner
kind
looks
of
like
Penner?
a guy you'd see.
Yeah, Greg Penner's pretty normal looking.
Penner is pretty
Yeah.
normal looking.
Yeah.
And Hunt, the Chiefs owner. Like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
sure.
you
yeah.
gotta see these glasses. You guys.
Okay,
gotta see
here we
these
go.
Glasses. All right.
That means it's not Will Levis. All right.
No, it's
So
not
we are on a
Will
wide
Levis.
receiver kick now.
What's it gonna be?
it's
What's it
aired.
gonna be?
Do y'all see it yet?
Not yet.
You
Tell
have it,
me when to
Derek?
spoil it. Tell me when to spoil it. This
Do you
guy
have it, Derek?
Called
looks
it.
great.
You do. You did call it. You
Called
did
it.
call it.
Wow.
Go
I'll
ahead.
give you a teaser. Herm's NFL is going nuts right now.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
sure
ahead
he
and
is.
say it.
Just
I
this
think
guy's
we've all
from
seen
his
it.
hometown.
It's Jordan Addison.
Yeah, it's a big board pick.
Yeah, that's a really
Jordan
really nice
Addison
pick.
from Frederick, Maryland. Same town
There
as
you go.
Herm's.
So
Okay, this is an interesting one because the Vikings just let Adam Thielen walk, right? Which not surprising, right? Like that's not Adam Thielen has served his purpose in Minnesota. And so you try to get somebody to complement Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
it does.
I mean, Justin Jefferson. So you have KJ Osborne as your absolute burner. You just use him as to clear out safeties, and then you have Addison and Justin Jefferson kind of working all levels of the field. That's works,
fellas.
Trade
we have
alert.
a trade. We have a trade.
Dang
we
it!
have
Giants
a trade.
are moving up.
We have a trade.
The Giants, huh?
They got scared because all these receivers.
These receivers are going. We're on.
Yep.
That's 4 straight receivers that are.
Oh,
going,
it's just they're all gonna rip off. What a call, Derek, earlier saying like it's the same as the other year. When once one goes, it just starts the steamroll where teams start freaking out.
Right.
Like, I can't keep letting the guys slide.
One of my friends in a private chat after the Jordan Addison trade just said, they told me KJ Osborne was a thing.
It wouldn't surprise me if they go with Jalen Hyatt. That would be the next wide receiver I'd be looking at here.
Yeah, I mean Hyatt, Tillman, or Mims. I mean, I think all three are probably in play here.
Don't curse my guy Mims.
I think I'd go Tillman here, honestly, over Hyatt if I'm the Giants.
Right, like he's the guy that you need
more.
Yeah,
fits what you need much more.
Y'all are going wide receiver for the Giants?
Oh,
sure?
absolutely.
Hands
That's
down.
the reason why they trade this
Hands
pick. Yeah.
down.
The only
Because
I like it. I mean, I like it. I hate it.
4
but
wideouts
I
have
don't
just
know. I'm with
gone.
you.
That's why you trade up. So ESPN's best available, and this is
Somebody's wearing
ESPN for
a
what it's worth.
cowboy hat, his
We've
family, and it looks unbelievable. Cowboy hat, gold chain.
We've got Jonathan Mingo, Jaden Reed, and Jalen Hyatt. Those are the top 3. Cedric Tillman's 4th. Mims 5th, and ESPN's best available.
ESPN loves Mingo, huh?
They
I'm gonna
do.
be right back.
He's too small. Like I like
It's
what he can do, but I think he's a little too small.
He's gimmick. He's very gadgety and gimmicky to me, which is like, yeah, he can certainly have a role, but first round is high.
Like he's not as fast as Zay Flowers, right? Like so he's not as fast as Flowers. His hands aren't as good as Addison. Like he's second best in everything he does.
Right.
But yeah, it's one of those that he's got kind of that, for lack of a better term, the lineage of school type of thing. And I think that's where a lot of people are going back to is he the next great Old Miss?
LSU has it too, and you don't see Butte getting talked about in the first round.
I understand that as well. But that was one of the things I kept seeing come out was the fact that, he comes from the school that produced all this NFL talent. And
let's be real here. The offense that they run at Ole Miss, right? That's going to feed into eye-catching things for a wide receiver. Like it's just eye-catching, right? Because of the offense, the way that they operate, you're going to notice that because they're throwing it 70 times a game. Obviously, this guy's going to look good because he's catching 30 of those targets.
Only because he caught a mustard bottle at Neiman Field.
He's got good hands.
Freaking volunteer fans.
Boys, it's been a ton of fun. Just hit 11 o'clock where I'm at, so I'm going to jump off, watch the rest from bed. But this was so much fun. I love hanging out with the
Thanks
boys.
for jumping on.
It was a ton of fun talking football, and you guys gotta jump on Fantasy Coaches anytime soon. DM me. We need guests, so please jump on with us.
Yeah, let's get something going. It's always a blast.
Yeah, we'll do a
hanging out
couple
with you guys.
collab shows. It'll be a lot of fun. I agree. It'll be
What
great.
the hell?
Kevin must have got the.
Love you
Kevin
guys.
must have seen the pick.
See you,
Thanks,
buddy.
John.
Have a good one, John.
Okay, so I haven't seen the pick yet, so no spoilers, please.
No spoilers,
Well,
please.
Here's not. This isn't a spoiler for you, Alex, but we'll just talk on what the trade deal was. So
Yes,
they move
please,
up
yeah.
one spot, so we go from 25 to 24, and the Jaguars also get pick 160 for that move. So nothing ventured, nothing gained there. But I can't imagine that. I'm trying really hard not to spoil that one.
Well, why would you? Here's what I don't get. You don't think that Jacksonville is going to take
No,
a wide out here, right?
No, I don't think there
Correct.
was any chance. And so with where
So why give up
You
the
had to
third
think-
round pick?
you had to think that
Jacksonville might have been playing them. Yeah, well, Jacksonville. So
let's look at the needs of Jacksonville. Jacksonville needs cornerback, safety, defensive line, guard, edge, tight end. Right, like the Giants.
They gave up a 5th and a 7th.
So I wasn't on the show when this happened, but it was interesting that the Eagles moved up the one spot, right?
Right.
Like that was and the only thing I can think of when that happens, and forgive me if this is rehashing old stuff, but the only thing I can think of is that Chicago calls Philadelphia and says, "Hey, we have another dance partner if you want. Also, here's the dance partner, and they might be taking the guy that you want. So last chance, we're doing this as a solid." Whether or not Chicago actually had a dance partner is, that's one of those fun things about tonight, right? So I kind of see a similar situation here, right? Where Jacksonville's on the phone with New York and they're like, "Hey, we just got an offer. Do you want to sweeten to have a bet? Would you like to respond?" And that's how you move up the one spot, right? It's not because you're concerned about Jacksonville taking that. It's concerned about who Jacksonville is shopping that pick to, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be, right? Like, Kevin, you mocked a guy that Kylie Ringo to Jacksonville with this pick in our last mock, right? Like, the Giants need cornerback, edge, linebacker, safety, guard in there. So there's some similarity and some carryover between the two teams there.
Right, but this has to be wide receiver just because you've seen all these. Oh, okay. I just saw the draft tracker update. I got to stay off that page.
I still think that I would rather sit in a draft room or in a war room on draft night or for a draft weekend than ever be like sideline at a Super Bowl.
I missed everything and I didn't miss anything. How about that one?
Good job, Dave.
Just get that one?
Yeah.
We've got it now.
Okay.
So this is an interesting pick, though, because
I don't want to spoil anybody's,
I mean, first off, it breaks the 4 wide receiver string, right? Like we saw 4 wideouts go.
Right. But at the same time, too, right, you didn't necessarily have another true wide receiver that had a first round grade on them.
Absolutely.
You had a lot of guys that were, in that early second, mid-second type of grading. As far as what's left wide receiver.
And Jacksonville trades the pick again to the Bills.
Yeah,
wow.
Buffalo just moved up.
So Buffalo.
So I wonder if Buffalo was the other.
Here's what I think Buffalo's doing. Buffalo's got to get ahead of Dallas because what does Buffalo need? Offensive line help there. Dallas also needing some offensive line help. So, I think that makes all the sense.
Best available O-line according to ESPN.
Anton Harrison. That's who I'm making my call on.
It's not going to be a
ESPN's
not going to be a tackle.
ESPN.com is responding so slowly right now. It's because everybody.
So the best center is Joe Tippmann. The best guard they have is Steve Avila. And the best tackle.
Steve Avila can play center too, technically.
Yeah, I mean, what you've got out there, guard-wise, you still have Osiris Torrance on the board. You still got Steve Avila. Both of those guys, picked up a lot of steam heading into draft weekend here. Anton Harrison's still out there. Can play guard
Torrance
or tackle.
A lot better than Avila.
So
if it was down to those two guys.
Hey, Coach Craig, welcome in.
Hey, it's Coach
What's
Craig.
Up, Coach? How you doing?
All right. I got a little bit tied up. I jumped on another one for couple seconds, but
no worries.
Well, we appreciate you joining us.
We got to talk about Deontay Banks and stuff for a second.
Tell us about him, Coach.
It's an interesting trade up, honestly, but it should be a good scheme fit for the Giants in general. He's a super athletic player. There's some hit or miss to his game though, just in general. So he's more of a guy that might be a little bit of a project at this point in time. I like his teammate Jacorian Bennett as a later round guy, who tested extremely well too, and has a little bit better ball skills.
Fair enough.
There you go.
I mean, I was in the camp that they were going wide receiver there and got nervous because four wideouts had gone right before them. So I was in wide receiver camp, and that didn't pan out. So
yeah, but at that point, it's like, who do you trade up to take? Is it just Josh Downs or what? And then he's just so much similar to everything they already have on the roster. And
Let
I
me
like
see Jacksonville trade that pick again.
Right. So Jacksonville picking up some capital, just moving back one pick at a time, apparently. So
Coach Craig, I got to ask you your opinion on my hope, my wish, I suppose, is what I'm saying. I'm a Steeler fan, and so I'm now wishing for Joey Porter Jr. to slide all the way to that first pick tomorrow night. What do you think? What do you think of the chances of that?
I think they might have to trade up to get him at that point in time. But, you know, if you want to go from 33 to 20, like 8 or whatever it is, it's not that far to move at the same time.
Right.
I think there's a good chance that they could try
pick.
anyway to move up into the first round. Yeah, for sure. But I'm almost thinking he makes it there tomorrow.
What's up?
Shane B. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you, man? Haver of good times.
Haver of good times. That's me, man. That's
like
what
it.
I do. I have them.
So Jacksonville trades out, then trades out again. Buffalo comes up here. This is interesting, right?
This is interesting.
Oh, by the way, some room rules before we get going for Coach Craig and for Shane. Welcome, first off, both of you. Please don't spoil the pick. We'll wait until everybody has seen the pick before you announce it. It's fine if you are ahead. We're all watching it at different speeds via our streaming services and or over the air for Dave. So if you could refrain from saying the name quickly when you see it, and kind of wait for everybody else to catch up, so we don't spoil the fun for everybody.
I already ruined it.
Oh, I'm behind, so don't worry about it.
Okay, cool.
And we're just we kind of implemented that one where last year, like the middle of the first round, you know, they're still on the telecast at like 13, and we're already talking about pick 18 that's happened. And
I remember that.
That was rough. That was rough.
Wow, see, Levis got him some blondies surrounding him. Did you guys see that between mom's sister
I'm
and
pretty
girlfriend?
sure it's his mom and sister.
The first one's got to be his girlfriend, though. Like, the
Okay.
family's got a type.
Yeah. I was going to say with Buffalo, too. I know supposedly they really like Josh Downs.
yeah, I mean, I could see it, but I can't imagine that he wasn't going to still be sitting for you at 27.
Yeah.
Unless somebody else was going to move up for him, maybe. But
Dallas
Maybe.
wouldn't have.
No, Dallas, I don't think was
And-
taking wide receiver. I think
and
Dallas has
Jacksonville.
been. Yeah, I think Dallas is looking to take
Who are the Bills
offensive
taking
line
right now, you
or.
guys? Who are they taking?
I think that they take offensive line. They need a lot of help there. I still think that Anton Harrison's probably one of the best tackles out there, and is a guy that you
I'm
could
with
move in
you.
to play guard as well if need be.
Yeah, versatile. Yeah, for sure.
I'd like the Osiris Torrance pick.
I like that pick too. I like Steve Avila isn't a bad pick here, but
Also versatile, right?
I've seen it.
Guys,
but
I
cannot
think
comment.
Steve Avila is an NFL center at some point.
All right.
Yeah, he could
Because
absolutely
in
do
the
that.
league as a guard, I think he's going to play center. Though.
Yeah, play swing guard, right? Cover one of those guys who can cover 3 positions and provide depth on the offensive line.
Derek doesn't like it. I don't know what it is yet, but Derek.
I don't know yet either.
See,
sorry, I saw it.
I haven't
do
seen
like
it yet.
I
I'll tell
I
you
don't.
whether or not I like it, but I won't spoil it.
I'll refrain from
Oh.
further thoughts.
I'm surprised. That's all. I'm surprised is all. Has anybody else heard it yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's
Still
coming
waiting
up
on it.
here in 20 seconds. Goodell's on the podium talking.
Yeah.
Hurry up, Goodell.
Okay.
There
Yeah,
it's
they
made.
just told us.
it makes sense, though.
This guy was a first round pick, I believed all along.
There we go.
Huh.
Oh, I love that because people are gonna eat that up, and I think it's
Well,
dumb.
I mean,
Go ahead, Derek.
So I really thought this guy needed to go to Jacksonville. Why did Jacksonville trade this pick to Buffalo so that they could take him? Come on. So
you're trying to ruin all of my tight end thoughts here. He just ruined my Dawson Knox. That you were trying to ruin my Evan Ingrams.
well,
Come on.
Evan Ingram's on that.
Take it
on
easy,
that.
Derek.
Okay, let's be real. Tight ends take 2 to 3 years in most cases before any sort of fantasy relevance really comes to play here. Evan Ingram franchise tag, they're going
I
to roll
don't think
that
that's
deal.
the case with I don't think that's the case with Dalton Kincaid.
Well, probably not because that, but
You know who it's not the case for? Michael Meyer. Michael Myers going to hit immediately. I promise.
That's okay. I think we see him go with this next pick right here to Dallas.
I will jump for joy if he goes to Dallas.
Is that's your top tight end in this draft, Shane?
Absolutely.
Michael Meyer.
I'm not biased as a Notre Dame fan at all, but
Hey, I'm not
I think that also qualifies me
biased
because I've watched a lot of him.
It's okay. If you listen to the good old boys, we know a lot about Oklahoma and Georgia. So
yes,
you know
yes,
I'm really big on, and it's not like a bias thing because I don't like the school that he played for, but I'm really big on Luke Musgrave as far as tight ends go.
Okay.
I think he's going to be a really good value pick in this draft.
I think so too. I think he could do well. Day 2 guy, but I think that.
Oh my gosh, the emotion.
Did you see look at all the hats he had behind him though? Look at all the hats. Like, okay, this team's talked to me. This team's talked to me.
I think they get sent. I think they get sent to all of them just so they have them just in case, right?
You think?
I think so. If you're not at the draft, I think that you'll have all of them. Because I don't know. I was trying to think. Who was it? There was somebody who got picked, and you could see all the hats still again on the shelf behind him as he had his hat on. It was one. I think it was an O lineman, or can't remember actually, but I think they get sent all of them, so they have the hat just in case. That way, you're not scrambling.
They get them all. Like almost literally every team sends you a hat if you're
Dallas,
late first rounder.
Well, Mort is talking that Michael Mayer could be a target for said Cowboys.
Right. I mean, the Cowboys have to love. The Cowboys have to love, as far as team needs go. They have to love what fell to them here, right? Like Osian Sor is still on the board, Steve Avila is still on the board, Anton Harrison's still on the board, Michael Mayer still on the board here. All of which are needs for them. All of which guys that kind of grade out first round talent here. So this could be.
Jerry is in the draft room.
He looks like he's on the Death Star.
Yes, he does.
Did you say he looks like he's in the Death Star?
He does.
He always looks like he's in the Death Star.
Fire the weapon.
He is so the
Jerry is the most
watching
Palpatine.
Yes.
He is Emperor Palpatine. There you go.
God,
especially with the big helmet things that they've got. The big hats deal. Like see Jerry Jones have that, and then it really is Spaceballs.
They got a heck of a draft party going there in Dallas.
like a Brian Robinson big hat. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even my wife was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Still no movement. Still no movement. Okay, now we're comparing Mayer to Witten on ESPN.
Oh boy.
This feels like your pick here, Shane. They're doing a lot of talking about him. They're doing a lot of talking about him. This feels like your pick.
By the way, if that one happens, another hit for my mock there.
Woohoo!
So let's say this does happen. Who's tight end 1 in the class for you guys?
You mean from actual NFL game, or you're talking on fantasy production?
Fantasy.
I think Dalton Kincaid.
Even in Buffalo?
Well, we're gonna have to see the rest of these landing spots, but
I mean, he's going to an offense that can support a tight end, right?
That's a fair point. We need
he's going to a quarterback. He's going to a quarterback that can support a tight end. That can locate a tight end.
If Luke Musgrave goes to a place that's very tight
Where are you, Kevin?
needy,
Kevin just said it. Say it again, Kevin.
I would switch my point.
But that he's going to a quarterback who supports tight ends that are touchdown dependent. Like there's no targets, there's no catches, there's no yardage.
Right.
Like I get it. Knox had kind of a bust out. What was it, 2 years ago? Because he had 6 touchdowns over 25 yards. Like the only time he scored was if he caught the ball outside the red zone, and then it just completely regressed back to what he had been this season. So
oh god damn it, the Cowboys look
they're not going to scheme
happy in that draft room. I don't like it, you guys.
Well, the Cowboys are taking this thing all the way down to it too.
They look really happy. They're all shaking hands, smacking hands.
They're all smacking hands with like 30 seconds on the clock.
With one woman and one black guy in that room.
Like I said, though, I just would love to see
There's 2 women.
The draft room
that is like,
I guess I guess we took this guy. Whatever.
No, there's 2 black guys too. three black guys. Actually.
Dave providing the hard-hitting analysis here.
Yes, Dave's
Diversity analysis.
Yes, there we go.
That's what you come to get.
No, I mean, of all teams, I think the Cowboys are ones that are lacking in diversity. You know what I mean? But they're trying. They're trying.
So we think that we see back-to-back tight ends here. It took us 20 picks to get a wide receiver.
And then
we saw 4 go.
Oh my!
And now we see back-to-back tight ends. Is that what we are assuming here? I mean, that's what ESPN is certainly leading me to believe in that.
This is Michael Mayer.
I don't know, Derek. No.
That's what we're saying.
Okay, we're not gonna say it. Wait for it to televise. We're not gonna say it yet.
Some people have seen it, but oh my God, did the Cowboys do a Cowboys thing? Tell me the Cowboys did a Cowboys thing. Did the Cowboys do a Cowboys thing?
No,
just say yes or no. Blink once for yes.
I don't know. The pick hasn't even been announced yet, and their fans already look disappointed.
This is a
crazy.
This is a crazy pick for them, I think.
They picked Will fucking Levis, didn't they?
They've done the Cowboys thing. They've done the Cowboys thing. Oh,
that would be the Cowboys thing to draft like Will Levis right here.
Can we get Doc back? That's no, I'm just kidding.
No, the Cowboys thing would be to draft Keon White.
Okay, has anybody actually seen this yet?
Yes, I have.
Supposedly.
Okay.
I have not,
That's
so I'm
fine.
going to remain surprised.
That's fine. I will stay
Holy
quiet. I'll
shit.
stay quiet.
I can't believe it.
They are pumped up. Like they're.
I mean, they
Okay,
seem happy.
Let's see what we
but
got here.
this
Roger
where
is
I
at the
would've
podium.
gone.
Roger is at the podium. I don't have my sound on.
Kevin, I don't know where you were seeing that come through, but one of the places I saw it, they edited that.
Oh my
that
God!
notification more than once.
Who?
I love it
What?
when they put little things on there that make you love somebody. And he said he began writing poetry and science fiction books at age 13. He majored in creative writing, just like me. Motherfucker. I love this guy. Yeah.
That makes him good at football.
Like Mozzie Smith is an interesting pick here, right? But this is one of those that we were talking not that long ago that with interior defensive linemen, this was one of those that there was a multi-tier break where you had Jalen Carter, clear cut, tier 1, Kalijah Cansey, clear cut tier 2, and then you had Brian Bressie and Mozzie Smith kind of down here in this tier 3, and it's an interesting pick. I saw one place that actually came out and said that Nolan Smith was the pick here, which I was like, that was a crazy.
I would have liked that.
That one would have made more sense to me. Now all of a sudden you've got 2 crazy, good luck trying to get a pass off against that pass rush, but
yeah.
Huh. So I think this is a responsible pick by the Cowboys.
I mean, it addresses a major need for them. I still would have liked to have seen them go probably offensive line here or go with the Michael Mayer pick, but I can see where they went.
So now get this, Jacksonville sitting there needing a tight end, and
Trading
who is
back
still
again.
available?
Joey Porter Jr. to Jacksonville.
Likely,
they do need
right?
cornerback.
They need corner.
And at this point, Joey Porter Jr. has fallen this far. Like I think every one of us had him mocked, in the teens.
Didn't Cincy? I'm looking at the next pick. Didn't Cincy pick up a tight end this offseason? I know they lost.
They
first.
signed Irv
Irv
Smith.
Yeah.
Irv Smith.
That's it.
That's right.
Yeah, he's good for about 15 drops this season.
He's good for about 2
15
games.
snaps. Yeah.
And 2 knee surgeries.
Which is so disappointing. Like he had so much promise coming out of Alabama.
So good coming out.
Thinking he fell into a really good situation there in Minnesota and just could not get himself fixed.
Couldn't stay on the field.
So
Okay, so
when you have a wife that doesn't follow sports much, and I was telling her about Mozzie Smith, writing poetry and science fiction when he was 13 and then majoring in creative writing. I'm like, he's so much like me. And she's like, why aren't you in the NFL? And I'm like, well, I'm a long way
The
from
similarities
320
end
pounds.
rather abruptly. Similarities end rather abruptly after the whole creative writing major.
Just tell her
I'm a
you
lot
didn't make
closer
yours.
to 320 pounds than I am to 6'3", though. I'll tell you that.
Thank you, Dave. You've made my evening. I appreciate that.
No problem.
The Jaguars pick is in.
Oh,
So Kevin, you're calling your shot of Joey Porter Jr.
I think it fits with what they need at defensive back, and Porter's the best guy left here on the board, in my opinion. If they're going safety, they could look at Brian Branch, right? Like if they're wanting the safety route, but going corner would be Joey.
Coach Craig, what are you feeling here?
I think they take Nolan Smith.
Oof.
It's a bulky pick.
They do need some edge help there. At this point, I'm secretly hoping that Nolan Smith falls a couple more picks to Philadelphia again.
Yeah, at this point, I'm rooting for it. If Smith goes to
Please
Philadelphia,
no.
I'm converting and becoming an Eagles fan tonight. Like they have all my Georgia players. Like I will just convert right now in the air.
I would like to point out, if you guys listen to our last episode,
Yeah,
I would
Mock
like to point
3.0.
out Mock 3.0, the dumbest, and I do mean this sincerely, the dumbest one of us on the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast picked Nolan Smith to go to the Eagles at 30, and was slightly admonished for that thinking, but here we are.
I thought
Like that
they'd
was
take him at
too
10.
low, or
Oh, for sure.
Alex,
They
you
thought-
being
okay,
self-deprecating here?
I got you.
I'm
I
being
got you.
very self-deprecating.
Yeah, I did
because
not
my
expect
co-host-
Carter to
Oh, that
fall
was
to them
that
at
your
9.
pick?
Yes, I did. My co-hosts,
okay. And then-
very
and then you
smart,
got
know what
rigged
they're
for it.
talking about.
You got
Listen
rigged
to
for
them.
it.
This guy, just here.
Rough.
That's what I'm doing.
Rough, man. I'll tell you what, man.
I like
As a
this
Steelers
pick.
fan, I'm hoping that Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr. is available with the first pick tomorrow night. That's all I'm hoping for.
Well, so we think
Get
that
one of those
Shane,
guys tomorrow night, and I feel like we're off to a great start.
Shane, you're probably in the Michael Mayer camp here. What are you thinking?
No, I think they should go defense.
You think they should go defense?
Yeah, I absolutely think they
Shane,
should
is
go
this your
defense.
team?
No,
That's a
but Michael
great-
Mayer's his guy.
Michael Mayer is my guy.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a great question,
I was
though.
just wondering why you directed it at him like that.
That's an interesting
No,
question,
don't
Dave.
fucking don't ruin Evan Ingram. Don't take it.
That's okay. I'm now done rooting for Jacksonville to take a tight end because Dalton Kincaid's not on the board there. So
That's fair. So Shane, you were about to say your team?
Oh yeah, so I'm actually going to run kind of like a March Madness style tournament this offseason to actually help me pick my favorite team.
Oh, how fun.
Oh, are you joking?
All right.
That's
No,
awesome.
I'm dead serious.
This is not
So
the
you don't
same
have-
girl
so
that was
awesome. I
sitting
wanna
next to Will
invest.
Levis earlier.
I've
I wanna
I've been
invest in that.
I've been made
Yeah.
fun of for the last 2 or 3 years for having 3 favorite teams.
Oh,
So I'm-
wow. This was a really good pick by the Jags.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, hold on. We'll get to your March
I'll
Madness
come back
thing
to
after
that.
this.
I'm
Yeah,
on
yeah,
for the
yeah.
next
Will
30
Levis
minutes.
is
I'll come
going,
back to that.
damn, I can't battle Trevor Lawrence.
It isn't Will Levis. That's what you got.
I like that pick.
Oh God.
It's a
No,
good.
I think
this
this is
is
solid.
a smart
This
pick.
is really solid, smart pick.
I like that pick a lot. Protect the franchise.
Go ahead, Derek.
hey, I like it. I just popped up on my screen. Anton Harrison, number 27. By the way, I'm just going to throw it out there. Not the right team, but I did call Anton Harrison going number 27 overall.
Nice.
How could you
Good
have
work.
projected that Jacksonville would trade back twice?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a bully. He just makes pass rushers look silly sometimes, you know?
Okay, so
A pancake against
Oh,
the
not
nobody.
only protect the
The
franchise, but
pancake.
the one.
Yes, the pancake. Yes, it happens.
Okay. I know we've been talking up Michael Mayer lately. I really like that to Cincinnati right now. Like,
oh yes.
if you're just going to keep feeding the beast, like what better way to help get Burrow a little bit more protection with his ability to kind of stand up to and block and an extra weapon when it's time to go out and play Showtime here. So I could be in line with that. I'd be okay.
Well, yeah,
so
and they
down.
just moved Hayden Hurst. I mean, like, you can feel whatever you want about Hayden Hurst. I just like him because he seems like a great guy. But
But
they haven't needed a tight end.
You don't need a tight end. You have Drew Sample.
They need a tight end.
For what
Yeah,
it's
they
worth,
took it.
I did have the Bengals taking tight end, just not Michael Mayer. I had them going Darnell Washington.
Ooh.
And the Bengals have made their pick. They are not moving from 28 here.
That was quick.
That pick is in.
Well, because Dallas took 30 minutes for their 10-minute
Still looking
pick.
at RG3 and Christian Ponder's wife.
Except I think she's more famous than he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still do that all the time.
Why would you even ponder saying that?
She's definitely more famous than he is. I'm just
Especially,
doing a little
Especially
Raz call here, a little,
allegations.
that kind of thing.
So we think. Do you like the Bengals going tight end here?
I do.
I would like it if that's what they end up doing.
No, I don't like it right here. To be honest with you,
I just want to see Joey Porter Jr., Awuzie, and Mike Hilton all playing together and press.
I don't want to
That's
see
all I
Joey
want.
Porter Jr. in division. Stop it. Quit it. Stop it.
What hat are you wearing
It would
right
be
now,
fun.
there,
No,
Dave?
this is my Detroit Tigers hat. This is
Oh,
an
okay,
alternate
gotcha.
Detroit
I got
Tigers.
It is
I got you,
very
I got you.
confusing on
My
NFL
losing
draft.
base.
To be wearing a Detroit Tigers hat that looks very similar to a Cincinnati Bengals hat.
I got
It
a little
does.
grief. I got a little grief off of that at Fantasy Expo last year. They're like, "Are you a Bengals fan?" I'm like, "No. This is the alternate Tigers hat."
It's a good look. It's just a little copycat.
I think it's a bitchin' hat. I mean,
It's a good look. It's a good
to be
hat.
honest with you.
And we've got Coach Craig rocking San Padre. Nah, that's probably not what it is.
I
It's
got
an
my
S and a P, right?
I got my 4 for
Yeah.
4 shirt on though. Repping my company.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Pick is in.
What's the hat? What's the hat, Coach Craig? Before we go,
Oh, it's
SP baseball.
It's Stevens Point, but it's
Stevens
we're at-
Point. Well,
yeah.
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I like it more now.
Here we
I
go.
don't even know where Stevens Point is.
isn't that where the 70 show was based out of?
I don't know.
No, that's Point Place.
Oh, that's right.
Derek, you see it?
It's made up.
I see
That's
it.
not even real. That's
I
made
think
up.
you're the last one. You can go ahead.
Miles Murphy, the defensive end out of Clemson. I really like this
To
pick
the
for him.
Bengals.
Like, this is a guy that I
Mhm.
thought would have went much earlier in the kind of middle of the round, 14, 15, kind of in that range. But
I know people who would support that thinking.
him going here to Cincinnati at an edge where they position a need. This guy is a guy that can flat out ball. I like this pick
And the
for him.
little sketch picture of him as a little kid, though. That's adorable.
Yeah. And they get to snipe the Saints on it.
Right?
He's an artist, you guys. He likes to draw. See, I like knowing more about the guys. Like, this is fucking cool. I think it's cool.
I love you, Dave.
Oh, so no, it's a good pick for him. Because if not, you're probably having to go offensive guard here, which Osiris Torres is still out there. Steve Avila is still out there. Both of those would have made sense here for the Bengals. Michael Mayer would have made sense for him. So I like the pick overall. The Saints here is a wild card here, and this is one that when we were going through our mock, I had a hard
got
time
no
narrowing
idea.
that down. So
I got no idea right now, you guys. Like, I haven't done well on the picks before this, to be honest with you. But I got no idea what's coming down the pipe right now.
The back end of my draft got
The
completely
Saints
demolished.
The Saints have got me bamboozled.
Well, the Saints,
what
I could
helps them most. Yeah,
they need help all along that defense. So Brian Bressie was a guy that makes sense to me here. It's where I mocked him going to it. Interior defensive lineman
I've
here.
been repeatedly told it's Brisset.
Oh, Brisset. Sorry,
I keep pronouncing it wrong. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm right.
And then
As the
Yeah,
local South Carolina resident, I think you're right, Dave.
There you
Okay,
go.
cool.
I could also see Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson going here. Like that's kind of where I see them going. One of those three guys with this pick here.
Is Nolan Smith still available, or am I smoking crack?
Yes.
He is.
Yes,
available.
Nolan Smith
And
is
I'm-
still available. This is
And I'm
But
hoping he lasts one more pick. And
Please,
please,
for the love of God, pick him and don't let him go fall to Philly.
the Saints will not take him. He's not a big enough D end. They should take. Who they should take here is Brian Branch.
along with
Yeah.
Joey
Ooh.
Porter Jr. Nolan
Great
Smith
call.
is another one that I'm kind of hoping keeps sliding down until the first pick tomorrow.
Not everyone can be drafted by the Steelers, Dave.
I
They have
know.
271 brand new rookies every year.
I know.
That'd be a hell of a training
Look,
camp.
let Dave
But I
have his
just
fun.
wanna-
He had to
I
deal with
just wanna get a
40-year-old
real good one.
Ben
You know,
Roethlisberger
I mean,
for
we have pick number 1 in the second round, which is pick 32, which is essentially, technically, kind of a third or first round pick. You know, so
In theory, it would be most years.
want to land a really good player there. Is all I'm saying. I want them to land a good player at 32 because that's almost the first round pick. I mean that. In another year, that would be a first round.
Dave, I'll tell you this. There are still plenty of good players out there that I don't think you're going to have an issue getting a good player at pick 32.
Yeah, I think you
Coach,
guys.
I love to
I
hear
think
you
that's a
say
pretty
that,
safe.
man.
I think that's a
love
pretty
to hear you
safe
say that.
assumption.
But Nolan Smith and Joey Porter Jr. are two of my primary favorites right now.
I don't think that both of those guys will be available.
Well, I hope maybe one of them will be.
One of them will probably.
All right.
Because realistically, we're looking at the Saints needing all kinds of
The
help.
Saints
really.
need guard, wide receiver, linebacker, D line, edge rusher, cornerback, linebacker,
Mhm.
and they've
they're
got an aging defense as well.
And
I'm
they'll probably
calling my
say-
shot.
The Steelers never do what I think they would do.
And the Saints
If
are
they
going
did
Josh
always
Downs.
do what I think they would do, Lamar Jackson would be our quarterback, and Creed Humphrey would be our center, and we wouldn't have Najee Harris.
Dave,
these
I
are just things that I think.
I think there are a few. I think there are a few people that would that are season ticket holders that would be slightly upset with your line of thinking.
Maybe.
Looks the Saints pick is in. I
Anybody
got to
seen it
stay off
yet?
of that draft. I haven't seen it yet. The draft tracker is ahead of the.
Yes, it is.
That's pretty tough.
I got dragged by the Steelers Twitter 2 years ago for their shitty draft, and man, I've just been validated every fucking day since then.
Got 125,000 people at the draft tonight. It's a good showing for Kansas City.
Yeah.
That could be
What
an
am I-
entirely
what am
made up
I,
number. Who knows?
Kind of buds. Alex Gold is there. He's a radio guy. In
Okay.
Kansas City.
Would
used
you?
to be a radio guy here in Boise, but he's from Kansas City.
Where do you
And then,
put? Where do
he
you
got
put attending a draft on like your list of things to do? Because attending a draft is not. I mean, how much fun do you think attending a draft would actually be?
Meh. I'm with Kevin's
Wow.
idea. I want to do the
Like
the
not
war room.
anywhere close to attending a game or anything like that. This sucks. This is just long.
Okay,
and
here you go.
horrible.
Would you
You're in
rather? Would you rather attend a draft or like an open practice at a training camp
draft
of not your
Draft.
favorite team? Say not your
I'd
favorite.
rather in the 500
practice-
section of an XFL.
Like, I thought you
game
were going to
than
say
attend a
Bingo.
draft.
preseason game, but whatever, Yeah.
Here comes the
Something
Saints
that's more
pick.
football than this.
Derek,
This
you
isn't
dog.
football at all.
Derek, you dog.
I haven't
you
seen
dog.
it yet.
Derek,
Derek's
you dog.
great, but
Did it? Is it Brian Bressy?
Derek,
Bressay?
you dog.
It is.
Dirty
Bressay,
dog.
Yes.
mother.
Yes.
It's a good
Brian
pick, though.
Bressay. Hey, that's
But
okay.
yeah, guys.
I know
guys,
somebody wearing this
as
hat that.
excited as we get about this all night long tonight, and all night long tomorrow, and all day on Saturday, this isn't fucking football, you know? So the alternate is always better.
So that's okay. A guy wearing a hat bearing a striking resemblance to me actually mocked Brian Bresse to the Saints here at pick 29. So loving the way that one fell to me right here. Now, Alex, I'm hoping your mock.
Wearing a hat similar to you, meaning wearing
Please,
it
for the
backwards.
love of God, don't
You
be Nolan
you
Smith.
guys do. Oh,
How
no,
can it
yours
be
is
anybody
forward.
but Nolan
Yours
Smith
is
here for
forward,
the
isn't
Eagles?
it?
How can it be anybody but Nolan Smith here?
I just tease you guys that wear your hats backwards because that's corny.
That's okay. This way you can see this wonderful mug of mine. It's not shielded.
I would
by
do
hat.
it, but it would.
But yeah,
it would-
sorry, Kevin. No offense. No offense.
with my seating situation right now, my bill would be hitting the back of my chair, so I'm going forward here.
Oh.
No,
Okay, but
I get used to like
here.
guys like the fantasy football counselor and shit looking with their hat backwards, you know. I don't want to affiliate you, Kevin, with that guy. Like, you're better than him, right? I don't want to like associate the two of you guys.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's one of those you insert the disclaimer right here. The views expressed on this podcast are
do
those
not
of the
reflect.
individual that
Those are not your
Those
these
do
are
not
not
reflect.
the views of the podcast hosts.
All right, so Coach
If
Craig,
anybody didn't
we
know,
haven't
I
heard
didn't
from you
like
for
the
a second.
counselor before now. Now you do.
All right, so
Coach Craig, we haven't heard from you. What are you thinking here?
So let's see where we're at now. So this is the
For
Eagles.
the Eagles up here.
Oh,
Will
man.
Levis,
so
you think
many.
Will Levis?
Nah. There's a lot of different ways they could go here too. They could take a guard. You still need a guard because Cam Jurgens is not a guard. Let's see. Supposedly they really like Josh Downs. That's another idea. They could take a corner so they can move on from one of the older guys after next year. Since especially Darius Slay's over 30 at this point in time too. They really need. They could get Brian Branch though too, and replace
0.1%
Gardner
chance.
Johnson.
That Will
Shane?
Levis. Who do I think they're going here?
At this point, it's starting to get sad for Will Levis.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at.
That's just kind of insane, right?
But
This is why you don't let your friends report out anonymously on Reddit and
I don't know
change
that it
your-
was his friend. I don't
You
even
don't
know if it was
that's
a friend.
anonymous. It's
I
my
know.
story.
I
I'm
mean, like,
sticking to it.
Shane, who do you think the Eagles go with here?
This feels like Will Levis is coming back tomorrow night, right?
I would assume so. Yes.
Would
Oh,
you show up again the next night though?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, well, a couple
One
of guys
chance to
have,
walk across
right?
the stage and
Who was it the first time that famously, like, kind of was expected to be a first rounder and then showed up the next?
I don't know.
Yeah, who was?
I don't. You're
Um,
supposed to be better at this than I am.
I'm not. I told you this already.
I
I
know
still believe it.
Geno Smith
Is
was
that
one
okay?
of them.
I still
Geno
believe it.
Smith, Brady Quinn.
Oh yeah, Brady Quinn.
Brady Quinn was a bad one. Yeah.
Rodgers dropped.
My mom says
right?
Aaron Rodgers dropped to the 6th round. And I'm like, no, Mom, you're misremembering all of this. Aaron Rodgers, she's thinking of Tom Brady was a 6th rounder. And I'm like, no, Aaron Rodgers just dropped to like really, really late in the 1st round when everybody thought he'd be a high pick, you know? She's like, no. He got picked in the 6th round. And I'm like, let's look it up, Mom. Like, let's get Google. Like, my mom gets some things about it. Do you guys have moms that like sports?
Not at all.
My mom gets
could not
weird
care
about
less.
sports. Dude. My mom gets weird about sports. And
How
she
many-
thinks that like I'm wrong about shit. And I'm like I'm not flexing with you, Mom. I'm just telling you shit that I just read on ESPN that happened, you know? Like this isn't it. It's not like I'm not combative, you know? I'm just telling you what I know.
Well, Howie Roseman's on the phone, so
But goddamn, my mom likes sports, and I
Kevin,
gotta appreciate that.
or Alex, I think I'm thinking you were right with your mock here. Like I don't know how else they don't go this go your thought process.
We've got claps. Jeffrey Lurie is clapping.
Well, that could mean 10 things.
Yeah, that's true. I just got claps on my end, so that tells you how far behind I am.
I think they have a shot for that now.
I haven't got any claps.
So thank you. So here's something that I've noticed.
I hate you guys. I love you guys, but I kind of hate you.
It wasn't directed at you. Here's something funny. So Dave, you're watching it on ABC, right?
I'm watching it on ABC, you guys.
Okay. So the crazy thing, you keep bringing up all of these like fun facts about these dudes. I'm not seeing any of that on ESPN.
I don't see any of those.
Right?
No, I'm on ESPN also.
So here's the funny thing about that.
So
ABC is doing that to appeal to a broader audience, right?
Like me.
Well, they're doing it to appeal to a broader audience, people that aren't necessarily NFL fans, but are watching the draft.
It's the women who are sympathizers to their husbands saying, "I'm watching this,"
and so it gives.
My wife went to bed a long time ago.
Oh my god!
All of my women, my wife and my daughters in general, are all asleep. So
same.
It's cool.
Come on, let me get. I don't think I've gotten a single pick right today.
I might find a little 8-year-old girl in my bed though in a couple of hours, because that sometimes is there.
Dave, you may want to just stop. I don't think I've got.
That was a father thing, not a pedo thing.
That's
oh
fair.
My god!
I was gonna say you are talking about your daughter, right?
Saying that.
Quote of the
Holy
day.
shit! All right, yeah. No. I mean, just like sometimes my daughters show.
Alex, do you want me to tell my favorite team story now?
Oh,
yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, this is bad. This is bad. Hey,
Dave,
look,
we're going to save you from yourself
The
here.
draft is going on right now.
We're saving you from yourself, Dave.
Eagles
go
are
ahead,
making a pick, you guys. The Eagles are making a pick. The pick is in. Huh? Son of a gun.
The reason I'm doing a
How about
March
that?
Madness style is because I've been made fun of for the last 3 years. Oh, hey, it's Dude Perfect. For having three favorite teams. One of those is the Cowboys because my dad was born in Dallas. His dad was a Cowboys fan. My mom's entire side of the family's from Kenosha, Wisconsin. So you can imagine they're Packers fans. And then I've always kind of followed players around. So when I really got into the NFL, my favorite player was Peyton Manning. So I was a Colts fan, then a Broncos fan. Now my favorite player is Baker Mayfield. So I was a Browns fan. I moved with him to Carolina. Fuck you, Dave. And now I don't know if I want to move again.
How do you go from Peyton Manning to Baker Mayfield?
What's the Baker love? Where does that stem from?
I fell in love with him his senior year because he always played with a chip on his shoulder and was a little bit
I was like, I gotta know because I'm a hardcore Sooners fan, and so like I'm a big Baker fan, but not enough to go. All right, I'm a Browns fan, I'm a Rams fan, I'm a Bucks fan. Like, go Baker is what I say, but that's about where the end of that stops.
Yeah. So that's why I'm kind of doing a March Madness style poll this summer to figure out my actual favorite team.
So have you ironed out details?
You don't have a favorite team?
Not really. Not one that I can just like commit to, and that's what I want. I want to commit to one. No.
Did I finally get one right?
Does trophies matter?
It took me 30 picks.
Fucking hell.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs are.
The Steelers can't lift up all their trophies.
It took me
no. So I do have. I gotta find where I put that shit.
It's hard.
I think I've actually got it in a spreadsheet.
Lifting up 6 Lombardis.
Yeah, you'll have to let us know, Shane, because that sounds really fun. Are you gonna have the? I don't want to.
White suit, man.
Step on your game here. By the way, everybody's seen the pick. Derek, go ahead, say the pick real quick.
Nolan Smith, Alex. It only took you 30 chances, but you got one right.
Hey,
proud of you, Alex.
I can hack it in today's major leagues.
But we're dealing.
So Shane, are you having?
That's about Alex's percentage of hit rate right there.
Yeah, one of 30. Are you going to have fans from those teams try to pitch you on why you should be a team? Why that should be your favorite
That's
team?
probably a good idea. I might do that.
I think that would be.
I'll tell you what. Can I tell you one thing, Shane?
Yeah.
Before I hijack the entire conversation, I'm wearing my Tigers hat right now. I had a friend say a similar thing about I really need a favorite baseball team, and I was like, I'm just not like. There's nothing I can sell you on with the Detroit Tigers. Like, don't root for them. You know?
Yeah, it's
like,
misery.
Like, there was nothing I could say to be like, yeah, you should root for my favorite team. You know, like. No,
but I think that would be fun,
stay
Shane, to
away.
have people pitch you on why you should why you should join their bandwagon, as it were.
You could do
So
an
I've
entire
already-
podcast series on that.
You really could.
I might
It
do
would
that.
be fun. Yeah,
I've
that's
got it
awesome.
seeded out so far, but there's still some I got to move the Buccaneers up now because of Baker.
Hey, if you need someone to
He's with
convince
Tampa?
you,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
if you want a little back and forth about who should convince you to be a Steelers fan, so that you can make this whole thing into a podcast series, I'll be your Steeler fan.
I've got bad news for you, Dave. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams that I actually have that I will not consider being a fan for.
Oh.
And the Steelers are one of them.
Are the Ravens the other one?
That doesn't mean there's
No.
not a reason I should try and convince you. You know,
Do you
Just
guys
say
want
no.
to? You want me to give you all that list?
Yes, let's hear it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
do want to
that
hear
list
this.
is the San Francisco 49ers,
Yeah.
the Buffalo Bills,
Okay.
the Philadelphia Eagles, Minnesota Vikings, the Steelers, the Patriots, and the Falcons. And I switched the Bears and the Buccaneers because I got to move the Buccaneers up. And there's
Huh.
too many fucking Bears fans on Twitter.
Can
Let
I
me
ask?
tell you,
Can I ask a real question? Like,
Hit me.
with genuinely not understanding.
Hit me.
Why do people hate the Steelers? I mean, lay it on.
Mason
Tell me
Rudolph.
why.
The real answer?
Cowboys.
Mason
You guys
Rudolph
talk
is
about
my
the
answer.
90s.
They were too good. They were easy to hate. Same reason why people don't like the
It's
Patriots.
the towel. That's it.
The
They were too
towel's
good.
not cool. You don't think that's
It's terrible.
Get out.
Tim? I got that shit right here, man.
Throw the
Come
flag
on.
at him.
I think
Oh,
it's
you
fun.
are all welcome for that Class A, or
Okay.
grade A dad.
Last
joke
pick
right
of the night. Kansas City's got 2 minutes and some change left.
there. And
Which we
at
know is
this
plenty
point,
of time for Patrick Mahomes
yeah,
to come up with a miracle.
he can come up with 2 game-winning drives in this time. Like, piece of
Yeah.
cake. So,
What do we
The-
think here?
well, at this point, I'm rooting for Keon White since that's the only one of our mock
That would
draft
be
players
sweet.
that's available for this to fall. So,
Do they need a tight end? That one guy's getting a little old, isn't he?
Maybe.
Kelsey, yeah.
Give 2
Who
really
knows?
good tight ends.
So hold on. Here's a funny thing. Donna Kelsey just made that pick for Philadelphia, right? And I'm assuming because I don't have my sound on that they had the dude perfect guys out there because they thought Donna Kelsey should have done the coin toss at the Super Bowl, so she got to do the coin toss of which pick she was going to make. Was it going to be either the Eagles or the Chiefs pick? I'm assuming that's what they did because they did a coin toss, a big fake
I
coin toss.
didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either. So does she get to make the Chiefs pick too?
I hope so.
That would be cool.
Maybe. How many people are left in the green room besides Will Levis and Keon White? Are those the only 2 left?
Very well could be.
I don't know who all got invited.
There's
The only
Aaron Rodgers.
Hooker is
not
not
there,
there. Aaron Rodgers, he says.
Is Joey Porter Jr. there?
I don't think he was invited. Was he?
Let me see if I can find the list.
I'm leaning way back. Sorry, this is terrible for the video.
Ooh. So Brian Branch here
So let's see.
for the Chiefs.
God, that'd be a smart pick. Be a
What do we
smart
think?
pick.
that would be
But
They
I'll tell you
invited
what,
17
man.
players.
All of my excitement. I think that the Steelers are going to get Joey Porter Jr. tomorrow night. I love it.
Brian Branch
Love
seems like a
it.
They
reasonable
invited
pick.
17 people.
I don't know how many.
Go
of you
ahead,
guys
Coach
are
Craig. I'm
hockey
sorry, I
fans.
cut you
They
off
like
there.
to
My
play
bad.
Vegas
three
is
safeties
killing
too.
Winnipeg right
Yeah.
So they invited 17 people in total. The only ones that have so far: Brian Branch, Joey Porter Jr., Keon White. Why is Will Levis' name not on this list? He should be there. Oh, there it is. It's in the middle. So there's 4 of the 17 haven't drafted yet that are there.
And that's why you choose to just stay
That's
at home.
quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, that is
Just
kind
stay
of
at
a
home,
lot.
man. Look how excited the Chiefs fans are. They don't even know who the pick is yet.
I don't think it's Will Levis. I mean, I could be
safe.
wrong, but
It probably isn't. Yeah, I'll go with you on that one.
at this point,
Michael Meyer.
I'm hoping it's Keon White just because Kevin.
I
mocked,
hope it is Will Levis, just to fucking like crush everything.
What
Just
in
be
the
like,
world?
What?
What in the world?
I don't. I
That's
haven't
always
seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet.
Well, that's a way to
Ooh.
end the night.
That doesn't sound good.
There was a guy wearing a Marcus Allen Chiefs jersey. What an insult!
Ooh.
Interesting.
The NFL would be a lot cooler if it was a traveling trophy like the Stanley Cup. I'm just saying.
Hell yeah! Stanley Cup's the best trophy in sports.
It is.
And it's the most important trophy to win, too. So Vegas is up 4-0 on Edmonton, by the way. Or Winnipeg.
Winnipeg.
Sorry. I didn't mean to say Edmonton. I got my wrong Canadian, worthless Canadian cities.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, like Toronto matters, but like Winnipeg, Edmonton, where the fuck
Why are
are
they
these
dragging
places?
this out?
It's
Are they
like-
trying to go to 11?
I think they
I
probably
live
are
in Boise.
contractually
Boise's
obligated
like a
or
more
something like that with the
important
networks
city
and all
than
that.
Winnipeg.
Oh. Yeah.
They've got to fill in the time somehow.
Yeah.
So they make it boom. Okay, cool. We move to that last. Move it to the last commercial break, and some of the networks dump out. So
Is it wrong that I'm about to move the Chargers down in this whole seeding thing because they drafted Quentin Johnston?
All right, what do
I
we
believe
do
that is
tomorrow?
wrong of you, actually, because Justin Herbert is somebody that you can root for.
I love
Correct.
Justin
I
Herbert.
say that as a Broncos
I love
fan.
Justin Herbert,
and Austin
too.
Eckler is still currently a Charger.
I
My
say
cousin
that as
actually
a
played
Broncos
college
fan.
football with Austin Eckler.
In Western Colorado?
Yep.
There
This
you
guy
go.
looks like Steve Kerr.
He does kind of
That's
a much
Clark
shorter
Hunt's
version.
kid, I think, right?
I think it is. But
Yeah,
he
it's
looks
Lamar
like Steve
Hunt.
And
Kerr.
they just booed him?
I don't know. I'm listening to it muted, so I
Yeah, I
couldn't
don't
tell
have-
you.
Listen,
I
wait
have
till you
it
see
muted.
this pick. You're going to boo him too.
What the fuck is that?
All right. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't even know who that guy is. I mean, I'm just kidding. But, like,
I
this
bet
is
you.
not a first round
I
pick.
bet you Coach Craig has got the pronunciation. Coach Craig's got the pronunciation on
Coach Craig
everybody.
will know exactly how.
Who?
Yeah.
Go ahead and say it, Coach
In the
Craig.
first round, I wasn't expecting.
Felix Anaduke Uzama.
So
The defensive end out of Kansas State.
very
I'm not surprised by
interesting.
this pick at all.
I'm not
honestly.
overly
Oh,
surprised.
I
I
like it.
thought they would have gone
I'm stunned by this
defensive
pick,
end
but I
here,
love
but-
it that you're not.
How many edge prospects went round 1 now?
a lot.
Because that's
Fuck ton.
there's a lot of
Defense
them.
was over 14 and a half, though. I
So
promise you
the
that.
Steelers are leading off tomorrow by getting Joey Porter Jr.
Well, good stuff.
I
Remember
hope they
when
draft
you guys
someone
hopped
other
on?
than Joey
How
Porter
much
Jr.
do we like it? I love it.
They draft Will Levis now.
I am going to bid you all adieu.
Oh my God! Thank
Thanks
you
for-
for having me, you guys.
Thanks for coming on, guys. Appreciate you spending your time with us. Kevin and Derek will probably be on for a little bit longer, but I've got a bolt. So in no way think that we are done here. although we might be. I don't know. I haven't talked with them about
Take
this.
care,
So.
Alex, man.
We'll see you
Always
guys.
fun to
Thank you
talk
so
with you,
much. This was a lot of fun. We'll keep breaking things down as we move on.
Have a good night, buddy.
See
Have
you
a good one,
guys.
Alex.
See ya.
And now, Dave, we get one of the longest clocks ever now, waiting for the Steelers to make their next selection. There you go. So your Steelers are on the clock for tomorrow. But
what are your reactions? I mean, like seriously, like anybody, what do you think?
I liked it overall. I think there was a lot of intrigue, a lot of trades that happened, although not like any big blockbusters outside of that number 3 move. But
that was a big one. Yeah.
But it was interesting, right? Coach Craig, you brought that up just a moment ago where you talked about the fact that, how many edge prospects is that on that one? I think I've got the count at about 7 edge rushers that went on this one, right? You had Will Anderson at 3. You had Tyree Wilson at 7. Lucas Van Ness at 13. Will McDonald at 15.
Rushing the quarterback's always going to be big, Derek.
Miles Murphy at 29.
Just is the way it is,
right? So Nolan's
squandered.
Yes, I'm not
their
no
draft
more
position
hockey
after trading
tonight,
back.
you guys. Hockey's over, so I'm 100% football now. So. And hockey, none of the hockey went well for me personally today. So. But the football did. Trading up for Broderick Jones, my Steelers.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Like we got a real guy. We got a real guy that we need.
You never have to watch Dan Moore play left tackle again. Hopefully.
Yeah, Jones
Oh my God!
probably
The
gonna be
sooner we can broom that fucking dude off the team, the better.
I remember
Jones
watching him at
probably
the
be a
Senior
little bit
Bowl,
of
and
a
I'm like, he's the worst tackle here by a landslide.
Oh, jeez. I got drugged that year for saying this was a bad draft class overall. That the entire draft class sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of Steeler fans like rained on my parade and were like, "Yeah, you're an idiot." And I'm like, "Let's just wait and see, okay? Can we at least like wait and see?" And it certainly seems like I was the right one these days.
So, Kevin, you were getting ready to say something. What was that?
Oh, just Jones he probably has the highest ceiling out of any of the tackles in this class, but he's probably going to be just a little bit of a project, making sure that his foot placement's right. It gets a little grabby, but his foot speed is off the charts. So anytime you're able to get him to move, or if he's able to get into that second level, it's going to create some big things in that run game to help give Kenny Pickett some relief and help out Najee kind of bust out of that slump he was in last year.
Just protect my guy Kenny P, man. Just protect him. Let him go. Let him go. But no, I like it. What you're saying is we might get some holding calls out of this shit. But
There
it's
might
gonna
be a couple to
competition.
start, but that's a young tackle, right? Like you don't see any rookie tackle come in and not struggle to some extent.
Yeah.
But it is going to be working on some of the mechanics and hand placement with some of the speed rushers. Like at times his feet move faster than his arms do. So they're just going to have to work on that to get him upper body sound. His lower body is NFL ready.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with that assessment. Like that doesn't sound bad to me. Yeah.
No, not at all. No.
That horrible realization when you realize my alarm's set for 5:30 a.m. That's not happening.
Oh shit! Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Gee willikers.
I was supposed to go to the gym. I will go later.
I'm watching after the draft. Now I'm watching Modern Family.
Solid choice.
Very good choice. Jesse Tyler Ferguson. That guy went to my rival high school.
No kidding.
There you go.
Actually, you know what? The rival high school of mine. I was an actor. I was in theater in high school. The rival high school of mine had Neil Patrick Harris, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, and Freddie Prinze Jr. They all went to the same high school. And those guys all ended up being, pretty famous.
There you go. So for where people went to high school at, Dave is your guy because he's got all the analysis on where everybody's gone to high school and who they.
Where did Marlon Humphrey go to high school?
I don't know, but I'll look it up right now.
Hoover High School. Hoover High School. You know who else went to Hoover High School?
I don't know.
This guy.
There you go.
You know what? My
he was
friend,
a year younger than I am.
I use this term very loosely in saying my friend, but this guy I know that runs the Pickensburg Twitter handle says that Marlon can't cover Pickens or Deontay. So.
That's funny. Pickens also went to Hoover. Forgot that.
Are you kidding?
Nope. Dead ass serious.
That's cool.
There you go. All righty. Well, guys, any kind of final thoughts out there for the draft?
I mean, we're getting Joey Porter Jr. at the first pick tomorrow, right?
Oh my God.
There you go. Dave has called his shot, and the draft board has fallen the way that you'd hoped.
Yes, sir. Indeed.
People are going to overdraft the bejesus out of Quentin Johnston in fantasy, and I'm not going to be one of them.
Well, I got to turn off the TV right now. You guys know who Lori Vallow Dayball is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all over the TV. I'm in Idaho, so I have to turn off the TV for that. Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt it. Go for it, guys. Make your run on what's important here.
Be interesting to see where Michael Mayer goes too.
Yeah.
Now that he,
I thought we.
Where do you think he goes? That's a good one.
That's a good question.
Coach Craig, I got to know too. You're usually pretty good at some of the prognostication off your mocks that you were doing. How many did you hit tonight?
Oh, I'd have to look. I did. I put up a 7-round mock earlier.
Fair enough.
But like, the first 3 picks were right, just not the right teams.
Yeah, I don't think any. I'm still counting the Will Anderson at number 3 counts.
Yeah, some of this other stuff is just like, I don't know. Let me see if I can pull that up again.
Fair enough. Well, while you're looking there, any other kind of gripping thoughts here on the draft, how it turned out? Any big surprises?
I mean, just some of the players I think people moved up for and everything too. Like, let's see. So first year, or technically, I had Arizona taking Tyree Wilson because there's a lot of steam for that, but there's also a lot of steam that they wanted Paris Johnson Jr., which it sounded like they were comfortable taking him at 3, honestly, but they didn't want to take him at 3 essentially. Let's see. Darnell Wright I had to the Bears, but they traded back a pick because there's a lot of steam for him going there. I had Broderick Jones at 14. It was just to the Patriots and not the Steelers.
I had him to the Jets at 15. So
yeah, I had Lucas Van Ness at 15 to the Jets just because of how mine played out. There was no offensive tackles left pretty much at that point besides like Anton Harrison, and I didn't feel like taking him top 20. Let's see what else here.
Craig, to answer your question, I could see Meyer going to the Colts at 35.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Titans at 41.
What about the Panthers at 39?
No, because they just traded for Hurst and they still have Tommy Tremble.
That's right, Hurst. Well, Tommy Tremble's not anything special.
I
But
don't think
Hurst
he's
makes
anything
sense.
special, but yeah, they've still got Hurst.
He's athletic. That's about it. But God, they still have Ian Thomas too for some reason.
Jesus Christ. Green Bay at 42.
yeah, just imagine if he falls.
Green Bay
to
makes a lot of
42.
sense.
Green Bay at 45, right? Like, I don't think he gets past 45.
No.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The Jets at 43.
Vegas could take him at 38 too.
Yeah.
thought
They
it
don't have
would
tight end now.
Yeah, I think Detroit makes a lot of sense. Vegas makes a ton of sense, and
Oh, I
Green Bay
missed
makes a ton
Detroit.
of sense for him.
Did I miss Detroit?
Yeah, Detroit at 34.
Cowboys are going.
No, Cardinals have that pick now.
Yeah.
No, the Cardinals have 33.
Oh, okay.
So.
Damn, NFL.com didn't update.
Let's see.
Bastards.
So does that mean the Eagles have to take Keely Ringo and Christopher Smith now?
Pretty much.
That'd be crazy.
I am not a Christopher Smith guy at all. He looked terrible at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, but imagine.
I am spoiling your feed now with a little. This is my cat, Spencer Enox Torkelson.
There you go.
Thank you, Dave.
Detroit Tigers fan. So that'd spice up your feed there a little bit.
Yeah, the cat's a fan of the big cats. All right.
No, man, he loves the Tigers. Shit.
So
Okay, I have a question.
He gets sad when they lose.
I have a 10-team league where I went
like
productive struggle, and I have the 2, 3, and 4 picks, and it's super flex.
10-team?
Yeah.
Super flex?
Yep. 2, 3, and 4 rookie picks.
You're going to miss Bijan.
Yep.
You got everything else.
I have enough firepower that I could trade up, but I don't feel like it.
Are you sure you're going to miss Bijan?
Yeah.
I think it's about 50-50 in a super flex, whether he goes 1 overall or
right.
If you got Anthony Richardson,
that would be one of the picks. Honestly, Shane, I'd go Richardson. It's the highest ceiling of that quarterback class. You might as well capitalize on that.
And we've all seen what happens with those guys that can use their legs.
Richardson, JSN, and
Degenerates draft room. Let's go look at his team.
I mean,
no, he's got. I mean, not that this is great, but he's got Russ Wilson, Goff, Zach Wilson, and Rodgers for his quarterback. So he's definitely going. He's going Bijan, no question.
Sounds like he's going quarterback to me. I don't know what you're talking about, but
fair enough.
Maybe he will.
So if he does go Bijan, then you're going JSN. I would go Richardson, and then I'd pick another quarterback, whether you like Stroud or Young more, and call it good.
Okay. I mean, I also have 6, 7, and 10.
Even more so. Because then you can get Charbonnet later in the first round if you want. You can get, you can pick up, Zay Flowers, or Quentin Johnston, Addison. Like
I might have a shot at Gibbs.
You might. It's possible.
Even though I don't love the landing spot. What the fuck was Detroit doing tonight? That's my other question.
Right?
For you.
What is that?
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, that was.
There's a lot of potential on. They could have had a really, really good first round with just the 2 picks, and they picked up another one and managed to kind of screw all 3 of them up.
Kind of.
God. It almost feels like all these wide receivers landed in like not the greatest spots though, too. Like,
I don't know that
one.
Addison's landing spot really.
I mean,
you like Addison's spot? Say more.
I like Addison's spot, right? Like Adam Thielen's been highly productive for fantasy purposes,
and he's gone
for the several years, and he's gone
because the touchdowns, though.
Right, but Addison slides in as the clear number 2. It was very clear as Minnesota started progressing through the season, especially in the playoffs game, they needed more than just Justin Jefferson to take some relief off of that one. So, that's one of those that landed spot. I like it. Minnesota's a team that's going to. Right, like they didn't really address much on the defensive side of the ball there. They're still going to have to really probably play from behind a fair bit, so that passing attack is very much in play. So I like the landing spot.
Yeah, right. That's probably the best one, but I mean,
your argument, man. I like it.
They're all just kind of like, I don't know.
None of them are spectacular, but
I felt like that coming into the draft that all of them are like. I do like the JSN landing spot, but outside of that, like Zay Flowers is dead to me because he's in Baltimore. I'm not touching it. Like Addison in the right spot, I think I take a flyer on. And then, I mean, I don't know. I'm just.
So, Kevin,
I don't love him coming in.
I was on another stream when JSN got picked, and none of them liked the JSN for fantasy. Do you like it more for fantasy or more for NFL?
I don't like it.
No, I think it's great for fantasy. I think he's good. I think the first half of this season is going to be a struggle, right? Because he's going to be playing third fiddle. But it could be very much along what we saw with Christian Watson last year, right? The first half of the season for Watson sucked. Like, it was terrible. And then it finally started to click. You know, Doug Baldwin, holy cow, that was a blast from the past. Tyler Lockett is 31.
And they can move on after this year too.
Yeah, like they can relieve him after this year. So I really I like it in Dynasty a lot, but the back end of this year, I think, is where you're banking on JSN.
I don't want to, interrupt anybody, but I got to get out of here. I appreciate you having me so much, but things are getting late. I got other things I need to tend to right now. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm kind of with you, Coach, to be honest with you. But, we'll see what happens. I guess we'll see what happens.
Well, Dave,
I think JSN would have been better off without so much competition. That's just my problem.
Well, Dave, thank you very much for coming on. We appreciate you hanging out with us here. Always,
man,
always
I love
a good
being
time
here with you guys. You guys are the best, man. So
thanks, Dave. Appreciate it, bud.
Yeah, take care, guys. Talk to you soon.
Have a good one. So, I mean, the landing spot there doesn't necessarily break the bank for me on that one. But any other thoughts here, or are we ready to call it a night?
But even like the thing with the JSN too, it's like, do we just assume Geno's like okay now, like, or what if he just goes back to sucking like next year too? Like, then
my thing with Geno is he's had a year and a half now of production in that offense that's startable. Like, last year might be his ceiling, but I think he regresses from where he was at top 5 and kind of falls back to that 13 through 17 type quarterback. So I don't know that he's like top end production, but I think he's serviceable, especially in a 2 quarterback league. And I think he manages the game well enough that he's not going to screw you at that position. Like, you're not going to get a goose egg. You're also not going to have, a game where he has 3 interceptions and 127 yards. Like, he is playing better than that in that system, and has for the last 25 games between Russ being out and last year when he was a starter. So I think you have to have some level of trust in him at the right value, and especially in redrafts, that it's all where you're getting him. But I think you have to. The weapons are too good. Carroll's offense does seem to work. They have a strong run game to take pressure off of him. They're still going to get in some shootouts because that defense hasn't improved enough to stop that against the pass, right? That's where they struggled last year. So you're going to get some upside, and you're going to get 1 or 2 weeks where he's like QB 20.
So let's just put it this way: for Dynasty right now, would you rather draft JSN top 5, wherever you're going to have to take him in rookie drafts, or would you rather just kind of wait for that blip on the radar, where it's not looking too good at the early season, and just try to trade for him at that point in time?
Depends on your league setup, right? Like, if you have guys who like to trade and who are kind of fast triggered, like if your league mates are like that, then yeah, you don't have to, and see if you can get them cheaper than that. But if you're in a league where everybody's a little bit more tight-lipped, or they, overshoot their value constantly and just don't have any idea of what things are worth or not worth, it makes it a little bit harder to trade. So you have to, kind of swallow the pill, take him in the first, especially in Shane's case, because you have so many draft picks, right? Like, you have the ability to make a mistake and still be fine. And now he's on your roster. You can kind of sit him, let him develop. And if one of the other guys that you get in the back end of the first round pop, then guess what? You're playing over JSN until he gets his shit together.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, right? Like, when Coach Steve was on earlier, he talked about he was doing his 2-round mock draft in there. I was actually the 104. I just took JSN at the 104. So, to answer your question of would you take him in the top 5, 105, I just did in a mock.
I think it'll be interesting to see where the other wide receivers land like day 2, and how they kind of compare to some of the guys that went day 1. based on like landing spots and stuff like that. And it's not just willy-nilly the guy that pops up like a Thornton did last year where he got drafted to Patriots or whatever. Like we're talking like Josh Downs and Marvin Mims
Yeah,
and
I'm
guys
very
that people
intrigued to
already
see
writing up.
where Downs goes. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, you're good. Downs is the guy that I like a lot. He was,
I do too.
I think wide receiver 4 for me this class. So
Mims is the guy that I'm kind of all in on that day 2 type of wide receiver.
I like
Landing
that
spot could be really good. And he's a guy that, I really like the fact that in so many, rookie drafts, I can get him with a 3rd round pick. Like, forget about it. That's the guy that I'm throwing my dart pick. That's my dart throw this season.
yeah, there's just so many guys this year too. Like they could be dead, or like if they land in the right situation, they could have a role. Whether it's a Marvin Mims, whether it's an A.T. Perry, Michael Wilson out of Stanford. Like, how high does he actually go with all the medical stuff? Because he's played 14 games in the last 3 years. But this dude can route run and release like nobody's business. So it's like guys like that. It's like, okay, well, if he gets 2nd or 3rd round draft capital, then we got to look at him. But if he gets like 4th round capital, then it's just kind of like,
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be interesting too to see where some of these running backs go tomorrow. And there's this is one of those that I was incredibly surprised that we saw 2 running backs fall off the board here in day 1. I thought Gibbs was
In
the
the
guy that
top
would be
12.
right. He was a guy that I really thought that would be sitting there in the top of the 2nd. Like, wouldn't have surprised me if he had still been sitting there at pick 34 for the Lions. So
yeah.
So interestingly enough, right? But what do we know? There's a reason we're sitting here in our armchairs doing this thing and not in a front office somewhere.
That's fair.
But so yeah, very interesting the way that this thing rock and rolls there. I think that we're gonna call it a night though. It's been on the air about 4.5 hours now, so I think we're gonna call it a night. I know you guys have been bouncing around as well. Appreciate you making the stop over here and joining us. Before we go, why don't you guys go ahead and take a moment, shout your handles out. Where can folks find you, all that good stuff?
I'll go first. You can find me on Twitter at FFShaneB. As you can see, the host of Red Zone Redemption. You can follow that on Twitter at FFRZ Redemption. And I'm a contributor at rotoheat.com.
Yep. You can find me on Twitter at Coach Craig Sport. There's no S on the end because it doesn't fit, because that's how Twitter works. Not sure if they changed that recently, but YouTube channel, Coach Craig Sports as well. Mainly doing a lot of DFS content at this point in time, do some of the stuff with the draft and everything else like that. I got a monster spreadsheet with all the pro day results and everything like that too. Even up on my channel, I got a couple of draft prospect interviews too. Mainly guys that are flying under the radar, because they're probably going to go late day 3, undrafted, stuff like that. But I had some pretty interesting talks with some of them.
Awesome. But Kevin, any final thoughts out there for the viewers and listeners?
Enjoy the weekend, right? We got 1 down, 6 to go as far as the round count. I know a lot of people kind of tune out after day 1 and even more so after day 2, but we touched on at the very beginning of the show. There are more players who have made the Hall of Fame that go undrafted than who've gotten drafted in the first round, kind of a loaded stat, but still. So, tune in. You never know who your team's going to land, who could be your next superstar.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us. Thank you, everybody, for the joining us for this ride. Thank you to all the guests coming on here. It was a blast. Thanks each and every one of you. You can find the Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast on all the socials, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, at Good Old Boys FF. But the best place to support this independent podcast, head over to the YouTube channel, click that subscribe button, youtube.com/@GoodOldBoysFF, and help us on that march towards 1,000 subscribers so we can try and monetize, keep all that free content rolling for y'all. But that's going to do it for us. He's Shane. He's Coach Craig. He's Kevin. I'm Derek. Have a good one, y'all. Be safe. Toodaloos.